the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my...
Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you so much for being with us. The kickoff hour is live, and we are rolling. We thank you so much for hanging out with us each and every day. I know we always start this hour by saying that, but we mean it, and we don't take it lightly. We know there's a lot of choices out there, and the fact you choose this show, we do appreciate it. We have got a number of things to update you on, and let's bring everybody in. And it's to my left, just Michael Helms. What's up, buddy?
How many people were disappointed when I walked in the shot and it wasn't Greg?
Well, look, it's not because it was you. It's just because they love Greg. Yeah. But, yes, I got a call last night that it has nothing to do with weather, but Lisa is sick. I mean, sick. And so he stayed to take care of her as we all would if our wife was that sick. I'm not talking about like, I don't feel good. I mean, sick. So he is. I don't know what she's got. I think some of the grandkids were sick, and I think she caught it. And I've heard some of this. It hit our family about 2 weeks ago. Tyler and Mabry River got sick, and Tyler and Mabry got it. Hey, and they were down for about 7 days, maybe 8. And they finally came out. It's almost like they came out of the cave, and saw sunlight. Came over to the house the other night, and they still were a little congested and had that broken up cough. They're like, hey, y'all don't understand the battle we've been in. It has been awful. And we went and dropped some food off at their door, knocked on the door, stepped back, and was like, here you go. And they're like, thank you. And then Reese got it. We treated him like he was in prison. We put him up in the loft in his room, and we would just set food at the door, and he would open the door and get it. He kind of had the upstairs to just, hey, this is your area. And it's bad. It's real bad. But hers is just it's just got a little bit of everything in it, if you know what I mean. So anyway, so he is not here today. The rest of the staff, minus Adler, who will join us shortly, they are here, and we are ready to go. And I smell somebody who's already heated up the waffles back there.
I saw Bubba back there into something, so I'm assuming that's what it is.
Well,
he was getting after it, too.
Boy,
I hadn't seen him move like that.
Right.
Well, you have food around. He's quick.
He is. He's, what
There's
you
a
do?
sense of urgency. I'm trying to get our girls on the tennis team to understand sense of urgency.
Yes.
And court positioning and stuff like that with their feet movement. I really need to film Bubba around food and show them what it looks like.
Well, he's a pro.
Yeah,
he's a pro.
I
mean, there's certain things that if I said, okay, this is the area that you need to be thinking about finding somebody, this would be I would say follow Bubba. Yeah. But yesterday, we remember if we got Waffle House.
Let me tell you something.
And boy, let me tell you, that was legit.
That hit the spot.
It did.
I don't know if it was because we waited longer than normal to eat or it was just different.
Yeah.
But I didn't know they did that breakfast bowl. And I had one of those, and that was
solid.
Fantastic.
That was solid. We normally get our breakfast from Edgar's Bakery, but they were closed yesterday, as most businesses were in central Alabama. If you're just joining us and you didn't know, what are you talking about? We had a wintry mix that came through this market that we're in now. Most businesses, a lot of the 24-hour people were open because they were there already. Yeah. As you all know, Waffle House, I mean, you got to look at Waffle House, Huddle House, those folks. If they're closed, you need to go back home. But they were open, and so we, late in the show, got some Waffle House delivered, and man, it hit the spot. But it was one of those things where we had so much food we couldn't eat it by the time we left, and it was a pile of waffles. And Greg was like, well, let's just put them in the refrigerator and maybe we can heat them up tomorrow. And that's what I'm smelling, I think.
Yeah,
he got here and beeline right to it.
Yep.
That's well done, Bubba.
Yeah.
And so there's that. We have got a
It was like a hunting dog on a rabbit.
It
was
really
crazy.
was. We've got a number of updates. One yesterday, and I got to thank you because,
Well, I'll take a chance, won't I?
Boy, you will, but it worked out. So yesterday, a lot of businesses told employees, "Hey, don't worry about coming in.
Yeah.
It's just too bad." And it was that weird thing that we've talked to Span about when we're hunting, about how when the sun comes up for about an hour, it's cold It's so cold. It's cooler
Yeah.
than it was overnight, even though the temperature is just something about it. I don't know what it is. When the sun came up between, let's say, 6:30 and maybe 7:45 or 8 a.m., it got worse.
Yep.
It started snowing. Things started looking like they were icing over, and it was a mess. But then it kind of turned. The sun came out.
It did.
Thawed a little bit, and you made the decision, I'm going to Jacksonville State.
Yeah, we needed to practice, and don't think we were out in the cold. We've got some multi-purpose areas that we can utilize and get some things done. And we hadn't practiced in a couple of days and got a match coming up, and I was like, we got to practice.
Yeah.
I got to get there.
Practice.
And so we did, and it was fine. Now I will say this, there was a couple of sketchy spots about 5-6 miles into it, but after that, most everything was dry as bone.
Really? That's
and
good.
then I had no issues on the way back home last night. That was my concern, is if something may have melted, and now we've got it frozen again because the temps were getting colder. But it wasn't. It was fine. And even the hills, I even parked in the garage last night and went up the driveway fine this morning.
Well, look at you.
When I got home, this is funny. I called Amanda. I was about 10, 15 minutes from the house. I said, hey, babe, can you do me a gigantic favor? Or maybe the kids.
Somebody help Daddy.
She's like, what? And I said, can y'all go outside and walk on the driveway and see if it's still slick? Because I really need to pull this truck in the garage. And she said, I'm not going out there. She goes, you're going to have to stop at the top and walk down and just see. And Maddie's in the background. I'm like, Maddie, can you go? And she's like, I can, but I really don't know what I'm looking for.
Well, if you fall, that's what.
Yeah. And so when I got home, I was pretty sure it was dry, but I was like, let me walk this thing just to make sure. So I got out and walked. It was fine, pulled down, and no problems this morning.
Well, you have no idea, but your decision affected my family, and I'll explain when we come back. Also, I have a secondhand embarrassment that I want to play for you, and I'm playing it because I've watched it twice. I've made myself, so I'm okay now.
Okay.
But it's awful. It is awful. It has to do with a reporter asking a question, and it's just such secondhand.
Okay.
We'll do all
Can't
that.
wait.
Next. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. With the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters. The people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's about 20 minutes past the hour, leaning on 21, and we are here today, minus Greg. It's not because of travel, but Lisa just really sick, so he's at home taking care of her, but should be back, Lord willing, tomorrow. We're sitting here discussing yesterday and just frigid cold. I was texting Reese early this morning, Helmsy, because, you know, he's blue-collar, hard-working apprentice electrician, and I was telling him, hey, big guy, it's a different kind of cold.
Yeah.
It's 12 degrees,
It is.
and it said 15 feels like 12, which I wish they would just say 12.
I've never
and
understood that.
I don't either, but I'm like, it's a different kind of cold.
Yeah.
It's not like, ooh, it's cold. It's cold. And sometimes, you know, when they go to different sites, I would say 80% of the time they're in, but they're that 20% they're out. And I'm like, buddy, you better have enough with you, my friend. So anyway, it is frigid here.
When I went to so I've got, shouldn't say this, but I've got this thing that because I'm gone so much, I've got one garbage can that I've been leaving kind of towards the top.
Yeah.
And there's a tree, and I can hide it there and then just pull it out. Well, this morning I had like 3 bags of garbage I put in the back of my truck, and I pulled the truck up to the top. Well, the garbage can was frozen, like it couldn't get the lid up.
Yeah.
Like I had an older tennis racket in the car and had to bang it out just to get it open, just to get the door to open, the top.
Yeah.
To put the trash in.
Yeah. But yesterday you have no idea where we are, and I know a lot of markets you're still kind of frozen in a little bit. The majority of your businesses will stay closed today, but for us, things should get somewhat back to normal.
A lot of schools are out today, and not necessarily because of the roads; it's because of the temperatures.
Yeah,
and them having to. They don't know if some of these heating systems can handle it.
Yeah, it's a mess. And I guess when it comes to the school superintendents and stuff, in today's climate, you got to err on the safe side because you don't want buses getting out too on routes that you know, or maybe shaded roads and they're still icy, and because there is some areas that are still like that. But yesterday, Terry has been out of town for a couple of days in kind of southeast of Atlanta, and she got out ahead of all the systems coming in, so everything was fine going.
Yeah.
But then it was the decision, when do I come back? And this is where you played a role.
Okay.
And that is that yesterday, I said, well, look, it's pretty bad, but as the day progressed, it was getting a little bit better. I know you told the staff, and Greg got home, hey, the trip to Jacksonville, be cautious, but I was fine.
Yeah, nothing to it.
So I was able to tell her, at least I know Interstate 20 from, Oxford to Birmingham is okay. But there's still, you got to get through Atlanta. What's Atlanta like? Then you got to get through the Birmingham Metro, which you heard stories of certain areas and certain interstates that were kind of messy for about a quarter of a mile or so. So that could just stop everything.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, let me investigate a little bit more. So then I get word from y'all, hey, I made it. I'm fine. No issues. I'm like, okay, that's good. I had no idea. Okay. And every state has your camera system for the state. I had no idea that AlDOT had so many cameras. Yeah. Now, you remember when the young lady faked picking up a child? What was I forget her name? Yeah. AlDOT was big on that because their cameras showed.
That's when I found out they had all these cameras.
Yeah, and that was it turned out to be a national story. Yep. Well, yesterday,
Carly Russell.
There you go.
Wasn't that it?
I don't know. I think you might be right. I just went with it. It sounds really good.
I was about to type in. The story, and then I couldn't.
Yeah.
I think that's her name.
So I go to AlDOT yesterday, and for two reasons. Could I get home? Because that was a discussion.
Yeah.
Do we all need hotel rooms? At one point around 7:30 or 8, we thought we were here.
I really did. Yeah.
And I'm like, well, let me see. You can pull up, okay, county that you're in, highways that you want to look at. And, buddy, it's like watching reels on Instagram. I mean, you sit there and you go, oh, look at here, traffic flowing. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at here. So I looked, and I'm like, okay, everything looks pretty good. So then I started pulling things up for Terry.
Is this it? algotraffic.com?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can click cameras, you can click traffic reports or whatever. And whatever state you're in, I'm sure instead of AlDOT, it's probably GA.dot or MS.dot.
It's ALGO traffic.com/cameras.
Okay. Well, let me just tell you, it is legit. And I could sit there and I was like, okay, so traffic flow down, Highway 280, which gets us to the interstate at 459. Okay, that's good. Looks like a little wreck it's on the other side. I could sit there and just look at everything. So I knew, okay, I can get home. So then I started looking things for Terry. And man, you can go all the way back to the state line in Georgia and look all the way down. And I just sit there and look through, and I was like, honey, everything is flowing. So she made it home, or she left. She at about 2:30. She said, "Is it too late? Can I get there?" And you don't want your wife hung out on the interstate.
You don't.
And I'm like, look, just get a hotel room before y'all say something. It's not about me being cheap and me getting my wife home. I'm like, if you want to get a hotel room for another night, get a hotel room. Yeah. Be safe. I'd rather you be in a warm hotel room and okay than on the interstate. But then I checked with you, and I said, hey, man, what's up? And you said, I'm on the way home from coaching at Jacksonville State for the day, coming back to Birmingham, and things are fine.
No
and so I'm like, Terry, Helmsy is on the interstate ahead of you, and everything is okay. She said, I'm coming home. I want to get home.
I don't blame her.
So she jumped in the car around 2:30 and headed this way, and you were instrumental in it because you were able to give us a heads up of what to expect. And then, so then she's getting through about the state line of Heflin. You're in Pell City. Then you get home, and then and so you were about an hour and a half ahead of her. Yeah. But you helped tremendously because it gave me peace of mind knowing, okay, everything's fine. So she pulled in around 7 o'clock. She made it home.
Good.
And she said it was no issue. It was a little stressful at times. Hey, I got to get home. But she was so glad after she got a shower and she was at home. She said, "See, this is what I was wanting.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be home."
I think the biggest issues, and you just got to be paying attention, is some of these medians and some of the pullovers are still icy.
Yeah.
And I don't even think those are an issue now where we're at. But yesterday, I could tell that there was still ice on. But as far as being on the road, being on the interstate, making sure you're in the lane you're supposed to, there was no problems at all.
Well, but thank you, because you probably had no idea, but your decision to go to work at Jack State after the show actually played a big part in me just saying, yes, come home. Because I was all about her getting a room and just, hey, let's play it safe kind of thing. But I don't know what happened, but around 9 or 10, things changed a little bit.
That sun's a powerful thing.
Yeah, it is. It sure is. So anyway, I know look, wherever you live, not everybody's having these type issues, but the show is about our lives. And so that's kind of what we were dealing with yesterday, and we'll be thinking about a lot of you that are still in those conditions, and others that are enjoying some beautiful weather. Then, enjoy it, because it is cold. So there you go. There's that update. As I mentioned, Greg not here today. Lisa's really sick, so he stayed home to take care of her as he should. Adler will be here shortly. And I got a lot of updates from my mom and dad who live in Huntsville. It's a different world up there. They got it much worse. And then JC at UAH, they're having a blast. Dogs running everywhere. They're having a good old time. So they're making the best of it. But it is pretty frigid up there, and the roads are a little different up there than they are here. So there's kind of an update on everybody. But we got a number of things to talk about. This next one here has to do with a reporter asking an NFL head coach a question, and
you talking about not being prepared?
Oh, my gracious.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Hey folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. Skin looks healthier. There's just a feeling of better and overall health that comes with it, and it's easy to take. But I think for me, what's most compelling is that Field of Greens is radically different. Each organic fruit and vegetable was medically chosen to support heart and vital organ health. And with flu season here, I trust Field of Greens to help me stay healthy, and it's working for me. So if you haven't tried it yet, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com using the code Bubba. That's 15% off your first order plus free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com with the code Bubba. Or just go to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We appreciate you being with us as always. I am Speedy. Over there is Helmsy. Greg
Hello.
off today. Lord willing, we'll be back tomorrow. Got some sickness in the family he's helping Lisa with, so be praying for her to bounce back strong, and he is being there with her to make sure she is good to go. Just, nothing like major, just major. Just, hey, wow, I don't feel good. I'm really sick. And
Well, let's pray he doesn't get it either.
There's that. He said he's trying to stay away from her, but you know how that goes. But I have a second hand here that is
crazy.
bad.
I don't know.
So Coach Todd Bowles is the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right? So they if you remember, they beat the Eagles, which everybody didn't expect.
Drummed them pretty good.
Yeah, and so now they go to Detroit. That's kind of how it all fell. So they go to Detroit this weekend for the divisional round. And the game is being played in a dome, right? Because Detroit plays in a dome, right? We all good with that?
Yeah, unless you're living under a rock and don't follow.
Right. Just like every other Lions game that's been played for the past 50 years.
Yes.
They have played
Yeah.
in the Motor City. The Detroit Lions play in the dome. This is hard right here. This is tough for me. A reporter
I can't wait to see how he handles it. 'cause
asked
I haven't seen
Coach Todd Bowles if he's preparing his team for the conditions they have to play in. Take a listen.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit.
Let's see here. Come on.
The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome.
Silence.
No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
This really
I would want to
highlights
run away and
so
hide.
much about our country right now. I mean, listen, if you're in an elementary,
we play indoors,
if you're in a 4th grade class and you're going to read with the students and you ask them, do they have any questions? And you get that question, I get it. But this person covers the National Football League,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't know that? I mean, her colleagues have got to be looking around going, what in the world?
Well,
Who let you in this press room?
It's a great point you make. Different reporters have different fields of expertise. You've got your political reporters, your Peter Duceys that are at the White House, right?
Yeah.
And so when they ask Jean-Pierre, hey, what's this? What they kind of know what's going on. A sports reporter that's covering the NFL, you're in that pool of reporters, of sports reporters, and you don't know about Detroit having a dome. Now, I get it and it's not because she's a lady. It could be anybody, a man, lady, whatever. I get it if you just pulled somebody out of Walmart aisle 4 and said, hey, go interview Coach Boyle.
Yeah, you got 3 questions.
Right,
Go ask him the 3 questions you want to ask him.
Yeah.
I
mean, they might not know the situation, but if I'm a sports reporter, and that's what I do, and you don't know that, he
handled it well.
Yeah.
Outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
I know there's a sentiment in the world that and these people that really you can do anything you want to do in life,
Right. Yeah.
and that's true to some extent. Now, I wouldn't be telling kids that they can go play in the NBA.
No.
Those things are tough to do. There's a lot of things that you can't, just the way you were born, your family, the height differences, those things. But this really ought to give everybody some hope that you could be a reporter if you wanted to. You can be a journalist. That's I can't. I see why you had secondhand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm embarrassed for her. I'm more embarrassed for her company that she represents. And then, of course, her family. And I couldn't imagine coming in this room after asking a question like that.
Well, she has one shining thing here that helps her tremendously is that the cameras stayed on him. All you hear is her voice.
Yeah.
She could just deny that she was there. What are you talking about? That's not me. Wow. And it did. It took me 2 times watching it off air. And I send a lot of secondhand stuff to Adler. He and I communicate a lot on what we're going to play. Some of it, you have to watch to know, did they cuss? Is it show worthy? What's it like? This one here, it took me twice to even send it to Adler because I was so embarrassed.
This would be like me walking in. Let's say I covered radio shows in Birmingham that were stationed in Birmingham. And so I came in here and I said, y'all had done the show. What's today? Wednesday, Thursday. So let's say y'all had done the show on Monday. And I came in here and I said, hey, guys, I saw Span's forecast. Y'all going to be able to handle the elements doing the show tomorrow?
Right. Going to be cold. It's going to be cold.
Because it's going to be cold. We're going to be in the 20s. There's some ice on the ground. Y'all going to be okay? Y'all going to be okay? You going to be able to do the show? Unbelievable.
We do it inside, right?
We're so stupid.
What are you talking about?
That is not. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna say something.
It's ridiculous.
It's embarrassing.
It
is embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. A couple of other stories I saw where we talked about staying with sports that Alabama Coach DeBoer had hired the South Alabama head coach as defensive coordinator Monday. Kane Womack as his defensive coordinator. I see where he went out and got Buffalo's head coach, is it Maurice Linguist? They've agreed for him to be co-defensive coordinator and also coach the defensive back. So he's adding more to the list. But he just finished his 3rd season as Buffalo's coach, and he will join the staff. He's also coached in the NFL and other places too. So He's got quite the career. He's moved around a little bit, but it looks like he's creating a great staff there, and that's on the defensive side. And Tua Tagovailoa's little brother, who started at Alabama, then went to Maryland, excuse me, I see where he was just denied his 6th year of eligibility.
Yeah, I need to know a little more details of that because I'm around a couple of guys that are trying to get some players eligible now that are in this same boat.
Right.
And so a different sport, but in the same boat. And to see that they denied him, I want to know details of why, but I think it's probably going to answer the question if the people that I know are trying to get theirs, they're probably going to deny theirs as well.
Yeah.
I want to know why they're asking for the 6th year. Like, what is their reasoning and excuse behind it?
Yeah, it says he played 5 seasons, including his freshman year at Alabama in 2019. He went on to become Big Ten's all-time passing leader, by the way, for 4 years at Maryland. It was pretty impressive, some of the stuff. The waiver request was centered around him playing in 5 games as the third-string quarterback at Alabama in 2019. Playing just 2 snaps against Duke and another 2 against Mississippi State. He played 22 snaps the final week against Western Carolina, the maximum threshold for redshirts playing in 4 games. So I guess he was saying, will y'all give me that year back?
Because of the 1 game difference.
Right. And Coach Saban even wrote a letter for him requesting a strong plea, by the way, to hey, please – give him leniency here and give him this extra year. It would have been, I think, his 6th year, and it was denied.
I'm actually glad that they denied it, and here's why. Because I do think that, and I got friends that have players that are going through this trying to get them eligible, but you're just opening up Pandora's box to everybody to try to grab some 6th year, some of them even 5th years that they've played for. They've actually played for, and they just want a 5th.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's important to know how they've ruled here because now they're setting a standard to say we're just not going to keep doing this, and it is getting out of hand. Like why? Honestly, the rule, he's played enough. He needs to move on. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean I hate it for the kid, but the 6th year, goodness gracious.
Well, it says here that
and we're past all the COVID years and stuff like that.
Yeah, he had said the waiver request for adding back the year of eligibility stems from the circumstances around that 5th game.
Yeah.
He says the waiver case laid out by Alabama revolved around the school's failure to track 2 snaps that he took in the season opening game against Duke. And Alabama's been very supportive of him, as has Maryland. Anyway, it looks like to me, I guess maybe he'll enter the draft now. I don't know. But and they say he's projected to be as a day 3 pick and had hoped another year could help him. But
and it probably would.
Yeah. But anyway, so
honestly,
he had entered the transfer portal like a month ago. He didn't play in the the bowl game.
Well, and this is where it's getting out of hand because this is on. I mean, what I'm about to say is true, and it's crazy, and I wish it wasn't like this. Mm-hmm. But him being able to come back for a 6th year, he would make more money than going to the NFL. Now think about what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right.
And so that's why they were really trying to push for this. At the end of this, it's going down, especially with a player like this, high profile. He would have made more money if he would have got that 6th year than being drafted by the NFL.
Unbelievable. It's because of the NIL and the way that the portals are and the incentives that some of these guys have got to transfer around. It's just it's unbelievable. But how about when it comes down to just a couple of snaps and like a game or something, and that's a whole year gone?
Yep.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. sucking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show.
So wish I could talk about it. And I can't.
Yeah, I know. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at simplysafebubba.com. 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. Look, now that we are rolling here in 2024, hard to believe we're already past halfway in January. It's flying, isn't it?
It is.
But start the new year off by making sure you've got Simply Safe's home security. They have a comprehensive protection, advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins but fires as well, floods, and other threats to your home or small business. They have the new 24/7 live guard protection. Monitoring agents can actually see, speak, and confront intruders. Available only from Simply Safe to actually stop crime in real time. 24/7 monitoring, as I said, is highly affordable, costing less than about $1 a day, and that's half the price of traditional home securities, folks. So, I mean, make sure that you check them out, simplysafebubba.com. For 60 days, risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. Keep your place and family safer than ever this new year. Save 20% on your new system with Fast Protect Plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for that 20% savings on your new system of Fast Protect Plan. Also, you can look at the sponsors at rickandbubba.com and look at Simply Safe, too. You can find all of our network sponsors at rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Well, we're a man down at the house.
I hate that.
And
No, somebody sick?
No.
Oh.
No. It's the dishwasher.
Oh, the dishwasher's sick.
Yep.
Oh, no.
I don't know. So for the last, I'm gonna tell you something. It's been such a good one.
Oh man, come on.
Last week when we were in Starkville, Amanda texted me. She said, "Hey, I can't get the dishwasher door to shut. It's not latching and it won't turn on." And I'm like, and this was like 2 weeks ago, this was an issue, and I was able to kind of force it and turn it on and showed her how to do it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it's I can't even get it to do.
Oh, no.
So
You can't even.
So last night I came in and I saw and with the when the kids are out of school, and listen, they've been out since they were out Friday because of the storms, they were out Monday because of MLK, and then yesterday and then they're out again today. And so you got kids running around the house all day. There's going to be dishes stacking up. So I came in, I looked. Amanda had made a big thing of spaghetti, and it was fantastic. She makes this gluten-free baked spaghetti type thing, and I put a lot of crushed red pepper in it and spice it up, and goodness gracious, here we go.
Sounds
but
good.
when I went to and I put it in a big bowl, too. I don't even do a plate. I just do a bowl. So when I went to put my bowl up in the dishwasher, I realized I had forgotten about it, and I thought, wow. That's a lot of dishes in that sink right there, and all of them are going to have to be washed by hand. And I went in there and I said, "Hey, listen," and because as much as I'm gone right now, I got to find ways to contribute. You know, like I'm not able to be there all the time because I'm constant. So I was thinking, you know what, I'm gonna get up in the morning early. I'll set my alarm 15 minutes early. I'm not touching them tonight. I'm exhausted, but I said don't touch those dishes tonight. I'll knock them out in the morning. So this morning I set my alarm for 3:40 instead of 4 o'clock, and I got up this morning and I did dishes for 25 or 30 minutes.
This morning,
yes. And I got to tell you, I can't get to HomeDepot.com or Lowe's.com or wherever maintenance.com so quick because we can't do that every day. I didn't realize how much it's like having a quarterback out. You know what I mean? It's not like we got a big big linebacker. We got another one we can just put in.
Oh, it's an impact player.
It's a huge.
It sure
is a skill.
Yeah.
Athletic impact player, and we have got to do something quick about it. So I did like I didn't know my hand. I had my hands. You know how you get your hands wrinkled like you've been in a pool all day. That's what they look like.
Yes.
And I didn't mind doing the dishes. Like I had my AirPods in. I was listening to whatever I was listening to. So it was a nice little time, but I thought I don't have the time to do this every morning. Like I can't do this.
No.
So anyway, we got a dishwasher problem we got to deal with. And I don't know, it's not that old. It's probably it's less than 5 years old. And I don't know if it's one of those things that we just need to get a repairman and there's something with the latch. I tried to look at it, but I don't know.
There's folks that do
because
that.
it still runs fine if the door will close. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that everything in there is cleaning appropriately.
Right.
You just can't get it shut and started. And I don't know. Like I've messed around with it, and it does look. Nothing looks broke. It just won't click when you push it in there.
So something's off a little bit, and you can't see it once the door goes to close. You can't see.
And I can open it up and look down in there, and I can mess around, and then the little latch where it's supposed to click looks fine and in place, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on here.
Can you pull it out from underneath?
I tried.
Or is it? I mean, can you pull it out of its little insert?
I was afraid to.
Okay.
Yeah. I did try to move it around a little bit, but I was afraid to do too much.
So instead, you were doing.
So I'm in there this morning. We got an awesome little dish brush.
Yeah.
And so I had, I had my Dial soap, not Dial. What is it?
Dawn.
I had my Dawn soap. Yeah. I was just getting after it this morning. I had all kinds of rags and brushes and cleaned it up real nice.
Yeah.
But now of course they're all laid out on the counter drying.
Yeah.
So somebody will have to deal with that when they get up. But I guarantee I will be getting a text this morning. Mom will be happy with me.
Oh yeah. Well,
because she's
going to wake up to a clean kitchen.
Well, and she probably thought, yeah, that sounds good. You getting up 20 minutes early to do that.
Yeah.
But for you to actually pull that off, she's probably thinking I'm gonna go in there. I even went ahead and made the coffee, got it ready. So all she had to do is hit the button. So today I'm the man, but I've got to do something different. Like we got to figure this out.
Yeah, you do.
I can't be a dishwasher down.
As we go to break, and we don't want that either. Helmsy at rickandbubba.com if you can fix that. Shoot him something. I wanted to say something as we go to break. You being a Jacksonville State University coach, I saw where yesterday Jacksonville State. We've been asking for stuff like this. Jacksonville State football and UAB football have announced a home-and-home series starting in 2027.
Yeah. How about that?
And it looks like in 2027 it'll be at Protective Stadium, and then in 2018 it'll be at Jack State's Burgess Snow Field. So we've been asking for some in-state rivals to start playing each other, and it looks like that will happen for them in 2027. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll get up there on the nooner, and let's kick this thing off with the Hawkeyes. I love it. And the Boilermakers. You know what time we're kicking it off Eastern time, Speedy? Noon.
Christina Cook and Jessica Meir.
Even though it's spelled Koch or Coke, it is Cook.
Yeah, that's sometimes a difficult.
I thought the announcer said Stephanie.
We're all uncomfortable looking around.
Yeah.
Can't see us.
This is, there were a lot of things you can tell.
I think the Stephanie is the Capcom, right? Isn't that what she said?
Not sure. Just heard the word Stephanie.
Won't come out of it.
No, still Beth.
Well, I mean, Beth's got to cover the first female spacewalk.
Now, is there in orbit, you're going to see a sunrise every 90 minutes during this, and you see the shot there. So
is that
I just when I see that, I have to. Yeah, this is. I think Adler's got a live shot.
How about that? We're under there somewhere. See that?
Yeah.
See how flat the Earth is?
Well, how do the flat earthers explain that? Is that just something they're doing in a TV studio to throw?
It does look flat.
Here's what the flat.
It's got a slide.
I see a curvature.
I'm just messing with you.
What the flat Earth people would say, either believe it or not. I'm just trying. I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Why I asked the question? Yeah.
Here's what they would say to you, because unfortunately I've heard from them. Okay.
Yeah.
And you have too. They would say that no, that is flat. No, there's no curvature, and they would explain that saying there was a dome over the flatness. Okay, which then they would say,
the corner of that.
Yeah. Listen. Or they would say, Bubba, don't forget this one. All this is just fabricated. None of this is real. Now, no one has been able to tell me that makes any sense, because you and I we're not closed-minded to conspiracy theories.
But you got. I think it's good to ask questions, but it needs to be somewhat intelligent questions.
Well, you have to show us what the end game is.
Right. You got to have the end.
So
game.
there's a big attempt to fool us and tell us the Earth is round, because how does any exploration change if we're going out into the universe, whether the Earth is flat or round.
So if they're faking
what's the end
this-
game?
If they're faking this right now, they would have to be the only way they could float would be underwater, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't see any bubbles flying around,
No.
so you don't have that. Plus, how do you get that sunlight so clear to come through? Because light through water is kind of tough.
It is difficult.
I don't know.
So they either say this is fabricated or what you see really isn't round. And once you get there, I mean, once that's the way you're going to live, that you're not even open, you've closed your mind has closed, and you just for some reason are back in the dark ages, thinking that Columbus is going to sail off the end of the earth, and you're back in that world, where they also had to use the bathroom outside. But I just I don't understand. So once I say that no matter what you show me, I either say fake or it's not really what you say I see, what do you do with them?
Well, it's kind of difficult.
Yeah. So they did say, though, with the first female walk, they were late.
Yeah.
They were trying to get the and they were supposed to have already been out there.
This walk was supposed to happen in March.
Yeah,
Rick. I hate to say it, but-
Right. So they were running a little behind.
Have you asked him a question, Bubba?
No, I have not.
Bubba, I got some questions.
Hashtag NASA.
What is
Come
it?
on, use it.
Please ask a question.
NASA.
I'd love her to go. All right, we just got a question from Bill Bubba Bourgeois.
Why are you writing it down?
Do
Just
it.
Go ahead and type it up.
Right now.
Bubba's
No, I'm not
asking.
on their
Let's see.
place
Bubba's
to
got
do
a question from Rick and Bubba. Let's look at it. It says, "When do they eat?"
When are they coming back in to eat? They got some of that ice cream up on this trip.
Right. So, anyway, guys, you know what? Seriously, stereotypes are funny to me.
They are.
Let me tell you what's a fact. Okay, did we not have to delay the first ever all-female spacewalk because somebody didn't like the way the suit fit?
That is correct.
That's a fact.
That's correct.
Okay, that really happened.
That's a fact, Jack.
And anybody who has females in their life go, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Sure. Every time we go somewhere, do you ever do that where you get back, like if you were going somewhere in a hurry, so there wasn't time for your wife to tidy back up, and like you get back to the house and you go to the room first and you see what I call the carcasses of all the outfits that didn't make it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like they're laying everywhere, all the different attempts and all these things. I'm like, what's all this? Oh, these were outfits that didn't make it. they didn't make it.
Yeah, I think they try different pieces so they go, that's it.
That's it.
That's what I'm looking for, too. And then that weird mind game they play with us, they ask our opinion, then go the other way.
Every time.
I don't
It is
get
a
that.
weird
Why are
thing,
we
yeah.
asking?
Right.
That and the flamingo. I can't tell what your shoes look like with only one leg. I can't. Which one, this or this? I keep seeing you one-legged. I can't. I don't know. I can't tell what the shoes look like that way. I can't.
Well, at this point, Betty knows that I know she does that. So when she asks me and I give an opinion, she knows that I could be manipulating the answer to get the result I want.
Right. There you go.
And also the time we leave is not correct.
Oh, no. I haven't left at the time we needed to leave in years. And I've been on time a lot lately. Yes. So I'm also looking.
That's a long time.
It is. Looking forward to Woodstock, Georgia, Sunday night too. Man Church be there speaking to the men. Be part of that, working with Real Momentum, Keith Boggs and his ministry, and of course there with the men of Woodstock First Baptist, the Man Church format. And can't wait to be with you guys on Sunday night. So if you'd like to find out details, maybe it dawned on you, hey, I could attend that. I'm going to be in that area, or I live in that area. Didn't know about that. Go to rickandbubba.com under events, and all the information is there. Six minutes now past the hour. How about it? A brand new hour starting, and we're thankful that you are here. On a brand new hour, on a brand new day of the Rick and Bubba Show, National Anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. We're from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world on all that technology. Live and archived. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour. The real Greg Burgess out today. His wife is sick, and he is tending to her. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube option for you today, both live and archived. That will include today the Wednesday Bible study. It is back. So look for that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. 2 Corinthians is our topic, and we continue to walk through that powerful book of the Bible. And if you don't catch it live, you can catch the archive on your own time, as is the norm. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to yet another frozen edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your two fat buddies on the radio. Pull up a chair and stay a while. It won't be the same without you.
Nope, be awkward. So, Bubba, you said it. The South is still in a deep, not just deep South, but a deep freeze in many other places as well. But today, much easier where we live. I have some acquaintances and friends that are in some of the places where they actually got a lot of snow and ice, much more than we did. All we really have is bitterly cold temperatures, but the precipitation here was not much. And most of that evaporated with the sunshine yesterday, even though it never got above freezing. Still some places here or there, but I know you had to slide down your driveway. But other than that, I didn't have any issues at all getting here today.
I mean, the roads were much better.
Yeah.
It was extremely cold. I showed 9 degrees in my truck when I fired it up this morning. But we got a real steep driveway, and it shielded somewhat to the southern side. So we didn't get a lot of sunlight on it yesterday, and it still froze up, and we got a steep yard going down to the road.
Yep.
And so I had to try to get down through that, and that's always interesting. You know, if you're you decide, am I going to sit and slide, or am I going to try to walk it, and I had my backpack on with my computer in it and all that stuff.
Sure.
So anyway, we got here though. It was better than yesterday, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, and so we'll see how it goes. It gets above freezing today where we are, so that should really help even more. And then it kind of goes back down this weekend to freezing cold again. But by then, most of any precipitation that still may come, I think it's on Thursday. They don't think there's going to be anything significant about that. Where we are now, where you are, you got to figure out your own thing, and you got to figure that all out. Greg is not here today. Has nothing to do with the winter weather. It does have a lot to do with the cold and flu season. Apparently, his wife has picked up one of those flu-like things that's going around, and he's there to try to help her, obviously, with keeping liquids and all that so she doesn't dehydrate, because it's the one that has the stomach in it, and that's a lot of fun. So anyway, he's tending to his wife today and trying his best to not catch it. So Greg will not be with us today, and we'll see what happens over the next couple days. But I will say that in a weird, our years of doing this now, our 30th anniversary, and now we're rolling through year 31. We've had people throughout our 30 years, and Bubba helped me with this, that we appreciate their devotion to the show. But there's that line of I'm devoted to the show and it comforts us, and then there's I'm devoted to the show and it concerns us, and it is a fine line, and I don't mean to walk it incorrectly or to come across like I don't appreciate the devotion.
Right.
But sometimes the devotion gets into an area that is a little concerning, and we have one individual, and just when you think you're not going to be concerned, how in the world does this person know who writes all these songs about the show and goes and grabs photos from places we didn't even know photos were available, to the public, and writes songs. And today, out of nowhere, with Greg home tending to Lisa, he writes a song about Greg's devotion to Lisa. How did he know that?
Yeah, I saw that, and
how did he know that?
The timing could not be better. I thought if anything will heal Lisa, it's this song today with video, with a Greg sound-alike singing.
Correct.
Yeah.
But does that?
Don't forget that,
Rick. That concerns me.
How does he know that?
Yeah, he's like Gary when you pull up at the farm.
Yeah, it is. You're on Greg. I'm sorry.
Great example.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you at the farm? And I'm like, how you know that? See, I found out I think Gary has lookouts. What does this guy have?
It's concerning.
Yeah,
maybe he's at the end of the driveway and he don't know it.
Well, you know how sometimes when you're watching a scary movie and somebody will open a piece of mail and there's a letter to them and and somebody's cut out letters out of a newspaper and laid it on there and you see them open it up when they think the fear is over.
Yeah.
When I opened my email this morning and this concerning fan had written a song with a Greg sounded like to Lisa before we announced on the air that she was sick and he was home with her. Does that bother you, Ronnie?
It could just be crazy timing because it seems like
let's hope so.
We get a song, periodically anyway. But this is video complete with Greg sound-alike.
Yeah, when you think about the time that it takes to put this together, to find all the pictures, to record it, it's concerning. That's almost like a step over the devotion that is comforting. There's a devotion that is comforting and kind of encourages you, and then there's that scares you.
Yeah.
And this one, I think's, I'm not sure where to put it, but I fear I know where to put it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So well, I guess we'll play that today. I mean, we have to, I guess.
Oh, of course we do.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll live and text Greg maybe to ask him if he could turn it up real loud so she can hear it on the other end of the house.
That ought to help.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing like when you're going through the kind of symptoms that she's going through to hear something like this on YouTube.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes past. We have more to unpack on the program today. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Of course, that's part of it, too, as the Rick and Bubba Show rolls on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can you imagine, Bubba, our job, it's not the most difficult job in the world. I mean, you have to get here and you have to be ready, and you better come up with some way to crank out, 4 big hours for the kickoff hour. They got to participate in 5. But anyway, can you imagine your day revolves around people calling you to come deal with alligators? And I just,
Rick, that to me, that job eventually is going to bite you, no pun intended. But that's dangerous stuff.
We've been looking for some video, but it looks like all we have is still pictures, but still. So can you imagine, let's say that you walked out and you have a pool, and you walked out and there was a 9-foot alligator in it.
Good night.
So all of us, our reaction would be get away from the pool. But if you call this guy, Paul Bedard, I guess, of Gator Boys Alligator Rescue, when he shows up and sees a 9-foot alligator in a swimming pool, he jumps in the pool.
Yeah, you can't shoot it because if you miss, it'll go through the side of the pool, put a hole in it. I guess you have to call somebody to get it out.
Who you gonna call? Gator Boys. Mm-hmm. But I'm thinking about
shirtless, of course.
Of course. Yes. I'm going into a pool to get an alligator out. Yeah. But there's something that's wrong. There's something my human instinct I would not be able to overcome the invisible fence that would block me from jumping into a pool that has a 9-foot alligator in it. It just would. I wouldn't be. Is there something about the water being clear that would make you? Could you? Any circumstance you could do that?
At least you can see there, because I've seen this guy on some of these reality shows or whatever, and he'll go in sometimes in like dirty ponds in the front of somebody's yard, and you can't see the bottom, so he's going around trying to fill it on where it's at.
I know.
Now, why here, at least you can see through the pool. I mean, in Florida, you got them jumping in pools there everywhere. Yeah. I mean, he turns people down. He can't get to everybody.
Now, why is he like hugging it? I mean, is that the first move to lifting it up? And how much does that weigh? I mean, it's a pretty heavy-looking reptile to be lifting up like that.
So, and this seems like it would be difficult in water, but the first move, I guess, is to get the mouth secure. Is that tape I see on the mouth?
Yes, most definitely.
So he can
black duct tape.
He can do that in the water?
Yeah, who did that part?
Yeah, I mean, because my first move is I got to get it, right? I got to get a hold of his mouth.
Right, and what I've seen is they and again, I don't know. I'm just going off what I've seen.
You demonstrate it for us?
They don't do the tape underwater. They get it, and then they get it out of the water to the bank, and then get the tape
Well, let's go
it.
back to that, though. Step one, they get it.
Yeah.
That's
who gets it without the mouth being taped?
Yeah, he's swimming down, and then
here I
gets
go.
behind it.
How's he doing? Yeah, and how's he swimming down? So it's in the water, and he has to make a move. I mean, I have to get it where we can tape it. That's the step I can't get past.
If it was sitting on the bottom, I would think he would go here, and then he would and then try to sit on it.
Show me again?
Well, if you're swimming, and then all of a sudden you're trying to.
Right.
And then you get on
right,
it.
Yeah. I was about to say, I'm not sure whether you're showing me about this alligator or we're back to the Gaga story.
Okay.
But
trying to.
Right, I understand. But but anyway, that now TV4 is featuring that again.
Is this where she gets back on stage?
I don't
that was
know.
really the part I wanted to see how she got out of there.
I don't know.
Ice bath. Yeah. I really wish Adler was a crocodile hunter. I do. I wish he would rescue alligators.
I think
I could see him with that haircut.
He's our best shot of the staff. He would be the only one, I think, that would even remotely consider this. I don't think there's anybody else that would go in of our group. I think Adler, I don't know that he would, but I think he's our best shot.
You see all these critter control companies. Sometimes you pull up beside them in a red light, and they've got this critter control stuff all over them. In Florida, I would think alligators, what a business. I mean, you're just overrun.
Well, they're everywhere. We had them beat down for a while, and now, they've protected them to the point you can't even walk your dog without it getting grabbed,
I know some of you guys know the by the way, he called him and named him Cool Hand Luke because he was so mellow and cool. Mm-hmm. So why is that? So is this alligator not hungry? I know some of you know.
Rick, I have some of those. I hate to bring this up since Greg's not here. Is this a setup?
And there you go.
Is this a docile
Don't alligators have?
They've been drugged or something.
Don't they have like certain pressure points and stuff that if you get them in a certain position that they just kind of go,
I didn't know that.
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know either.
Yeah.
But
you mean like a cat when you pick them up by the nape of the neck, like they're murdered?
I think I've seen this. Like if they get them in a certain place, they just kind of go
when you do that. They know they're in trouble.
Show me how they go.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I could be completely wrong.
Like if you rub behind its eye or something, and then it's.
Well, I've seen.
Minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so working our way back, Bubba, now we've done this show, like I say, a long time, and we've gotten story after story of people that don't know how to behave at Yellowstone. I mean, and we've had a lot of Yellowstone misbehavior. I did not expect Pierce Brosnan to be trapped in Yellowstone tourist possible jail time and fines. What has happened? Pierce Brosnan doesn't know where you are supposed to go in Yellowstone and not go?
Rick, apparently
the hot springs?
There are charges that he got off the given path.
Pierce Brosnan.
And
James Bond.
And he walked up onto the frozen area called Mammoth Terraces.
Uh-oh.
Well, if you're Bond, you do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was kind of my thought. This violation could cost him time in jail.
Unbelievable.
And a hefty fine.
Unbelievable.
Now the problem too is I think that that he may have posted a picture of him standing out there on it.
Yeah, he did.
Which is kind of self-incriminating evidence.
Yes, he did.
Bubba, the
he
features on this rock are dangerous and fragile. If damaged, it could take years to correct. Numerous people have been killed from falling into Yellowstone's scalding pool.
Oh, yeah.
They're not Bond, no.
No, they're not. By the way,
that's kind of my defense. This is Bond, James Bond.
Right.
And before that, Remington Steele. So,
did you ever think that if you were someone that has this kind of star power and whatever, that you would be like facing a charge? And to me, they're going to have to make the charge sound meaner.
Yeah.
You can't have the charge be leaving the designated walkway. Nobody thinks anybody should get in trouble for that. Everybody thinks you should be corrected for that and get back where you're supposed to be. But when you're talking about jail time and fining people, we've got to come up with a charge that sounds stronger than I left the designated walk path.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the dangers of it. Don't think I don't understand that. But that just doesn't stick, does it?
No.
Hey,
not at all.
Hey, what are you in trouble for? Leaving the designated walk path? What'd they do? Tell you to leave? No, they're putting me in jail.
Well,
6 months. Right here.
They'll end up so you don't even have a boardwalk. You'll have some kind of fenced-in cave you have to walk through.
Mm-hmm.
It is dangerous. At least 22 people have died from burns at Yellowstone Springs and geysers.
But not Bond.
But he's James Bond. He may have had a reason. He's got a license to kill.
Where do you put him in the Bonds?
Oh, I was pro him.
Really?
Yeah, I liked it. I wish he'd have done more.
That's why he didn't do very many, did he? Did he do 2?
He was kind of a filled in the first replacement for what was his name? The one we grew up with.
Oh, Roger Moore.
Roger Moore.
Good night.
You had the Daltrey guy, wasn't that his name?
That's the one that's doing it now, isn't it?
No,
he was in
no. There was a guy that did one, and people didn't really like him.
You're right. I remember.
And then Pierce Brosnan came in and did a bunch of them.
A bunch?
5, maybe 6.
What?
I'll have to look it up.
No way.
I'll have to look it up.
Maybe.
And then they transitioned to the guy we have had, who's done several. He's done 4 or 5. The blonde-headed one, Daniel
Craig.
Craig.
Did I get that right?
Yeah, you're right. Daniel Craig.
I thought that was the quarterback used to play for the Seattle Seahawks.
Right.
That's not bad. So Brosnan did 95 to 2002. He did, 1, 2, 3, 4.
What were the names of them?
He did Goldeneye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, and Die Another Day.
So I didn't know he did 4. I thought he did maybe
I wanted
2.
him, when I heard he was retiring, I wanted him to do another one or 2. But I grew up with Roger Moore. He was always the James Bond to me. Now, like with my parents, they grew up with Sean Connery. And that's who they kind of preferred to be James Bond.
Yeah, I've noticed you divide the generations by what is your preferred Bond.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I remember the same thing. My parents thinking Roger Moore was James Bond. They thought that was blasphemy.
Speedy, how many did Roger Moore do?
7.
By comparison.
7.
See, I would have thought he did more than that.
Me too.
Yeah,
I mean, Sean Connery did.
6. Connery did 6.
Wow, you had that ready to go. Is that your guy?
I was reading here, and when Pierce Brosnan lost the role, people knew that he lost the role because at one point he said Connery did 6. 6 would be a number to do and then never come back. So I guess he wanted to do 6. Brosnan did not get 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Daniel Craig did 5.
Okay. And what about the guy that Bubba said nobody liked? He just did 1?
Timothy Dalton?
2.
Yeah. 2. He did 2. He did The Living
We just didn't
Daylights
like him, do we?
Well,
License to Kill.
I think it was that following a legend thing.
Yeah,
No
it
offense to current coaches, but
I know.
It was just different. And
you talk about Timothy DeBoer?
That's funny.
So I mean, I like the James Bond series as a whole. So I grew up loving those. So
see,
then there was one. Even during the Sean Connery days, like the second one, they put somebody else in on it. He was kind of there was some kind of lawsuit about who owned the rights to it, and some other company did one, and then Sean Connery came back.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
All right. So George.
Yeah, that's him.
Is it
Lazenby?
Lazenby. Okay.
Yeah.
He did it. He did it in 1969. He did On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Okay.
1969.
How many more? I know these are all based off books by Ian Fleming, who, if I understand correctly, was a spy in World War II. But not to the James Bond level, but he kind of fantasized about it and made these books up.
Yeah.
But how many more books or stories originally does he have that there's movies to make?
I really don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know,
because I love James
I've told
Bond.
you in the past, my James Bond world, I can't really. I've got a quirk about these kind of shows, and I don't know what it is, and it's a battle between myself. I'm only about a 6 on James Bond, but usually when I watch a James Bond movie, I always enjoy it. And I'm the same way with Mission Impossible. It's like it takes me time to commit to it, but once I commit, I'm never disappointed, but I don't ever really want to watch them.
What about
is that weird?
What about like Born Legacy and all that?
Same
Like
thing.
the Born series?
All that's the same
See,
thing.
what's weird about for me is I love the Bourne Legacy, and I like the Matrix, but I can never got into the Bond world.
I know, and I can't.
don't know
I never
why.
could.
It
and
never hooks
I
me.
love it. I would watch a James Bond movie over most anything.
I hate
else,
to bring this up. I think what happened.
The theme music was awesome too.
Is I was young when they were in the 70s. Got a little lewd with one of the titles.
Yeah.
And some of the things in the movie, and I think my mama got so upset about that and wouldn't let me near it that I started thinking I'm not supposed to watch these movies.
Right.
You know it.
Don't think I wasn't looking for the titles when he was asking. I was like, oh boy, please don't let me have to say that.
No.
That or any of the leading ladies. You got to be careful about that.
Yeah, I think there was a certain amount of y'all don't need to watch this when they start coming on TV.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay. And I don't know if that gave me some kind of subconscious thing, or whatever. I know that some of the later ones, they don't really go down that road as much as some of the ones that they're more action, aren't they? Well, they're all action, but
I'm like you,
I don't
Rick.
know.
I've never really gotten into following them all along. You know, if you had to sit down and you go Born Legacy, Mission Impossible, James Bond, or a John Wick, which one are you going with?
I'd probably watch Mission Impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, because those always deliver.
You mean the old ones or the Tom Cruise?
No, the new ones.
Yeah, they're great movies.
But I would prefer that over James Bond, I think.
So I just like the whole Bond legacy.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand.
And the British Secret Service. You know, all their meetings with the padded doors and all that.
Sure.
Wow, that one in 1983 had a name.
Yeah, it did. That's what we're talking about.
Good night.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Seen a lot of stuff, guys. All right,
I know you have.
I used to want to be
well traveled, young man.
I used to want to be the crocodile hunter. Like that's who I wanted to
See,
be.
I could picture that.
when I grew up.
And that's once you started acting like you were human again.
Yeah. I was like, all right, now I'll just be amongst the animals. I won't be one of the animals.
Right.
Yeah. So, but Helmsy, you're right. I've seen a lot of footage of crocodile hunter type guys coming up on alligators, and you go underneath them and you get a little pinch underneath their chin.
Yeah, like this.
You can raise them underneath their chin, like Bubba's Goozle. I almost said something else. So
now you grab him at the other place, he'll also come in there. But
you can lift.
You get my attention.
Right. Lift your head, Bubba.
You got to be real cool. You got to be real chill. Alligators have all kinds of sensors around their mouths so that if you touch that, they're going to say, oh, that's where you're at, and they're going to come at you. If you see those guys that put their heads inside of alligators' mouths, you see the guys that get bit down upon?
Yeah.
Those guys, I remember watching one time, and it was a guy because a drop of sweat landed on the gator's tongue.
Right.
That triggered it. Also, alligators' mouths close with a very strong muscle, but they open with a very weak muscle. So if you can get your hands around that gator's mouth, you're going to have a much easier time holding it closed. Thus, the tape will keep it closed.
See, I understand everything you're saying. I completely understand and know it to be true. I still guess I don't understand why the minute I get in a pool with a predator who's looking for food, the minute I hit the pool and start approaching him, why he just doesn't attack me and
just eat you alive right there.
I think if you get in chill, real slow, like if you slap the water, they're going to think, something's on, and they're going to go for it. He could have been cold because I know that once reptiles like that, they get real cold. They're not moving a lot.
And he might not have been hungry.
Speaking of cold alligators, have y'all seen that footage in Florida where the pond froze over so the alligators just put their nose above the water and there's just frozen
and you
alligator
just see
noses?
the nose is sticking up through the ice.
And they're just hanging out, waiting for it to thaw back out. That is an evil creature.
Yeah.
What's a dinosaur?
Patience.
Yeah.
It really is a dinosaur.
Yeah. Well, and there got a lot of folks that have experienced the Gator Boys, by the way. So there it is.
If y'all could have a rescue company, what would it be?
A what now?
Like a rescue company, like you're coming and like not critter control, but you're coming to rescue something or get something out of somebody that's a nuisance, or
I would rescue Democrats from stupidity.
Oh, okay, I like that one.
I was going to say cake.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I must caution you. The topic appears to be flat Earth. Now, here we are on Friday, and
come
on.
Next segment, does water run downhill?
And
oh goodness.
But the anonymous caller would like to say they would like to come at this from a different point of view, and I don't know what that means, but we'll see. Hello, anonymous caller. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to say, huge fan, listen to y'all every morning. And the only reason I'm calling on this topic is because I'd heard it this morning. Y'all had brought it up about conspiracy theories or whatnot and how people believe it's flat or whatnot. Well, I just want to say, because y'all are laughing about it, which don't offend me at all, and I don't care if it's square, rectangle, triangle, because in the end, God's still coming back, whether if it's round, flat, or whatever.
You got it. It's not a salvation issue.
No.
Right. So I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. The only reason I'm calling is because y'all spoke on it this morning, and I listen to y'all every morning. But I do have a point that I know y'all are big believers in Christ, and so of course I know y'all believe in the Bible. And maybe don't have long, but anyway, make a long story short, if you can believe Genesis 1:1, everything else in the Bible shouldn't be hard to believe, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, my point is, when you say flat earthers, like, I don't believe that most of them believe that it's like a CD, you're just going to fall off the edge like they used to believe. I believe it was more of like a dome, and I'll take it back towards the Bible. In the beginning, it says God created the heavens and the earth, and then the earth was formless, is like in watery depths or whatnot. I'm not a preacher, but I'm a huge believer in Christ and have a relationship. But anyway, it also says that he separated the waters and put an expanse in between, which is the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And then the dry land appears. Okay, so if you look up and it's all blue, not the clouds, but just the blue sky, you see, I would assume that's where God divided the waters, is why it's blue. I don't know if that's 100% true. That's just what I kind of believe. And another thing is, let me think, NASA.
Okay, wait, let's do this. What did you just say? Say that part again.
About the blue sky.
I believe it's blue when you look up is because that's where God separated the waters. He put the waters on the bottom, and then the dry land appears, and then he put the waters above the firmament or something like that. I believe.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So now you're thinking to yourself, why do I keep hearing about HelloFresh.com and I haven't responded yet? And that's what I'm asking you. I don't know how much more clear we have to be on this. I mean, there's never been a simpler way than for you to have outstanding meals delivered to your home that you still prepare, fresh ingredients, fresh recipes, new stuff, trying new things. If you need snacks, I'll tell you where this really comes in handy. If you started 2024 saying, I'm going to try to do a little bit better. But let me tell you, eating healthy and eating, certain dietary, preferences or restrictions, it's very hard to do on your own. It really is. But the beautiful thing about America's #1 meal kit, if you go down that road of healthy eating, or maybe you want to be real specific about the menu, they do it for you. And then all you do is prepare the meals. So whatever you need, snacks. And right now, if you subscribe to America's #1 meal kit, not only are you going to save money on your total food bill, you're also going to be able to get one free breakfast item for the length of the subscription. Okay, so that's breakfast is on them. Every box has a breakfast item for free for the life of your subscription. Make a move now and get this done. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for this deal. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Why don't you stop putting this off? Put them to work for you.
Did you know we were talking about the James Bond series? I was just reading here about it, that it was banned in the Soviet Union, all the movies.
Oh, I'm sure it was. Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Did you? Can I read?
And also at my grandmother's house.
Yeah. Can I read you what Pravda said about it?
Who said?
This is the official Soviet news agency.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay.
They condemned the series, James Bond, describing it as being set in a nightmarish world where laws are written at the point of a gun, where I can't say the word today, my mouth's frozen. Coercion and rape is considered valor, and murder is a funny trick.
The Russians said that?
That's what
the
Russians
USSR?
said. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Isn't that funny? Pravda.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? Propaganda's always fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, of course, we're living in it now, but yeah, sure. All right. So,
Goldfinger was actually banned in Israel for a point in time because one of the stars in the movie was accused of being associated with the Nazi Party.
Really?
In 1964. Yes.
I remember.
You know how you have to let a dog finish? You're just going to have to let Bubba finish. He's not coming out.
I know.
of
Once we flip the Bond switch, we just I'll let him turn it back off. I remember as a kid in the 70s being terrified of the movie Goldfinger. I didn't know what it was.
The man with a golden touch.
And it came on TV in the 70s. And I remember, like, if I remember this right, like he had killed somebody and painted them gold.
Yeah, he would kill them by turning them to gold.
Yeah, and I remember
something.
as a kid thinking, what in the world did I just see when I walked through the den, and I was like, what's going on? This is not good.
And you remember he had that bodyguard that had that steel hat he would throw and cut you in half.
Yeah. Yeah, is that the same one?
Yeah,
yeah.
Goldfinger.
Yeah,
he was going to blow up the gold at Fort Knox and make it radioactive, so that his gold would be more valuable. That was the plot.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I did.
Learning a lot today.
Yeah, I did not know that. Like I say, I was about a 6 on Bond. I don't know all the great details.
And you remember, to me, even a funnier tie-in, because I love the Beverly Hillbillies too, is when Jethro decided he wanted to be a double knot spy.
You talking about double knot?
Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
And he got him one of those steel hats that the guy had, and he kept putting it on his head, knocking himself out with it.
Now, if you want to talk Beverly Hillbillies, I'll move up to a 9. You know it?
Oh, love it.
Gosh, one of the funniest
We watched
shows.
some of the older
Underappreciated.
ones. Yeah, which, by the way, would not be allowed on TV today.
No.
Golly.
But when they get into it, and of course, Granny was a very big supporter of the Confederacy.
Here we
as
go.
You can imagine.
Could not have this on TV.
She would fly her stars and bars anytime she could.
Yes.
And when Jethro would come in and tell her that the North won the war, and she would say, "We won't have any of that Yankee talk in my kitchen," and get after him with a skillet.
Yes.
See, I mean, that's good stuff.
Well,
she claimed all along that Lee thought that Grant was a blacksmith, and he handed him his sword because it needed sharpening. He wasn't surrendering.
That's my gosh. that show, the billiard room. Golly, and they thought it was a place to eat and your place to put your drink.
That's where you rake the crumbs, and it took that big table,
right?
Because there was a rhinoceros head up there, and they thought that was a billiard.
Yeah, they said what it was
the table had to be sturdy to hold it up.
Yeah, whatever it was up there on the walk, maybe it was a rhinoceros, and they said, "Well, what's a billiard?" He said, "Well, it must be that right there. It says billiard room. Yeah. That must be a billiard."
Do you remember? You remember? This is another one of my favorites. When they went to play golf, and they thought golf was a critter that you killed, and you rolled the eggs by its hole, and it would come out to get the egg, and then you would bash it with the clubs and step on it with spiked shoes.
Yes.
Golly, that's good. And back to the billiard room, they'd use the pool sticks to pass the pots because the table was so big.
Oh, yeah, it was fantastic.
And when the Drysdales would come and be sitting around just eating.
Let me tell you something.
That's good stuff. I don't care who you are, that's good stuff.
First time they got on the airplane, they thought it was a really fancy bus. Tell you one thing, this guy don't slow down, this thing's going to take off the ground. Well, don't look now.
There it goes.
Oh, they don't make them like that.
Beverly Hills Billies couldn't show it today.
Oh gosh!
And what do y'all think? Because they don't make them like that. What is the best current sitcom? Do you think that is creative and on the air now that hadn't just copied something
it's
or
current?
Current.
I have no idea. I don't watch any of them.
Yeah,
I don't even know who's on.
I don't either. I don't think any of us know.
The last one I really got kind of watching because I thought it was funny was Big Bang Theory. Now I didn't watch it when it was on the air. I watched it in syndication. And we watch it all the time.
Probably the last one that I recall that is the closest I can get to being current was the Goldbergs.
Okay,
yeah, Goldbergs.
Is Modern Family still on? Or do they still have current stuff? That's the last one I've watched. I think.
Yeah, that obviously some of the subject matter you're like, but let me tell you now,
they had a lot of fun.
Now you talk about You talk as far as being well written. Yeah. Now they had a lot of agendas I'm not for, but
right.
But let me tell you,
But they made fun of everybody.
Yeah.
Nobody missed the
comedy
time in the bucket.
The comedy was solid, was gold. Some funny characters on there.
Yeah. Modern Family ran for 11 years and ended in 2020.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
When
did the Goldbergs end?
Good question.
Is it still going? I don't watch it.
I don't remember the last time I've turned to network TV during prime time and watched a sitcom.
You know, I thought the
I just don't
Goldbergs
do
were ending, and then it seemed like they just kept going.
I agree.
It just ended after 10 seasons.
Okay.
Of the Goldbergs.
That's the last thing I remember watching that was considered current. Like it was a live version of on every week.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny.
Yeah. All right, another question: Did y'all get into the Waltons?
Yes.
We all in.
I was about a 6 on the Waltons.
I had to watch the Waltons at some point. It probably wasn't my choice, and I wouldn't go. Oh,
Pursue
the
it.
Waltons are on. Let's go in.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and I would for the Brady Bunch. But
Right.
but
What about Little House on the Prairie?
I knew John
Yeah.
Boy and all that,
Okay.
and all their
Good night.
storylines and all that.
I think I was okay with the Little House on the Prairie till one of the daughters went blind, and I just couldn't handle that.
Is that what it was?
I never
Yeah.
got into Little House.
Once she went blind, I couldn't. It's like it was too strong for me.
Really?
That's too
much.
sad.
Yeah, it was just too sad
For you? You said that?
Well, I was a kid.
Okay.
Did y'all watch Gunsmoke when you were little?
Not really. I remember it being on.
The grown-ups were watching it, and I ended up watching it. I really didn't understand everything that was going on.
No, we did not. I thought Miss Kitty was just very hospitable.
I did
Yeah,
too. I
me
thought
too.
I thought she really provided a lot of service there at the bar.
I did too. I thought, what a nice lady.
Oh, hey, we'll watch Cowboys
Didn't you?
going to sleep.
Yeah, I thought she's always so
Gunsmoke
greeting.
and all that.
Yeah.
I watched Big Valley. I watched that
Big
one.
Valley,
Yeah.
Bonanza.
Bonanza and all that.
Yeah.
Laura's sister was blind.
Correct.
Okay.
A little too heavy for me.
Mary.
That was deep.
Poor Mary.
Yeah. Does anybody remember what was that? What was that one that used to be? It was the first I'm a sitcom, but I'm about a family, but it's a little bit heavy. Was it called Family? The name of the
Heavy?
It was called and like
They're like fat people?
no,
Oh.
it was just called Family. I think it was just called Family. It was the first one it came on at 9.
What
or 8.
era?
I think it was in the 80s maybe or the 70s.
Not Family Ties.
Christy McCormick, I think, was the daughter in it.
Yeah, I'm
and
kinda
she was on teen magazines and stuff.
Christy who?
McCormick, was that right? I may have that wrong.
No. Christy Nichols.
Nichols, that's it. Where'd I get McCormick?
And she turned out to be playing for the other team. I thought she was very cute.
It was called Family.
Was that it? Was that the name of it?
76 to 80. Christina Ann Nichols.
You mean subject matter was just really?
Well, they were. Yeah, you thought it was a comedy then before you realized it really wasn't. You're like, wow, they're doing serious stuff here.
Oh.
And now those became pretty popular after that. But that was the first time I thought, this is
I thought Christy McNichols was just cute as a little button.
Well,
When I was a
and like
little
you're
kid.
saying, what a waste of time.
Yeah, I know.
What a waste of
I know.
time that turned out to be.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Have you seen Rachel Rachel?
She did wear a lot of
What's it
flannel,
called
by
from
the way. Always
MSNBC?
did.
Rachel
Maddow.
Maddow in high school.
I haven't. What are you
Well,
talking
I'm just
about?
saying she has long blonde hair and stuff. It just totally looks different.
Where did that come from?
Because y'all were talking about people that played for the other team
Okay, right.
growing up, and it made me think of her.
Are you saying you would have found?
No, I'm
Rachel
just
Maddow
saying.
to be-
I'm just saying it was quite.
You might have took her to prom.
Quite the
That's what I'm
transition.
I saw that.
Yeah.
It was like, this is what wokeism does to you. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
I mean, yeah.
That was funny.
Are you saying
Cute little girl.
Yeah. You're saying that would have been a prom ass that would have been a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Right.
It's just.
There you go.
You had mentioned.
There you
see,
go.
there it is, right here.
Okay, that is something. That's you're right. That is something.
That's impressive.
well,
well.
or is the word sad better?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's right there in Genesis. I don't know why preachers don't talk more about it because this flat Earth thing has been going on for years now. And there's a reason that people keep believing this kind of stuff because NASA just keeps coming up with all this crap about where I don't believe it. Let me tell you this.
You're gonna get Bubba upset now.
Well, look,
He's already rubbing his
okay, I don't
forehead.
want to get Bubba upset.
No,
Listen, I don't want to offend anyone.
Bubba's trying with all his heart to understand.
Right, you know what you're seeing right now
right.
is that Bubba does believe in grace because you're getting a lot of it right now.
Right. Okay. Well, hear this part out. Okay. NASA tells you we spin. Not only that we're spinning, that the sun's spinning around us and it's taking us up as well. So
We're going
right now
around
we're
it.
all on a.
Yeah,
okay. Well, we're on a ride.
I got
basically, right now.
secondhand.
Don't know.
Yep.
Hold on. Before you hang up on me, let me get this out. Okay.
No, go ahead.
You're not going anywhere.
We're not doing a troll. You got all.
You may be here all hour.
You got all the time you want.
Well, I'm glad it went out this way, and y'all didn't hang up on me. But anyway, I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. God give us all free will or whatever. But this is, and then when I first heard about it, I said, "You're crazy, blah blah. It's round," because that's what we've been taught our whole life.
Yeah, well, go ahead with your point.
There's all those pesky pictures
my point
too.
Is, God says He put the earth on 4 pillars, so it shall never be moved. Okay, so therefore, but NASA says we do move, and we're spinning supposedly, and that now they're even saying that the earth is getting bigger in form. Well, God said when He made it, it was so. Nothing be changed, nothing like that.
Who said it's getting bigger?
Who said the Earth is getting bigger?
That's what NASA tells you right now, that it's growing. Look it up, do research. I'm not making this up.
No, I don't.
I'm not making this up.
Did they mention
I tell
that
you what,
at Marshall?
Email that link to us because I don't know if anybody's saying the Earth is growing.
And look, I've done a bunch of research on this and that, and I know you can't believe everything you see on the internet.
No, well, that's true, but some of it you can.
Right.
If we say it, it's true.
Exactly. Yes. Some stuff is real. Right. And but I know that it is a known fact that NASA faked 6 moon landings. So
here we go.
No,
here we go.
Oh my
goodness,
Mr. Anonymous.
Is this Rapping Romeo?
Listen.
Mr. Anonymous, wait just a minute. It is not widely known and proven that NASA faked 6 moon landings. That is not true.
Yeah, that's a non-fact you just said.
You may think they faked it, but it is not widely known and proven.
Maybe, okay, right, open-minded here. Maybe the thing I seen online was
I might think goats can fly, but that don't make it true.
All right, this is the main point of all this. Is what I'm going to say. NASA,
I may want goats to fly.
Here we go. There it goes.
Listen to me real quick, please. Listen. All right, listen.
I love
the point
you,
is I love y'all too.
Oh man, I can't find where the Earth is growing.
I
can't either.
Let's maybe I'm wrong with that too, but I.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong that it's a fact because that has been proven
a couple different times.
Just give me some fact you believe in and why you believe in it. Not somebody saying.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. NASA don't never speak of how the world was created. They always say a Big Bang, or we come from monkeys, or matter. Even Stephen Hawking said that matter has always been here. But yet, when you ask how did matter get here, they don't have no answer for you. And they say, don't worry about it, just know that matter has always been here. So therefore, you want me to believe that something come from nothing? Somebody had to put matter here.
Look,
right?
listen, I have no problem with that argument, but it has nothing to do with the earth is flat. Okay.
Oh, yes,
and what they do, well, listen, this is what they believe, and this is how and I'm talking about scientists. It ain't just NASA, okay? Because there's a lot of Christians work at NASA. I know a lot of them. Okay. They're going to tell you at the moment of the Big Bang. Before that, we had different physics. At the moment of the Big Bang, everything changed, and now we live in the world we live in now where the laws of physics as we know it exist. So they are saying something came from nothing, which defies our laws of physics, but they're saying it doesn't defy the laws of physics at the moment of the Big Bang because our laws didn't apply till after that. I don't agree with that. Listen, I'm with you. I think God said let it be, and it was. Now, I don't know if it appeared immediately or it took 1,000 or 1,000,000 years. But from a scientist standpoint, they're only going to deal with what they can see and touch and measure.
Right.
Now you get outside of that, you're into your belief system, and they're not gonna talk about that.
Well, everything I'm saying is what I 100% truly believe that just common sense. I don't feel like we're spinning, but not saying we ain't. Not saying that our God couldn't make a ball spinning and put all the planets and all that out there.
Do you think the sun is spinning?
Yeah, NASA.
30 years of people basically tuning in going, not as bad as I thought. Not as bad as I thought. And the morning sun is starting to shine. All right, so we come back. Everybody here today, except for Greg, but it has nothing to do with weather. Greg is tending to his wife, who unfortunately is sick. One of our listeners has written a tribute song to his wife today, almost like he knew what was going to happen, which concerns us all deeply. All right, so Bubba, you were really the only one that because of the elevation of where you live, you still had some ice to deal with today?
Yeah, and I parked on the road yesterday. I attempted to put 6 wheels to work and get up the driveway, but I kept sliding back down. So
Okay.
I just thought, discretion being the greater part of valor, I would stop that.
Yeah.
And so I had to get down, but it's still tough getting down, the hill. So you have to decide, am I going to...
So your body had to go down to where the truck was on the road?
I had to go down a pretty good hill, and
Yeah.
most of it froze up. Driveway, not the best choice,
You
because
try
it's
yard?
slick. But there's bushes and rocks and drains and like cliffs and stuff, so it's you got to be kind of careful how you do it.
Any
the
shot, there's
let me
a
tell you
camera
what,
that's got you,
let
that we
me
can watch the
please.
camera footage of that?
Let me tell you, the grass outside, you walk on it, it is just, it's
Crunchy.
like boards breaking. It's
Did you ever
funny.
think about going with the Frosty Snowman? Thump, thump, thumpity, thump, thump, thumpity, look at Bubba go. And just kind of come down like you're Frosty the Snowman?
Well, I tried to, I try to get low enough that I can fall on my butt if I have to.
Okay.
If I'm slipping, what you
down?
don't want to do is
Are you-
slip and start some kind of out of control tumble.
Are you doing the sideways come down, creeping?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've done different ways on different days.
You ever thought about
going
just go in your stomach and go, like I said? Just come down.
I don't
I bet you could pick up some momentum.
That's why I don't want that.
Okay.
You don't want momentum because it's trees. You get to slide and you hit a bush or something.
I've seen all the videos of Southerners since we don't get this kind of Arctic weather hardly ever.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the things y'all are doing, like see the guys in the canoe?
Yeah, I did. I did.
I mean, we got people in the canoes.
I actually was able to get Bubba's security footage. So
Okay, we have it.
There it is.
Oh, Bubba, you came on down pretty good.
That's not bad, Bubba. Good job. Look at you getting
I understand
down.
going out and sliding in the snow, but why do you have to do it shirtless?
Well, you have
It
to.
just adds to
It's
it.
more
And by the way,
fun.
please don't miss that ankle brace he's got on. Or something.
He's wearing a boot.
He's wearing a boot.
Oh,
he is. It's a boot.
That's good.
He's got a boot on. Bubba, I didn't know you'd hurt your right ankle, but I'm glad you got.
And you know
down.
what I say to you, sir? Not bad ab strength.
Yeah,
Holding
right.
yourself like
Yeah,
that. The
yeah,
abs are pretty
yeah.
strong.
So, Bubba, at any point did you think, "Oh my God, I'm gone," or were you pretty?
Now, yesterday there was a few slips trying to go up the hill, but it was it was cautious today, cautious, and I changed shoes. I went to I went to my normal shoes today as opposed to the boots, and I was able to navigate that pretty well. But again, it wasn't as bad as yesterday, so that helped.
Okay.
And I was trying to see if I could find some footage of me heading out.
Oh boy, I really
morning.
need that.
Oh, if you can find that, we'll take that all day long.
That'd be fantastic. Does the dually does that help more so just on the interstate versus doing actual off-roading? Is that more for like a smooth helping you? Be
Is it
more
all about
stable on
pulling more, not as much about
hauling more? Yeah.
Yeah, it's about pulling and weight
And
You
hauling.
got more. You got more tire.
Yeah.
And really, in snow, I would think it would help because you got more tire to contact.
I would have thought so too.
But it's not always best for four-wheeling because it is diesel. It's heavy in the front, light in the back. So from a mud standpoint, it's not always the
And
best.
ice.
Gotcha.
And of course, ice.
Ice,
I don't know what we do about ice if everything's on ice.
They'll hydroplane a little bit too because of the other tires. But I would think with ice, it ought to be as good as it gets because you got more tires to put down.
Right.
Is that what you pull your camper with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good.
Speaking of weather, we have to do this Todd Bowles.
My gosh.
8B.
This is embarrassing.
It is.
Y'all. So Coach Bowles of the Buccaneers is about to be asked one of the dumbest questions. You talk about somebody. How does somebody even be in sports asking questions and not know something as simple as this?
I don't know.
So here's the question, and then we'll talk about it after. Keep in mind the Detroit Lions have been in a dome for 50 years. In a dome for 50 years. All right, here we go.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to talk to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds, getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
What a so I'm so
no.
This is what it feels like?
Yes, this is it. What you're feeling is what I feel all the time.
Watch his face as she's talking.
He can't believe she's saying it.
Do it again, Adler.
Okay.
Look, just watch his face.
All right. Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure
Look
but
at his face.
perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in
She
Detroit?
did not really just ask that.
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds, getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Oh my gosh!
All right, so if you're that reporter, do you just like walk out and are never seen again? I mean, you just go, all right, I'm done. I'm doing something else.
I don't. Probably a lot of offices aren't like ours. If it's anything like our office, you just don't. You just go work somewhere else. You never come back.
No.
So keep in mind, she took the time to research the actual temperature in Detroit. You would think that maybe she would have Googled where they play.
I was just going to say that. She did her homework, but not the right kind of homework.
No.
How can you find the exact temperature in Detroit and not know what stadium that they play in a dome? Detroit didn't just build a dome. You remember back to, they have been in a dome.
The Silver Dome, it was a big-time operation.
They have been in a dome for 50 years.
I can't believe it's been that long.
50 years they've played inside, and she doesn't know that? Oh, that's awful.
To y'all's point, I mean, she's a sports reporter. She's in the room. She's in the pool of sports reporters. You're right. Right? I mean,
you have to. I can't even. 50 years. It's not something that just recently happened.
No. You're right.
50 years.
Yeah.
Don't let 50 years get by, because y'all need to land there a minute.
Yeah.
Because this is not something that's making. Well, maybe she didn't know that.
They're not playing with the Raiders in Las Vegas where things have changed.
Yeah. Her whole life they've been in dorms.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Manscaped have been with the show for quite a while, and a lot of you have responded. And Bubba and I both, we love the Manscaped products. I mean, we they send us stuff to try when they first send it in the mail, and we love that too. I'm gonna tell you, it is the best shampoo I've ever used. Their body wash is fantastic. Also they have beard shampoo. And I love that, because a lot of times when you're trying to wash your beard, just the regular shampoos, because the beard hair can be so coarse, you need something that's designed for your beard, and so they have those. And I know, Bubba, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, the Ultra, that is a great tool for keeping yourself groomed and keeping everything like it ought to be.
Yes.
I mean, don't you love that product? And if you have not tried it, it's the 5th generation. It's not just a trimmer. It's kind of like a grooming sidekick. It's got 2 skin-safe blade heads, a standard one for taking a little off the top, and then a new foil blade to go smooth wherever you might need to trim. So look, there's a lot of products out there for hygiene and for making sure that we all look our best, but a lot of those aren't designed specifically for men. These products are designed for men. Men and women are equal, but they are distinct and they are different. And our bodies are not the same, nor are our needs. So why don't you go to manscaped.com, use the code RICK20 for 20% off plus free shipping. That's manscaped.com, the code RICK20 for 20% off and free shipping. You will love these products, man, if you're not already using them. Go to manscaped.com, use the code RICK20.
No, I believe the sun and the moon circle around us. All right, I don't believe that the sun is billions of miles of galaxies away like they say it is.
It's 93 million miles. We can measure
I
it.
just don't. All right, well, another thing is NASA says
The moon's
that
240,000 miles. We can measure it.
Right. Okay, well, they say that the moon, the sun brightens the moon. But God said he made two great lights. One light for the daytime, a greater light, and then a lesser light for the nighttime.
Which was
So therefore
reflecting the light of the daytime. It's. I think you're
But
you're
in-
trying
but
to
in the Bible-
tear words apart and look for some deeper meaning that's really not there. The moon is a lesser light because it's reflecting the other light.
Yeah,
I don't think that goes against the Bible, and it really none of this
No.
has anything to do with the
Maybe
Earth
not.
being flat.
None of this has.
Okay,
Let me.
Y'all still haven't got to my point yet.
I
what
know
was
that.
gonna
Well,
say.
we know
I
that.
still-
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So now we're getting to a commercial break. So we've given you the
one thing before we go to the commercial.
Okay. All right.
One more thing. Hear me out. Listen, if NASA would every now and again say that God was involved instead of putting him out of the equation out of all the time, they never admit that God created this earth. You never hear the greatest.
Mr. Anonymous, I've already explained that. They're scientists. Some of them are Christians. Some of them are not. But that argument, and I listen. I understand that argument, and I'm with you on that argument. Okay, but in our physical world now, if they can't measure it, they can't put some probe on it, they can't look at it through a spectrum analyzer and talk about it in scientific terms, they're not gonna acknowledge it.
Well, think about it this way. Say if you wet a tennis ball and you spin it, what's going to happen?
Here we go again with this.
Well, I mean, just curious. Just have an open mind. Don't think I'm crazy. I'm just saying. What do you think? If you wet a tennis ball and you spin it up in the air,
the
what's
tennis
gonna
ball
happen?
does not have enough mass
I knew it would
to
happen.
have gravity to hold the water on it.
Okay, well, then you speak of gravity, and everybody says, okay, well, this gravity holds us here. But nobody ever questions gravity. And, okay, so, but really and truly, it was for years a theory of gravity. It's a theory.
All right, Adler.
See, really, in the flat Earth theory, if you were on a flat Earth, we ought to float off of it. A round Earth that has mass would hold us on it, which is what it's doing.
Well, my point is here: I'm not 100% sure about gravity. You can't capture it. You can't study it. You can't touch it.
I'm gonna tell you what, though, it's
theory.
there.
Yeah.
If you don't think so, go up about 2 floors and take a step off and see if you believe in it then.
It's holding it, right?
It's there.
That's weight, though. That's weight. Think about that. All right, so what about butterflies? Butterflies and little gnats and little flies. Why aren't they being sucked to the earth?
Sir,
they got wings.
Sir, listen to me. The Bible has very colorful language in it, okay? You got to remember that. Jesus said, I am the bread of life. The bread of life. He wasn't an actual gingerbread man walking around, buddy, okay? The Bible uses colorful language, dude. It's been translated from Latin, you idiot. And Hebrew and Greek. You're not a scientist, sir. Stop wasting your life. You're wasting your life.
That's Adler.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 30 years, still here. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. That's the live opportunity. 2 Corinthians is the book we're working through right now. If you can't catch it live, catch the archive not long after, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Speedy out and about this week. Speedy, by the way, in case you're wondering, it is real.
Yeah.
You will be going this Friday down to Morgan Academy in Sweet Home, Alabama. You'll be speaking at a fish fry. I hope they've moved that indoors.
Yeah, 17's the low.
Okay, and then you will be sacrificially hunting on behalf of Morgan Academy.
That's right.
So thank you for helping that raise money for that school by deer hunting and eating fried fish.
Right. Well, some of the things I do for y'all.
Yeah, the parents and the students and the teachers will be forever grateful for your sacrifice. So
I actually have been corresponding with some listeners to the show that have taken advantage and signed up for that hunt because it's a fundraiser for the school and the academy, and looking forward to meeting all them.
So that's cool. So go see Speedy if you're part of that, or sign up to be part of that this weekend. And then up in Hendersonville, Tennessee, next weekend, I'll be going up to the men's conference at Long Hollow Church. Robbie Gallaty, the pastor there, will be on the show tomorrow, and we'll get an update. They still haven't. I looked on the website today. They have a mystery speaker that they haven't revealed yet, and he said he may reveal that for us tomorrow. We'll definitely pressure him on that, and he and Bubba will also talk ham radio, so you don't want to miss that. But anyway, that's next weekend at Long Hollow. If you haven't signed up, Scott Dawson will be speaking there. David Pollock will be speaking. Obviously, the pastor, Robbie Gallaty, will be speaking. I'll be speaking, and then a mystery guest that has ties to the Tennessee Vols. So
I heard it's going to be Peyton Manning.
I was wondering about that, but then I remembered it was a men's conference. But anyway, so I don't.
What do you mean has ties to the Vols? What do you mean? What?
I think he was a famous player.
Yeah,
for the
player.
For the
maybe
Vols.
a coach.
And I think may have just. I've gotten some murmur that he got an opportunity this year too for a team in the NFL. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, you just gave it away.
I think I did. But I may be wrong.
Rick,
but
really?
Well, I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Minnesota Vikings?
Possibly.
You need to get a picture with him.
Rick, you just gave it away.
That's what I heard. That doesn't mean that's right. That's just what I heard.
Well, you're pretty resourceful.
But
give you information.
It's just what I heard.
I'm tapping it. We're live.
Mike's on. Mike's on.
I just heard.
Sorry,
what I
Rick
heard.
ruined the surprise.
Well, surely.
It's not Peyton Manning.
Surely it's out by now. But anyway, so and then tomorrow night. I'm sorry, actually, what day is this? Wednesday?
Today's Thursday. Oh, Wednesday.
I thought it was Thursday, too.
Yeah.
But anyway, tomorrow
Y'all
night.
scared me because I should be leaving like an hour ago.
What are you still here for?
Yeah. Tomorrow night, Man Church in Nashville, Georgia. Rich Wingo will be there, and they're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So if you want to be with Rich Wingo tomorrow night over in Nashville, Georgia, not Nashville, Tennessee, but Nashville, Georgia, at First Baptist Church, see Wingo there tomorrow night.
Didn't know there was a Nashville, Georgia until this event.
Did you know that, Bubs?
No, I did not.
I'd never heard of that. One's
I
called.
thought Tennessee kind of had the the dibs on that.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard Nashville is called the Music City. Did you know that Nashville, Georgia, is known as the Acapello City? No music. No music at all. Speaking of music, how about that transition? I've been at this a while.
Yeah. Think of that.
So we mentioned last hour the line that we have with the audience, and that is those of you that your devotion to the show encourages us. We stand on that every single day. Thank you for that. And then there's those of you that your devotion concerns us. It's a fine line right there. This would be over in the concern category, and this is a fellow named Robbie McCurdy. He has launched many a song that he's written and then had people sing, or he himself have sung about the show. He gathers personal pictures.
You're talking about content provider.
Yeah, of our thank you, of our families, and from that we don't even know where they came from. We don't know how he had access to them. And today Greg is out because his wife is sick, and he's taking care of her, because she's having issues, but she shouldn't dehydrate and all that kind of stuff. It's a bad kind of sick. You hate it. And so she's helping her. And then this song is written about Greg's devotion to his wife. And how does that happen?
You know what I love?
And he had it ready for us today.
You know what I love most about Robbie? He doesn't easily get his feelings hurt.
Thank goodness.
No.
Evidently not. Yeah.
Right.
But sometimes
I love that about him.
Well, I love it. Then at times I realize there's no defeating him.
Well,
no matter what we say or do, he's still going to crank them out.
That's true.
Is this the first time he's had it sung by somebody else? Because I know normally
he had this guy sing in the email because he says he thinks the guy sounds like Greg.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's done one other like that as well, where he had another. He brought in another vocalist.
So this is a song. It's supposed to be Greg singing his devotion to his wife, and Greg's out today taking care of his wife. I'm sorry that concerns
timing
me.
is perfect. So Greg, crank this up. Maybe it'll help Lisa.
Yeah, this
feel
will
better.
help Lisa feel better.
Crank it, Greg. Crank it up.
Here we go.
This is David Thomas singing Lisa because Greg won't record it.
Oh my gosh! So that's the singer there. And where do these pictures come from?
Adler, do you love stuff like this?
Oh, this is really good.
Okay, here we go.
She listens to my problems.
Oh my goodness!
She knows just what to do.
This is so good.
Oh.
She answers all my questions.
Oh my goodness!
She knows them all too.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm feeling lonely, she stays with me a while.
I just want to say to the guys, you're welcome.
Shows me compassion, and she makes me smile.
Yeah.
Oh, Lisa, Lisa,
Let's learn it.
I love you.
It's supposed to be Greg singing.
Lisa, Lisa.
Yeah.
Baby, I love you.
I can see Lisa's face right now.
I can too. Probably dousing her forehead with a moist toilet.
I can't send this to Taylor and Chandler quick enough.
So here's these pictures. We don't even know where they come from. Chandler graduating college, I think.
Whenever she's talking to me, she knows just what to say.
Yep.
Hey.
Whenever I take the wrong path, she guides me the right way. Whenever I need a friend, I know she'll always care.
Oh yeah, sing it.
I'm so grateful she is mine, and she'll always
that's my house.
be there.
I'm on house.
Oh, Lisa, Lisa, I love
Everybody sing it.
Oh, Lisa, Lisa, baby, I love you. Oh, Lisa, Lisa, I love you. Oh, Lisa, Lisa, baby, I love you. Baby, I love you.
If this doesn't make her feel better today, what will?
Nothing.
I love you.
Written by Robbie McCurdy, sung by David Thomas.
I thought that was Greg
Step aside, penicillin.
Step aside, penicillin. I don't know what to do about that.
How about that?
I don't know. I wish Greg could have been here to point out and be terrified by where some of these pictures came from, because I
feel like he is terrified right now.
I do too. And you hope all of them, were approved by Lisa, because she doesn't like anybody to put pictures out she doesn't approve.
I'm telling you.
But if he got them from a source that maybe was hers, they probably were approved. You
Yes, yeah.
think? They all look great. I thought.
I think so.
I thought it was a great, nice little journey through. Lisa, Lisa, we hope you feeling better. So
I thought Greg sounded really good singing.
I think so too. I think so too.
And he's more soft-hearted than people think he is, especially when it comes to Lily.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
kidding me?
Yeah.
I'll stay home with you.
She's probably ready for him to go.
I'm gonna drive up I-20 for my lovely Lisa. I love you.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't you look back. Well, we got a lot to cover today, Rick, and I mean a lot. We got announcements.
Yep.
We got injuries. We got Sooners flipping over.
I mean,
we got a podcast to review with Bigfoot Bob.
Yeah, we got a bunch.
My goodness.
Good gracious.
I tell you.
We got it all,
You can't
baby.
shake a stick at all that.
No, we do have a lot. All we got to do now is just figure out how we're going to unpack it.
I know it. I know. We just got to.
How we going
It's
to
like
unpack
a giant ball of yarn. We got to unroll.
Yeah, right. I mean, we got a YouTube, team member, Eddie Van Adler. He just all draw back like a flip. We'll look back on a big announcement he gave us on Friday before we all left for the weekend.
That was funny, by the way.
Oh, the best thing was him telling me that he needed me to cut a few more lines before we left. And I was fighting to have a good attitude about it because I was needing to get out and because I had a lot to do. And,
look, we just need to start with that, and then we'll unpack. There was a lot of football stories this weekend.
Oh, sure. Well, look, how many times I always think the things that the audience, when you're all watching stuff over the weekend, you're thinking these are the things that Rick and Bubba need. I must have been sent the video of Sooner flip over.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just I'm talking about the Oklahoma Sooner.
Now, that's not the first time that's happened. I remember as a kid seeing it flip a couple of times, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, but
in this day and time, it's probably we'll have to have a full-fledged investigation.
Yeah, so I was sent that 1,000 times over the weekend, so look forward to reviewing that. Of course, obviously, the landscape in college football is interesting today. There were a number of stories, 2 involving coaches, 1 involving a player. So we'll get involved. We'll unpack those and talk to you about that from the weekend.
Donald Trump has decided not to host the G7 at his resort. He said after the Democrats and the media had caused such a ruckus about it and said they were going to have it somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay, so we got that. I always there's a question I ask anytime that I travel.
I love the thank you.
Yeah, I spent time with family over the weekend, then got to go to an event, and so when you're dealing with your parents, and my parents are 178, the other one will be 78 in a couple of weeks, and they wanted to go and visit with one of their grandsons, and we spent time in Starkville, where Big Love goes to college, and with State, and even had the other son come over from Auburn, where he goes to college, and had that full weekend, just that full. Here we go, let's unpack it. So, but I do know this: anytime something like that happens, and I leave the news cycle,
yeah, I know.
When I show back up, I have questions I always ask, and one of them is, what has Trump done since I've been gone?
Oh, I know.
So I don't.
You can say this, like him or not, okay, love him or not,
right?
He's active.
Mm-hmm.
I remember times when we've had former presidents. We might go 3 or 4 days not mention them.
Right.
You don't even see them in the news. No mention of them.
Well,
but you get plenty of Trump coverage every day. There's always something going on.
Well, I'll tell you what I like about it.
You got to read his quote verbatim, Rick, on Twitter. Oh, it's precious.
Well, here's
it's
what
just funny.
There's certainly things that I don't care for about him, but I'll tell you what I do like about him. The thing I relate to with him is he is definitely one of these kind of people. And it drives me crazy, too. He does not like meetings that could have been an email. And how about this? And he does not like meetings that don't accomplish anything.
He is moving and shaking, man.
He figures, hey, we keep talking about stuff. Let's do something. Now, he may do something you wish he hadn't done, but let's do something. So anyway, we'll unpack that today as well. So a lot of stories to uncover, but I'm like you, the Adler thing we can't put off. We got to jump right in the middle of that.
Get in, up in that.
We got to jump right in the middle.
And the fact Greg wasn't here.
Oh yeah,
we got several side stories to the big story.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't think about that.
I'm a teacher.
Haircut between now and then?
Maybe, Greg.
Okay. The hair, maybe.
You gotta look like somebody's dad. That's us, baby. 21 minutes past. No Greg today. Well, I don't know when he'll be back, but he's taking care of his wife who's sick. And then hopefully he can keep himself from getting sick. If he does, then he'll be sick, and then we'll see. So maybe next week. All right, so as we work our way back, we do want to hit a couple of items. And you're saying that you know that the putt is from a college basketball game, and you think the woman on the unicycle is as well? These are 7 A and B.
Yeah, the unicycle, I thought I saw an Alabama A at midcourt, but I couldn't tell.
I think it was.
I didn't have my readers on, so I'm sorry.
So this is from, we think, the University of Alabama's basketball game. And you also told me that their Coach Oates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, a lot of you remember him when he was with Hall and Oates.
Right.
But there's people saying he pushed a player or two today. That
I wouldn't consider it a push,
No.
but the headline will make you act like he threw him out of the huddle.
Well,
you
we have to get everybody to click on what we have.
It was more like a getaway. Just go on.
That's all it was.
It just people trying to make.
Did he
something
put his
out of
hands
it.
on him? Yes.
Yeah,
But
this is always impressive to me. These unicycles.
I know.
I don't see how people do this. So she's balancing dishes on her shin
That's
and her
unbelievable.
foot, and she's going to sling them up to her head. She's balancing more dishes on her head.
Y'all realize what kind of balance this is?
This is really remarkable. Just the balance.
Wow. Just being up there with 1 foot is enough, and then she's going to do that?
Isn't she famous for? She's got a name. Is it Red Panda? Or something
Yeah,
like that?
I don't know.
She's actually
famous-
been to Jacksonville, I believe.
Yeah, that's just impressive to
It
me.
is. Wow.
So the
Crazy
Red
good.
Panda gets booked all over?
Yes.
Well, she
Is that
better.
her, is that her name? It's something like that.
I'm going with you on that one. All right. Wow.
Let me ask you a question.
Did she cheat a little bit?
How do
you cheat though, Rick?
She had a hand there just
She
in
put
case.
just to balance one.
How do you even practice that?
Right.
I mean, look,
Well,
she's
you
already.
go through a lot of bowls.
She's already. Yeah, that's good, Bubba.
That's funny.
Probably used plastic to start with. Don't
You
you
got a
think?
good broom, I bet.
Do y'all consider that a cheat? The one she held in there? She held one in there.
Yeah. She did.
But I'm going to tell you this: just her doing that is enough. Balancing it on her head.
Didn't it land in there first though, and she just like, let me make sure it
but
doesn't
I know,
fall?
Speedy.
I'm gonna give her that.
That's that.
My gosh,
that's-
she's on a unicycle.
I know that's the soft-hearted you, and I love that. But I believe that one's coming out.
All right, so this is the Red Panda. Bubba, where
Oh,
did
he
you
knows.
come up
I
with
don't know
that?
how he knows.
Goodness
She
gracious.
must get a lot of NBA bookings as well.
How about her
And Hunter
parents?
told him about it.
She grew up. Her parents were both acrobats.
Well, yeah.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
But that's not
a
just
lot of
any
the
unicycle.
carnies are kind of, they
Oh,
grow
yeah,
up in that.
of
hole.
course.
Her grandparents flip bowls as well.
Of course.
on
It's
unicycles.
a generational
really?
thing.
Oh, she's a
You don't just-
phenom
You
then.
don't just learn that.
Yeah.
All right, so then the next same game when we have
No, I think this is different. And Rick, I don't know if this was college or pros, but this is the full length putt.
All right,
that goes in.
All right, a full length.
Yeah, Indiana. Yeah, Indiana State. Yeah.
Indiana State. So the entire length
Larry
of the
Bird,
court,
too.
he sinks a putt
Mhm.
for $10,000.
We
People
always
are walking
enjoy
and
the
they're all
in-game
around.
entertainment, but watch this.
Oh.
Full court for 10 grand, just like Dan Muller playing Augusta.
Oh my goodness! Right through the middle.
10 grand.
Look
Wow.
at that. Didn't even hit the
Good
rim.
gracious.
What is that looking like? Swope shooting threes from half the court.
That's just perfect.
Can we go back? Can we go back to the start? I want you to look at the two coaches.
Yes,
they're actually so intense at the look. See the guy right here. Now watch the guy come in with a suit and tie.
Yeah.
Right before, I think it's right before this.
Yeah, I even thought he was a little bit distracting.
I did too.
I thought he was going to walk in the way.
See, look right here. We're really into something.
He's talking to the referee. He's like,
he couldn't give a rip about this $10,000 putt.
Oh, look at that.
Bottom!
Boom. Yeah, full length.
Y'all, that's
right to the center.
That is it. Like I said, they didn't even touch the side.
How about
No.
that's amazing? But let me tell you what'll be funny too. He'll be out playing golf this spring, and he'll have about a 6-foot putt, and his team really needs him, and he'll miss it, and he'll
you're
go.
right.
So I can hit one half court, and I can't hit one.
No, you're
6
exactly
foot.
right. Exactly.
Roy McIlroy was. I think he just had to. He had this last tournament won. I forget where they were, but and he I think 3-putted, and somebody was like, next time you three putt or whatever when you're just out playing, remember this. One of the best in the world did it. Just a couple of feet away, and he missed it, and then missed again, and then 3-putted.
8A, Adler. So we know that we've been talking a lot. Even the other day when the guy was talking about everybody booing, Jerry is it Kraus?
Kraus, I think.
Yeah, the former GM of the Bulls, and he says, "Look, we're not like Philadelphia, New York fans.
Yeah.
Well, Philadelphia fans, they were not pleased with how the Eagles finished the season.
No.
And so as the Philly coach was leaving, I can't pronounce his last name. Is it Sirianni? Nick Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
As he's leaving, Philly fans douse him in popcorn.
Yeah, and it's Philly fans, so I'm not going to turn the audio off.
No, you can't. You know.
And Rick, I don't know that it looks like there's liquid in it, but it looked like a popcorn bucket, but it looked like there was something in
there's
it.
Something in the popcorn bucket?
No, it is popcorn. It is.
Okay.
It is. It just looked like it wasn't at first.
Okay.
But no, it is.
So a Philly fan, when they get trounced by the Buccaneers, on the way out, he gives Coach some popcorn on top of the head.
Yeah. Now don't forget they're in Tampa Bay, so this Phillies fan was really into it.
Yeah. You can't get away from them. They'll go on the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And don't miss his helmet. Look, he's got a little helmet too.
Yeah. If Philly fans are upset with the team, it doesn't matter where it's home or on the road. They're gonna let you know about it.
He said, "You're done, Nick. You're done."
Yeah.
And then security gets him.
Security
gets him
because he dumped popcorn on the coach's head.
Right.
So
I don't think you can do that.
No, well, people do frown on that.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, they're the Philly fans living up to it.
You're done, Nick. You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
very disappointing.
More great behavior.
Now keep in mind where this coach has taken the Phillies from where they were.
Oh yeah.
You mean the Eagles?
I mean the Eagles. He's got them into a Super Bowl win and then back into the Super Bowl again, which they lost. And now they're ready to be done with it.
Oh yeah, they're like, is he the problem?
Right.
That's what everybody's saying.
Now the coach is the problem. Now this same coach is taking the Eagles from being who not even in the mix in a long time.
Yeah.
And has made them a Super Bowl contender every year, and for the last few seasons, which they haven't done in a long time, but they're already done with them because they had a bad season. They finished poorly.
Yeah.
You're done, Nick.
I saw where the Jason Kelsey, the center that we talked about retiring and everything, he told the team and all this, but he discussed like some of his concerns. And he was just like, as you get older, it's so hard to heal and get ready and get fired up for the next next game or whatever.
The recovery.
And then the CTE and then head injuries and stuff. He goes, I'm healthy right now, and it's just time.
I heard
he
him
probably should have retired last year.
I heard him talking about the tush push too. How it was
not pleasant.
The fans love it. And it's been a change in the rules that allowed people to do that push. But he said for the center, he said every time they call it, I'm just like, oh, no.
No, yeah. I mean, it's no fun for him.
I'm starting to hear a lot of players.
I'm going to get crushed in between two. It's like two cars rolling into each other, and I'm in the middle of it.
Because if the defense doesn't do that, they have no chance.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to make it as uncomfortable for the offensive line as they possibly can. It's just a collision in there. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll go phone calls next. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you, whatever topic you want to discuss today. We've hit a bunch of them, but there's plenty still to go. So you can join us right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Don't forget, also the website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Shop the Rick and Bubba store for some 30-year anniversary swag that's still there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
One more thing.
I might need some time off in April.
Oh, really?
April 2020.
Get a little ahead of yourself, ain't you, buddy?
Yeah. Because if everything goes great, my wife is gonna be having a baby. So, that's pretty exciting.
Man, that's exciting. We have to go back to. You gonna get a haircut between now and then?
Maybe, Greg.
Okay. The hair may.
You gotta look like somebody's dad.
The hair may have brought all this on.
No, I'm gonna be a cool dad. I'm gonna be one of those
that
cool dads.
I know the one. His dad's cool. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna be one of those cool.
Hey
dads.
man, I'm a cool dad.
And Adler, you think your life has changed at different steps. This is going to be the biggest change of focus in your life you ever had.
Man.
You know what is funny, too, and when you talk to people, and they've told me the same thing, how important pets are in your life, and they are. They are a very, important part, and were given to us for comfort and enjoyment and all that.
But it is amazing how they get kicked to the curb after a baby comes.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean,
yeah.
they are put out to pasture.
Yes.
I'm already done with them.
Yeah.
Already.
Well, no, yeah, they'll be because you're right because you don't have anything to compare it to.
Right.
So
right.
you think this. Now, some people don't seem to make that shift, and I find those people to be weird.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Well,
yeah,
look,
right.
it's still look.
Hopefully that's
pets
the
have their place.
Oh no,
it's
no.
awesome.
Look, your statement is 100% right, and some people.
Because they're a gift. I mean, God gave them to us for our enjoyment.
But they do. The key you said is they have their place.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and some people get that right, and some seem to be a little off on that.
I'm coming home from church yesterday, and Franklin, for some reason, he can see me through the glass. This is my dog. I was about to say my wife's dog, but it's our dog because we are married and
That's
we share
right.
things.
That's right.
And his stupid basset hound face is barking at me through the glass, and I'm like, Franklin, it's me, dude. And for some reason, I get on the as soon as I open the door, all the barking stops, and he just walks away and acts like that wasn't a big deal or something. I'm like, that's gonna be a real problem when we got a sleeping kid.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be
yeah.
we're gonna have to put a stop to that. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Muzzle.
Yeah. There you go, Greg. There you go. So
Or cut his vocal cords.
outside dog. But my wife and I are very, very excited.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We're proud of you.
Dang.
We put the news out there this past weekend. Aaron gave me the green light, so we put out a sweet picture with the whatever.
Yeah.
Sonogram.
Yes,
anyways.
that's it.
And she is around, I think, like 14 months, something like that.
No, it's not mine.
Maybe that's not it.
She's not.
Guys, I've been reading books, all right? I know what I'm talking
That's
about.
the gestation of an elephant. That's not right.
That's not a person. Not a person.
But it's looking like right around Easter 2020.
That's
So,
fantastic.
boy.
Man.
Easter
but,
baby.
with this show being, a big public thing, it was something that we were kind of working on, behind the scenes for a little while. And it was so nice to be able to tell you guys. But we also wanted to kind of do it on our own terms whenever Aaron decided to do that. So she gave me the green light. So I waited until after the show on Friday. That was my plan, to tell everybody, get everybody in the room on Friday after the show. Then my wife and I could put it out, and then we could talk about it Monday. That was the plan. And then I find out Greg's not going to be here on Friday because his dog had a big hole in his I thought it was Mr. Buddy had a big hole in his butt.
He did, but that's not why I wasn't here Friday.
Mr. Buddy's butthole.
That's not why I wasn't here.
Cut on his butt. Sorry, cut on his butt.
I did pick him up, but that's not why I was here.
Okay. So I find that
to
out.
see my grandson.
And so that messes up my whole plan. I'm like, all right, well, if Greg isn't going to see the rest of the crew, he won't let it spill. Because, y'all, if I let it spill on the before...
You didn't think I was going to...
I mean,
I can't keep a secret?
I was like, if Greg is around anybody from the show, it's going to be trouble. But I knew that since he wouldn't see you guys again, I could tell
text,
him...
pal. I can text.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
That's right. I've never gotten one that you prompted.
If I had to, I could.
Right.
So on Thursday, I told Greg, and then on Friday, I told you guys after the show. And so... It's funny. I've got it on video. If you guys want both videos of that, the juxtaposition is hilarious.
Tell me, is there time? We got 3 minutes. You want to wait and come back and do that in the next segment?
All right, we'll set it up here.
Because and you may see this in the video. And I've known Greg, for 53 years. Okay, so
long time.
I know you think Greg has shown you an incredible ability to keep a secret.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Our apologies to you, America. All right, it's back now, and it's ringing. Back now and ringing, Speedy. Back now and ringing. We're trying to get the phone system working. We called for phones, and then we went to phones, and there's no way to answer them. Is that the problem? We can do unscreened phone calls. Yeah, I'll do that. Sure. All right, so call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG because I think I can access you. We are not able to screen the calls, but we do have a delay, so don't be cute. You're not going to pull off anything. I'm just going to dump it. So this is, behave yourselves. Of course, you can do that once they screen you anyway, so it really doesn't change anything. But so don't do that confusion thing where I answer the phone and I say, hey, man, you're on the air, and you're like, am I on the air? Because I'm not going to know your name or anything or where you're from or all that, and I'm not going to know your topic because our screening software is our problem right now. So just call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and I'll just take the calls. Bubba and I will, sitting right here, and we'll chat. Okay? So whatever's on your mind, you want to do that, you can do that now. And it will be ringing, but that's all right. Stay with it because I'm about to start answering. MyPillow.com/Bubba. I want you to know about this. If you have not gone to MyPillow.com/Bubba to start the year, you need to. Love having this company back with us. That just shows their loyalty to you, the audience. They love the show. They love the response from you. You love their products. Some great stuff going on right now. If you're looking, and with all the cold weather, we're all wearing hoodies more than ever. MyPillow hoodies are $29.99. Men's or women's pajama sets in an array of styles and fabrics are just $39.98. The best bed sheets you've ever laid on and covered up in, $24.98. The MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off, and the savings, they just continue. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Great time to save. Also, if you want to find those savings, just go to rickandbubba.com. Click on the sponsors button. All right, here we go to the phones. Bubba, I'll take them straight up. Looks like this is Birmingham. It may not let me answer, guys. There we go. Birmingham, Alabama. Well, actually, it says Big Tate in Kentucky. So it changed on me there. Big Tate, go ahead. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all doing down that way?
We're good, man. We're good, Tate. Bring it in.
Good. Hey, I got a question for Bubba, and this has been on my mind for a while. How do people from China buy American land? How are they doing all this? And I'll get off here, and y'all stay safe down that way. Thank y'all for everything. God bless you.
Thank you, Tate.
Well, I think it's real simple. We don't have any restrictions here who can buy land. So if you make a contract with someone who owns it, you go and you close it and you buy it like anybody else.
No matter what country you're in.
You can buy it as individuals. A lot of the Chinese are done through corporations and stuff. That's how they shelter some of that information. But there's no restrictions here. Just like you could buy it, anybody else can buy it.
And they're buying it all over the world. They say they've taken the big cities in Canada. And, of course, they've driven the property prices through the roof because they've gone in and bought up just about all of it.
Well, I know a lot of the property in New York City is owned by foreign entities. The Russians own quite a bit of it, the Chinese. I mean, there's a lot of foreign investment. We used to look at it as a good thing, that other countries were investing in our country.
Yep.
But there's also some downside to it, too.
Yeah.
And not all countries are that way. There are a lot of countries you can't buy property as a foreigner.
Yeah, but not here.
No.
So there's your answer, Big Tate. All right, now it looks like the screening software is working again, so they're back screening again, just so you know. We continue. Let's go to Jody in Pleasant Valley. Jody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, just get this out of the way before we do my other call. Greg, Happy New Year.
There you go. There you go. That's way to win Greg over.
Yeah. Hey, listen, can y'all help us out? I've been looking on the back of transfer trucks. If I could find a milk carton, I would look for her picture. But where's Kamala Harris been lately? I haven't seen or heard anything out of her. I've been looking for MIA reports, everything.
Well, you're going to see her today on The View.
Yep, and we also have a quote from her today to ABC News. Got a couple of them. And you're going to love that. We actually have a Kamala Harris update today.
How about that?
So we got that coming up. We'll continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Robert, North Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Rick, I see you wearing that pullover. Did you decide to wear it because Greg wouldn't be there to rag you today?
Correct. That is correct. I did a test run at his grandkid's birthday party. We did a test run there, and then I waited. And when he called me last night and said that Lisa was still sick and he needed to stay home and help her, I went to the closet and got this out. Because for the weather, it's perfect. It's extremely comfortable. Like it's a gift from my son and his wife. So, but yes, I would not have worn this today if Greg was here. So that's somebody paying attention to the show right there. Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Robert. We continue. Corn Pop out of Alabama. Corn Pop, go ahead.
What's going on, Biggins?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was going to see if y'all heard the new provisions for the Jim Harbaugh contract, and if you had, and, Sherry's really worried about him being, non-truthful. I didn't know how she was going to handle that news.
Yeah, I didn't know what happened. I know the Falcons said they're talking to him today. Is that right?
He's already interviewed with the Chargers and now the Falcons.
Yeah, so what was the thing about the contract, Corn Pop? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, his contract with Michigan, they want to sign him to a new one, but he has a provision in there that if he gets caught for doing anything wrong or whatever, and it comes back on the college, he has pure immunity for it.
Oh, wow. Well, that sounds – at least make that request. I can't believe Michigan would go along with that. But, no, I haven't heard that. Yeah, she's not going to like that. Corn Pop, you're right. Not at all. We continue. Let's go to Eric out of Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, boys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. You can't have nothing. I got up this morning to get ready for work, to get a shower. All my pipes are frozen.
I mean, you can't even. Did you not leave them dripping?
When it gets this cold, nothing works.
No.
I mean, we're just not designed. We don't bury our lines deep enough, and we're not required to have the insulation that some places are. I mean, it's not feasibly, financially feasible. So,
yep, and it happens.
It's just tough out there.
You do the best you can. I will tell you this yesterday, and it seems like I'd had it serviced pretty recently. So, part of the house has a heat pump on it. And I get out of the truck yesterday when I get home, and I hear this noise, and all I think about is, well, the pipes have burst on something. You know what I mean? I thought it might be the pool and all the piping down there, even though we did the best we could to keep it running and covered up some of it and all that. Because you just, like Bubba said, there's just, I mean, some of it, there's just nothing you do about it. But it wasn't. I started getting closer, and I walked down there, and I mean, that heat pump, I guess it's because it's so cold, it's just asking it to keep running. And it sounded like it was it sounded like the Back to the Beverly Hillbillies, like their truck.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing, I said, I looked
it's blowing and hissing
I went over to it, and I said, "You're struggling, aren't you?" I said, "You're
hanging there, buddy.
You're hanging there, buddy. I need you now." But the good part, but it didn't sound good. I was like, this thing, it's in a part of the house that it's not run a lot because it's just a small section of the house where and I was like, well, if all else fails, it'll just be cold in there.
Yeah.
But it was. It sounded like it was struggling.
Yeah, everything is struggling.
Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I understand y'all are a couple hunters, deer hunters.
We played them on the radio, yes.
Okay, I got a riddle for you. You know the difference between deer nuts and beer nuts?
All right, I don't think I want to hear that. Yeah. That
I think I do.
Yeah, I don't think I want to hear that. That was
probably not a good discussion.
No, I just got through working through Manscaped Coffee.
Yeah.
I just
I loved his delivery.
And one of the things too is you can tell when Greg's not here. Like now, people think they can do riddles,
right?
And all this kind of, Greg is anti-riddle.
Oh yeah.
If you want to drive Greg Burgess up the wall, ask him to guess something.
Oh, guess my weight.
You know how much I pay for this car? Guess. He absolutely despises that.
I'm not gonna guess. Just tell me.
Right. Hey, you like it? You know how much I pay for it? Guess. Go ahead and guess. Hey, you know how much tickets are up right now for the Super Bowl? Go ahead, guess. And Greg's like, no, I just want to be told. Please don't make me guess. So,
please.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We mentioned the Kamala Harris that's a Freudian slip. Kamala Harris update today. We do have quotes from Kamala and Bubba. You said she's on The View today?
I think she's on The View. I saw promos running yesterday. They're really promoting it.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris update coming up. We got a couple of quotes from you, and it won't surprise you.
Rick and Bubba.
But what you may have missed is that it may be that Greg didn't tell anybody because he doesn't care enough to tell anybody.
Greg, did you? Yeah, he got home that night. Lisa was like, "Anything big happened today, Greg?"
Yeah.
Nah.
Did you
nothing.
tell Lisa?
I did tell Lisa.
And you said you told Greg, but
you were behind the wall.
Yeah.
I was on. So I knew there was no problem.
Yeah. So
I got hung behind the wall coming home.
See,
Saturday night.
Buddy, you
did you?
Oh, Greg.
Sitting on the interstate
What
for an hour.
happened?
Greg, for 1 hour.
No, that's worst case scenario.
So do you think you said you want to clarify though the fact you told Greg first? We shouldn't read too much into that.
Yeah, it wasn't Greg. I didn't tell you first because I like you as a person or anything like that. It was just out of necessity. It's not because I like you. So just
kind of ruined it because I thought I was special. And if you'll see in the video, I didn't believe it anyway. I thought no way he could pull that off. I thought it was a joke. I did. I thought he was kidding. He always does stuff like that.
Adler, are you saying the reaction from Greg and us were different?
It is a lot different. You guys are gonna
He was kidding. I thought he was kidding.
Yeah, we will see the
Because it was just a weird time. You know, I'm in the production room to do something else, and he's in there in the camera, and I said, "That's funny, man. That's a good one."
Yeah.
You know, I thought to myself, "This is just him with one of his. I'm doing a daily documentary or something."
Greg, I believe your words were, "You're lying."
I know.
I tell these guys they jump around with joy. I tell you, and you called me a liar, Greg. That's basically it.
I really did.
We thought we were going to have the return of the jumping ring.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, really.
All right, so we'll come back, and Adler will.
I didn't think he had it in him.
I can't. If you're
Well, we had to practice a little bit, Greg.
Understood.
It takes practice, so we had to practice a little bit and practice. You know what I'm saying? And practice. And practice. And practice. And practice. And
What happened?
And practice. And practice. And practice. And practice.
This is where he gets in trouble.
Do the world in the usual
Yeah,
way.
see, Adler, Cats in the Cradle had no effect. All right, so take us back to Thursday. We got Greg's video first.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, sure. All
Okay,
right.
we'll go Greg first.
That's on Skype out?
I do want to clarify, we don't know what it is, a boy or a girl.
Right.
We're going to keep it a surprise until it happens.
Oh, yeah.
And the
So you're going old school.
a lot of people were confused by the park ranger outfit that we put on the picture, and we said Junior Ranger Adler reporting for duty April 2020. That is not the child's name. It's a junior park ranger, like you were talking about. Our child's name is not Junior Ranger.
Dang it!
I thought his name was Ranger.
Are you sure?
Well, hey, look, you're a hipster.
Yeah.
Junior
Until
Ranger's
we
pretty
get
cool.
another name, Rick, I think he's Ranger.
I do too.
I do too.
Oh, he will be.
Junior Ranger.
Baby
Junior
Ranger.
Are you going to be one of them hippie names like Rainbow or?
Kale is pretty cool.
That is good.
Kale. So we're going Greg first.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
All right, so
running
here-
back into
he's
it,
running
so
back
you can
into
play
I
it.
have no idea how this looks. I know this. I seriously thought he was messing with me because he likes to.
All right, so here's Greg, and he's being told by Adler that he and his wife will have a baby.
Yeah, here we go.
So you got you're running the replay tonight?
Yeah, I'll be done at 11 and I'll head to the house.
Cool. So you're not working tomorrow? Okay.
Go to Atlanta, see the baby,
Nice.
and then go to the ball game.
Very cool, man. Dude, check this out. Speaking of baby, Erin's pregnant.
You serious? You are lying.
No.
What? What are you gonna tell everybody? You're just messing.
I'm not messing with you.
wouldn't be feminist.
I'm not messing with you. I'm not messing with you.
You are kidding me.
I'm serious.
Oh my gosh. Well, congratulations. I knew you could do it. I knew you could. When? What? Give me dates.
So April 2020.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, man.
Wasn't sure.
Well, there's that side of you thought.
Well, Adler's always doing jokes and
I
doing
know.
videos.
Yeah, you just never
and,
know.
You know,
Nothing's
he's
off the
got like
table.
12 podcasts he does, you know.
Yeah,
You don't know what he's
12.
doing.
I thought I was starring in one. I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right, so Greg's reaction was disbelief. So you tell Adler you can do it from in there if you want to here, but the thing you thought you had the rest of us corralled on Friday. Now tell everybody what happened there before we play this video.
All right, so everybody's cutting commercials after the show on Friday, and I'm like, okay, cool, I have everybody here. Rick, you stood up so quickly, I was like, oh my gosh, he's gone. So I caught you in the hall, Rick. You were
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And Kamala Harris update. We do have some quotes, and we'll move into some other things that are going on. Kamala Harris, our vice president. Everybody singing for Kamala. Everybody. Everybody singing. Hey, Kamala, Vice President. Kamala. Let's have a listen. Here she is, Bubba. She wants you to know that she can do a little math on the fly. So here's Kamala Harris talking about people who are 18 years old today. Here we go.
I see our college students up there. And let me just tell you, I love Gen Z. I don't know if I love Gen Z. So, okay, for the older adults, this is going to be a humbling thing I'm about to share with you. If someone is 18 years old today, they were born in 2005. Oh, yeah, check that out. Think about that for a minute.
Okay, hold on. 2024 minus 18.
I think she's trying to. I'm going to speak for her here.
Please.
I think she's trying to make a point of the 18-year-olds today were only born in that year. So if you're older than that, I think that's the point.
But
she's trying to
2024
make.
minus 18
is
2006, isn't it?
Well, it was slightly based on the 2023.
It was right, yeah. You know what they said? If they subtracted their age from the current day, guess what? But anyway,
I can't say anything.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna sit over here.
Yeah, I believe I'll just sit up in the bleachers on this one. It was just funny that the awkwardness of the laughing and the whatever, and she acts like she's going to make this great point. And I know you're right, Bubba. She's trying to, but I'm not sure that. If you heard that, you kind of go, yeah, that does feel about right.
That's
I mean,
correct.
yeah, because it's since it just was an odd thing to really go, hey, this is going to throw you for a loop. Yeah, not really. I mean,
I really, because the way you said, I was thinking the setup. I was like, okay, well, maybe she's got something important to say here.
That's what about
and maybe even important to her, but not to.
No.
Well, we may make fun of it. I didn't think it was a math issue.
No,
but my goodness,
just the statement itself and all the laughing and the I love Gen Z and all that. It's just very, very strange. But here we go. If you can let that go. And Bubba, thank you for being kind and saying, look, she's just trying to think that does that feel weird to us?
Look, there's enough weird. We don't have to get way out on the limb. Right.
I think that you're going to really think this one is. But then we go off on statements like this, and I think this one you will easily oppose. So here's Vice President Kamala Harris.
So we've delivered, but the responsibility.
Is the message getting across?
Well, that's why I'm out here. We have a responsibility to communicate. We've done really good work. Our challenge will be to let people know who brung it to them.
They've done really good work.
I think I know who brung it to me.
Right, yeah. They,
brung it to
goodness, Bob.
They've done really good work.
I got it brung to me at the grocery store this week.
Yeah.
I got it brung to me at the gas pump yesterday. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for bringing it
Getting
to us.
the word out.
Yeah, let everybody know.
Brung it to
That's why we're out here. Look, I want everybody to remember this. What she just said, and Bubba's making a very good point, everything that you're bothered by, she wants to make sure you know her and Joe Biden brung it to you. They're the ones.
They may win again.
They may
mysteriously.
They may.
But their messaging on this is just about as odd as it could be. Because they're trying. I think the old way of doing it, they go, look, if we'll just say everything's better, the media will repeat that,
correct,
and get behind us, and everybody will think that.
Yep.
I think they should have played it totally different. I think they should have said, well, this was just a nightmare when we took over, and it's better than the day we took over, but it's not. We're not done yet with the job. You're gonna have to filter in something because people know it's not better than it was.
Yeah.
And when you say that, it sounds like you're a liar.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
Adler, I don't mean to throw you a curve because I know you're ready to do 3A. Can you go to 1A real quick? Because if I was the Biden administration, honestly, this is the only thing you need to say. Don't do things like she said. This is what they posted after the Iowa caucus was over, and of course Trump won all 99 counties. Here's what the Biden administration posted. Here it is.
It's kind of funny. All these Republican candidates in the primary trying to beat Donald Trump. I'm still the only person to ever beat Donald Trump, and I'm looking forward to do it again for the good of this country.
That is true. Now, the good of the country, but he is saying
that presentation there. I mean, he looks like he's barely alive.
Yeah.
I mean, just barely.
Well, the thing I think that bothers me the most, I know some of you say, well, Rick, they didn't do it straight up, and that unfortunately has never been proven. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of evidence, got all that. But you have to sit here and think to yourself, how in the world that happened? I mean, how in the world has this person won and beaten Trump after the job Trump did, other than the whole thing about Trump being mean and nobody
well, Rick,
likes his
you run
personality.
into people
And he
today.
upset
You will run into some that think that they're better off than they were under Trump, and I'm like, you know how that thing is. There's some people you can't even have a discussion
Right,
with, and
right.
the Bible even addresses
Right,
some of that.
right.
They're I don't know. There's not a good word I can use for them.
No.
But they're crazy.
But
I mean,
that's
just
all I
crazy.
would say. If I was a Biden administration, I wouldn't say, look at all the stuff we brung you. I would just say, we beat Trump last time, we'll beat him again. The people want us over Trump. They've already said that once. That's what I just keep saying. Now, I can't believe that happened, but it did. CNN 3/8. Now, remember.
It's really our fellow citizens that are the problem, I think.
CNN.
I mean, should it even be close? Really, should it even be close?
No, not based on.
Y'all remember how
Not
Reagan,
based on outcome.
Reagan waxed Mondale, right?
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't it be like that?
It should be, yes.
If you want to know what the world the left wants us to live in, and we've talked about this before, is where we hear their opinions on things, and we cannot have anyone else oppose them. And if you do, they'll cut you off and shut you up. Here's CNN cutting a speech by likely the Republican nominee talking about border security. They said it was anti-immigrant, so they cut it off. Here we go.
Country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing.
Donald Trump declaring victory with a historically strong showing in the Iowa caucuses. If these numbers hold, the biggest victory for a non-incumbent president in the modern era for this contest. A relatively subdued speech as these things go so far, although here he is right now under my voice. You hear him repeating his anti-immigrant rhetoric.
See, they declare that to be anti-immigrant rhetoric, not something the American people are for, that they want a secure border.
Well-
See, I remember yesterday we talked about these words they use.
Mhm.
They use all these phrases.
Yes.
But you gotta research them for yourself.
Well, they did it with vaccines. If you didn't want the COVID vaccine, they called you anti-vaxxer. Okay, which means you were against all vaccines, which isn't the truth.
No.
If you want a secure border, they say you're anti-immigrants.
Right.
And that's not, no, we just don't want illegal immigrants, and we want a secure border. See, there's a difference.
Yeah.
But they clump it all in together.
Can you read, and it's just because it was a great comeback to this, what Bruce Pearl had tweeted. Do you have it, Speedy? Because
don't, but I can get it.
We read it before. I don't have it in front of me.
Speedy sent it to me. Let me try to find it.
Here's the thing that's so crazy, Rick. Look, we know MSNBC is far left wing, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be, you do whatever you want to do, but let the guy speak. You know.
Yeah.
Bruce Pearl says this is beyond disturbing for our democracy. This is how state-run media operates quietly in dictatorships. Except here, they are explaining and openly justifying it. Americans should be able to hear and decide for themselves. Do you want candidates' speech monitored and censored?
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I was like, hey, Rick, I need you to cut something real quick for me. And you're like, I didn't see the script in there. And I'm like, struggling to just make it up. I was like, it's in there on the desk. And so we're going to hear Rick say that.
Oh, boy. Okay. This is good.
Here it is. He's got to find a way to get me back in the studio.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Hey, man, I'm sorry, I don't see anything.
That's me said I don't see the script.
Yeah, here it comes.
You don't have it?
You don't have it?
Let me check something. Can you just say in the microphone, congratulations, Adler? Because Aaron's pregnant.
The long hair did it.
You came in here and I was like,
Oh, wow.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks, man.
That's great. A little different reaction.
That was a little different than mine.
instant support, celebration.
Right.
Yeah.
After you gotta let that roll. I think it even got. We started jumping around.
Oh yeah, I thought it was like you said. Gonna be
I'm
a group
sorry,
hug.
that looked staged.
Yeah,
Mine
sorry.
didn't.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Greg, yours was so real.
Did you see
You
Greg's?
are lying.
Did you see Greg's face? His eyes at the beginning. It's
Y'all got to understand. I'm sitting in. I mean, it was this. If I would have been in this room like y'all were, it would have been different. But I mean, that seemed like an odd time to tell somebody.
It was. You know why, Greg? Because you're special.
I guess that's it. Or like you said, I was off the next day.
So you made it all work though.
Yep, little Junior Ranger Adler coming April 2020.
I think you ought to use that as a name, seriously.
Junior Ranger. I mean, it's pretty boss, boy or girl.
That's right. Oh yeah, it'll work.
So are you going to go to the prenatal classes?
No,
and all
dread
that?
that.
Oh no!
You need to go see that.
You don't want to see that film.
That's a podcast.
Yeah, well, they show the films. That's something.
Oh, the films! I hadn't thought about.
Sit
the
at the
films.
back of the room so you can see everybody's head jerk.
And Adler, I want to warn you about this.
Prenatal vitamins.
Yeah, I want to warn you
You
about
want your
this.
hair to grow? Take you a few of those.
Okay.
Isn't that true?
I mean, you'll have hair and fingernails as much as you can stand.
There's going to be moments ahead, like because you're in the era. You know, our dads and granddads, they only participated in the fun part of it and really didn't participate in any of the rest of it until somebody walked out in the waiting room and said, "You have a baby."
Well, they were out there smoking cigarettes.
Smoking. Those days are over.
Those were the days, guys.
Yeah,
the good old days.
The good old days. Yeah.
So you're going to be asked to go to a lot of appointments and things like this, things that our dads and granddads never did. Okay.
Yeah. I've been to a lot of appointments.
So
already for real.
Yeah, but just be ready. There's a phrase I want you to be ready for because the first time it happens, if you're not ready, it will catch you off guard. The doctor, when he says, "Let's see how you're progressing."
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's going to be a little deeper into all this. No pun intended. But I will say
And
this.
they ask you to step out.
Yeah.
And you're like, well,
or,
wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Yeah. Or sometimes they don't. And so.
Okay. Yeah.
Just know that's going to be a very awkward moment. If they don't ask you to leave, you'll wonder why they didn't.
You go. I'm standing right here.
Hey, wow, I'm right here.
Right. You don't know where to look, what to do, what to say.
You look at your wife and say, "Wow, your eyes have to be watered."
Girl must be working.
Wow.
But
we've
had a few of those appointments actually already.
Yeah.
Stirrups. And
That's unnerving, isn't it?
But yeah, let's talk about the sweet stuff. We've heard the heartbeat.
Oh, there you go.
And,
That's
it sounded strong, and then we went for another follow-up. Sounded even stronger, so that's great.
Good. That's good news.
Like
Junior
I said,
Ranger.
Junior Ranger
has a heartbeat.
rocking, already wearing his Park Ranger hat. I don't know how he pulled that off, but he is. So we are, like I said, it's going to be a surprise. We don't know what it's going to be.
So y'all doing full old school?
Full old school.
Until the baby's delivered and they say you have a...
It is a, yeah.
Okay.
And we're like, that's fine. The first 6 months or so, the clothes, it can just be yellow or white or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, all you need is diapers. Then
Sure.
Whatever.
And you're going to need a lot of them.
Boy,
let me tell you.
It's amazing what they can churn out.
Does everybody still use a diaper genie? Is that still?
Yeah,
of
the
course.
genie.
Yeah,
Love the diaper genie.
gotta have that.
That
was a big upgrade.
I changed a lot of
You have
diapers.
to take the pearls out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole string of them.
Yeah.
I changed a lot of diapers. My younger brothers are 10 and 12 years younger than me, so I've changed hundreds of diapers in my life. So I'm ready for that.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's a girl though, I'll be totally clueless and we'll be in a lot of trouble.
Right.
Because I've got 3 brothers.
There you go.
And
You're
you
right.
know, women, who understands them? Not this guy.
That is correct.
Not this dad. Not this future dad. Right here.
No, sir.
I got to ask a question because I'm getting emailed this.
Okay.
I know you guys don't want to know.
Yes.
But are you going to want a Rick and Bubba
No,
baby
you
prediction?
can't. You can't.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much science. So I mean, that's a risk.
I know it is.
That's pretty much like going in with a sonogram.
It really is.
It is.
It's actually more accurate.
So it's a decision you have to
More
make.
accurate.
The audience wants it, but you might not.
I know. I don't know what to do there. I truly don't know what to do there. This is all very weird to be living this out on the air.
Yeah,
You know.
I think the audience will almost demand it. So we'll probably have to go ahead and do it. But then you just have to say in your mind, well, we don't know if Rick and Bubba are right or not.
They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, the doctor hasn't weighed in on this. You can play those games, but you know our percentage is so high.
I know.
I mean,
Yeah, we know what you do for a living, though, and I know how you sweat.
boy, you sweat.
Yeah.
Boy, you
Even
sweat.
though
Yeah, but we
most
gotta
people
hear-
doing this for a living don't sweat. He does.
Right.
But you
That
gotta
may throw a wrench in the whole
Yeah.
thing.
You got to hear Aaron say it though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there'll be something really, really. But yeah, who sweaty
Yeah,
over here?
you know what I'm saying, man?
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us as we go out on all the various platforms available in modern time, from the Big Boy Studio to the world. And when you can get us live and or archived on your own time, live options, archive options, they're all there. There's no reason you can't get all the Rick and Bubba show you want. And you can find those options at rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy Helmsy Adler here, Greg out. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We hope that you are staying warm wherever you are.
We ran out of time. The last thing we played for you, we gave you the very, very, of course, jaw-dropping and the depth of the conversation with the Vice President Kamala Harris. And then we gave you CNN cutting off Donald Trump's speech after he overwhelmingly wins the Iowa caucus, saying that him talking about a secure border was anti-immigrant rhetoric. So they would protect Americans from hearing such things from the likely Republican nominee.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but when I'm voting, I kind of want to hear the speeches of all the candidates, and I want to know exactly how they see the world and exactly what they say they're going to do, whether I like it or not. I'd like to know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like for the news just to let me have that and let me kind of handle it. But this should concern you because if you get a state-run media, this is like Bruce Pearl said, this is exactly what it looks like. And then Rachel Maddow on MSNBC is going to double down and tell us that they're justified in not letting Donald Trump have unfiltered access to us, America. So here she is explaining why they cannot just let him talk openly in America. Please don't miss that. Here we go.
Just have to do a little bit of business just for a second. At this point in the evening, the projected winner of the Iowa caucuses has just started giving his victory speech. We will keep an eye on that as it happens. We will let you know if there's any news made in that speech, if there's anything noteworthy, something substantive and important. The reason I'm saying this is, of course, there is a reason that we and other news organizations have generally stopped giving an unfiltered live platform to remarks by former President Trump. It is not out of spite. It is not a decision that we relish. It is a decision that we regularly revisit. And honestly, earnestly, it is not an easy decision. But there is a cost to us as a news organization of knowingly broadcasting untrue things. That is a fundamental truth of our business and who we are.
Really?
So his remarks tonight will not
You're not the
air
decision
here live.
maker
We
on
will
that.
monitor them
Nope.
and let you know about any news that he
Do you know
makes.
any other
Stephanie
news
Rick.
stories that they are the judge if it's true or not?
Right.
No.
Do you see anything else they do that
Did you
with?
hear the last thing she
Oh,
said?
yeah.
We will go look at it and decide whether you should hear it. She literally said that.
Golly.
We will go look at it and see if we deem it to be newsworthy and we deem it to be okay for you to hear.
All right, let's flip it around. You have a Trump rally. He's out campaigning. What if he says, MSNBC, take your camera and hit the gate? You're out.
Right.
They would scream bloody murder.
Of course they would, and rightfully so.
Because they're being censored.
Right.
And that'd be the first thing I'd do if I was Trump.
Yeah, I would too.
Oh, yeah, he
After
probably
that,
will. He
I
probably
would. I might say the exact same words
Yes.
she has said.
Yep.
And say because of that, and you broadcast untrue things, you're out.
Yep.
But for her to look in the
How
camera
ridiculous
and claim that as journalists they cannot broadcast untrue things.
Gosh.
First of all, I don't think it's untrue that we have an unsecure border and have illegal immigrants pouring in here unvetted. That's not untrue.
Oh,
No.
They were 24/7 with the Russia hoax, and they didn't have a
Right.
problem doing that.
For
And it was
years.
untrue. They knew it.
Yeah, did they? Have they ever,
just a lie.
come back and recanted all those
No,
reports?
of
on
course
that?
not. Of course not.
Russia.
They weren't very journalist-like when when everybody realized what they were reporting wasn't true. They've never come back.
No.
Wasn't they-
Then-
you know what they did? They doubled down and kept doing
Oh,
it.
And now you're going to lecture us on and tell us you'll decide what we can hear because you want to protect your integrity as a journalist? Good, great. Just say you hate the guy and you don't want to broadcast his speeches.
Yeah.
I'd much rather you just say that.
And the left is so. The people that's clapping that, you better watch out because one day they're gonna think what you believe is untrue, and they're gonna censor you. It doesn't just stop with Trump, and it's just sad.
Now let's go down the Trump situation. Vivek said he thinks everybody running against Trump, Republican candidates, should all drop out because and just give the nomination to him. This gets the Trump crowd chanting that he should be the vice president. All right, so here we go. All right, here.
VP.
You hear them. Oh, yeah.
Trump should step up here, I think. Yeah, here.
Thank you. Wow, how was that? Pretty good, right? That was pretty good, and he's a fantastic guy, and he's really, he's got something that's very special because he started off with a Zippo, and he ended up very strong. He did a great job. I was actually surprised when he called because he was doing well.
Zippo.
And it's an honor to have his endorsement. He's going to be working with us, and he'll be working with us for a long time.
Oh. Unless he says something negative about me, then I'll hate him.
I'll fire him in a minute.
That's so good. Then I'll trash him and I'll give him a nickname.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here's
Vivek the Snake.
That's right. Here's Ted Cruz says he's endorsing Donald Trump as well.
Sean, it's great to be with you. Listen, last night was decisive. It was a dominating victory for Donald Trump. I got to say, there's no place like the Iowa caucuses. I know it intimately. The men and women of Iowa, they take their responsibility incredibly seriously. They scrutinize the candidates. It's an amazing process, and I'm a big believer in letting democracy play out. Well, last night it played out, and I got to say, Trump's victory was across the board. He won 51% of the vote. He won 98 of the counties. Congratulations to President Trump on that dominating victory. And at this point, I believe this race is over. So I am proud to endorse Donald Trump for President of the United States. I look forward to supporting him enthusiastically because I think it's time for the Republican Party to unite, for us to come together. We've got to beat Joe Biden. We've got to beat this disastrous cultural Marxist agenda in the White House. We've got to retake the United States Senate. We've got to hold the House. We got to come together and win. And with the results last night, the people have spoken. It's time to move onward to victory in November.
I agree 100% with that.
Do you remember when he got mad at Ted Cruz?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And got mad. So Ted's got past it.
Yes.
He did.
Well, he did. He turned around and endorsed him.
Yeah.
I mean, they went right down to the end on the nomination process.
And then, but is there anybody concerned that just that sense, that feeling that we've had this matchup before and Trump lost?
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think anybody would be concerned based on the outcome of the last election because, one, you really couldn't believe it. There was a lot of accusations of
still unbelievable.
Yeah, of cheating. None of it, and we have to say this was prosecutable in a court of law. So that part went unproven. But would people now, looking back over the last 4 years and it really hurting their pocketbooks, will they still vote against Donald Trump?
I think that the numbers for Trump as far as a minority vote definitely up because no matter what color your skin is, you see the price of everything, okay?
Yep.
And a lot of people are saying, the Democrats have been duping us for a while, and my life doesn't seem to be getting any better, and they keep telling me it's somebody else's fault other than theirs. Mm-hmm. And they're starting not to buy that narrative as much. The big question is what you've pointed to, Bubba, for the entire Biden administration is can we get the women who don't like the way he acts and how he calls people's names and all that, and it makes them uncomfortable. Can you bring them back?
Right.
Yeah. Well, now don't forget this last election, Trump actually got more votes than he did his first time running by a couple of million. The problem was the 80 million that Biden got.
Here's the reality.
And so, but he went up, I think, from 72 to 75. I could have the numbers wrong, but he got more votes than he did the first time. It's just he didn't get enough.
Here's the reality, and it doesn't matter whether you like him or not. He's going to be our candidate, and you better get on board with that, and you better do it now, or we're going to lose this election. That's his play. It's time to stop talking about did he make you mad, you like his tweets, all that. It's time to stop talking about all that because there is nobody else that can beat him in the Republican Party at this point. There's nobody. It doesn't matter if you like DeSantis better. It doesn't matter if somebody's not even running like little Marco Rubio that you like. Mm-hmm. Okay? Whoever it is, they can't beat him. So it's time. Ted Cruz is right. You better get on board with Donald J. Trump and get this thing going and unite, or you're going to lose.
Well, I think if nothing else, if you can't vote for Trump, And I understand.
Vote against the other.
Just vote against this.
Absolutely.
Vote against what we're in right now.
Yes.
I mean,
that is your choice.
And just let that be
It's
it.
not going away.
And if anybody asks you, you don't have to explain anything other than saying you want to keep going like we're going.
Exactly.
Ain't nobody going to think you're anything. If anybody who doesn't agree with you is going to be the one that's going to be great.
Listen, there are parts of me that don't want him back in the White House. But I see what we're going up against, and we better all get on the Trump train.
Yep.
And I mean quick.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Say, what did your husband do for a living? He said, what he does here. You would go, okay, he doesn't sweat then at work.
Right.
But that's incorrect. He does.
Yeah,
What do you say he does here?
He sweats like a prostitute in church.
Okay.
No, I mean Greg had skipped over his job title. I
He's
didn't
like,
know what
well, he's got a lot of titles. He does a lot of things. TV producer. He's just, he's a multitasking guy.
It's a long list around
Yeah,
here.
that's why I say I don't know what the official title is.
Media services.
He does a lot.
Yeah, media services. Sure. That sounds more fatherly. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm actually I'm the overseer of all media services.
That's right. In fact, I want you guys to call me Christopher from here on out. Christopher Adler, because that's my name. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
But I have been messing with my wife a ton about names.
Obviously. Oh,
names about names.
Let him finish.
And like
that's how we got in this situation.
like I'll throw out like Christian Slater Adler, that kind of thing. And she's like, Christian Slater Adler. I'm like, yeah, Christian Slater's the coolest name ever. Why would we not name our kid Christian Slater?
What about
Adler?
just Slater? That's cool.
Ooh, Slater. Yeah, we could call him Slater.
Sounds a little bit like a metal band.
Yeah.
It does.
Or like James Hetfield Adler. You know?
Don't do that.
Dimebag Darrell Adler.
Slater Adler sounds good.
Slater. That's what I told her.
Hold on. See, Slater Adler on the tackle. That's how you have to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad.
Okay. Aaron said that she's mad that I have a vowel for the first letter of our last name because that messes up a lot of name choices.
I never thought about that.
No, but you're at the first of the class.
Yeah, boy, you
Thank
are.
you.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
During graduation?
School day
You don't have to
pictures.
wait long.
Yeah. Your graduation experience, if you can find a way out, you don't want to be there a few minutes.
You know, in the old days, businesses that had a name that was started in the first few letters were more successful than the others.
How about that?
Because people used to use the phone book, they'd go to them first.
Makes sense.
It is our first one, so I am nervous. And speaking of graduation, I am nervous, and I will be nervous until our kids walk across the graduation stage. Then I'll stop being nervous.
Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back. So, had a great time going to see Big Love and Tasmo and Starkville. Got to see a lot of folks. Thanks all of you for support the show there, and it was great to meet the people there and see LSU Mississippi State. You know, I told everybody, and we went in to the stadium. I said, look, y'all know this is not, because Sherry Dar gave me the instructions. She said, look, I don't want to get to the point where you start treating all of us like we're getting on your nerves. and she said, I know you don't like doing this all day thing. So we're just, we're your parents. We're going. I said, look, this is new Rick. It's not old Rick. I said, new Rick. You know what? It's not about me. We're going to sit down in that stadium, and we're going to stay there. And I said, I'm going to sit there, and we got a room and a place to stay with mom and dad. We're not going home today. I'll tell you one thing. I will not leave this game until the last person looks at me and says I'm ready to go. You won't even hear me utter a phrase about leaving. I said I'm gonna get fired up. I want Nana ringing that cowbell, and I said we're going all in. Well, one of the issues was that young Broderick had decided that he was going to a concert on Friday night, and he'd just be coming in on Saturday. Now I'd already been telling him, look, the game's 2:30. And you have no idea where you're going to park because you don't have a system like I do. And I said,
but they love that. They love to have to go and figure it out.
And I said, if we're going into the game, this is this thing I've noticed. The tailgating at places has gotten so big. Nobody goes into the game till like right before it's going to start. I mean, so you get a bog down of everybody trying to get into the game. I'm talking about like 20 minutes before the kickoff.
That's right.
And
I win that bush.
Yeah. So you know that situation.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we need more entrances. I don't know what we're doing. We're really bogging here. And
bog.
Well, but Mama my wife, Sherry, not my mama, but the boy's mama, my wife, she's really like me. She's there to see her kids more than anything. So I keep looking Life 360, and I'm like, boy, young Broderick is dragging. You know, and he's killing us. And of course, the tailgate food was fantastic. And you know, we had a family that did Boston butts and some of the best barbecue I've ever eaten in my life. It was phenomenal.
Why does food taste so good at the tailgate?
It does.
Can I tell you?
There's just something to it. It's like drinking water out of a hose pipe on a hot summer day.
Oh, you can't beat that.
And it was cool, which meant that you weren't afraid of the food. You know, these 100-degree games we've had, I mean, you could be killed by a deviled egg.
Well, there's some things I'm just not going to eat out at that.
Yeah. You look over at that.
I have to get off the tightrope on that. Right?
Yeah. Hey, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. So other things that are going on, and we continue to look at the reality as we tried to say here. What we try to do on this show is see if we can't get you back in touch with the real world. Because, boy, you got a lot to work through out there in the presentation of a fake world. One of them is if we would all just go buy electric cars, the earth would be saved. If we could just save the earth. If somehow we could plug up the rear end of cows and not have them break wind and then all get in electric cars, Mother Earth would be safe. Now, the problem is the electric cars have all kinds of things that we're still trying to work through, and apparently we now have another one. And that is the charging stations don't do well when Arctic blast hit the country.
No.
And you get into like really, really, really cold temperatures. And we have Chicago, who, they always have bitterly cold temperatures, but the Arctic blast has made it even colder. And they are having a hard time. Now, for some reason, Bubba, and I think you and I both know why, when these mainstream media outlets do a story where electric cars are struggling, they're always Teslas.
Right.
Because Elon Musk won't play ball. They never talk about the fact that this really would affect any electric car, but it's always Tesla. But anyway, Tesla's supercharging station in Oak Brook, they said, has become a graveyard of electric cars because people cannot get them to charge. People are screaming, nothing, no juice, still at 0%. I've been trying to recharge my Tesla here since Sunday afternoon. It's 3 hours, and it still says 0. So they're having trouble with the cold weather. The old recharging is not working. But here's a little package on it from Adler. So here we go.
They're towing a Tesla.
At the Tesla supercharging station in Skokie, one driver grateful to finally be here.
I saw that my battery's getting low. It was about 20-25%. Went out to the gas station that was there. I saw that there was a long line.
West France then drove to the fashion outlet station in Rosemont, but it wasn't in service.
And by that time, my battery drained down to 5%, which is faster than normal. Long story short, here I am. We had to tow it out this way.
The sub-zero temperatures taking a toll on the electric batteries. This Uber driver frustrated.
Last year, I had to in the winter. I never faced this last year, but this year it's horrible.
At the charging station in Rolling Meadows, several cars had to be towed last night because the batteries died while drivers were waiting in line to charge up.
A lot of the cables get frozen and they left them on the ground, so ice forms in them, and then you can't plug it in because it's got like a male and a female. So a lot of those were on the ground, but it was really busy.
Richard's Body Shop on Lawrence is a certified Tesla service center. The owner was also at the Rolling Meadows location charging his Tesla last night.
How dare that guy say male and female, by the way?
Are you allowed to do that?
You bigot!
Well, and Bubba, you've known this. We talked about this even with Moultrie Mobile. Really cold temperatures, batteries, they struggle.
Yeah, well, sure they do.
It drains them.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just the physics of it,
right.
And some are more susceptible than others. Some will just shut down and will not charge. These are not the temperatures that we normally function in.
But again, you have to once again if you're going to tell the electric car story,
Yeah.
you have to
Correct.
tell the
The
cold
whole
weather
story.
story
Yeah,
too.
that's part of it.
Yeah,
That's part of it.
we can't act like that. There's not some obstacles to overcome. It's always the way the left treats everything. They think they have an answer. You guys, I know I keep going back to this, but I've never forgotten. We had Pocahontas stand up there one day and say that we needed to get to a new kind of fuel to replace petroleum. She doesn't know what it is, but whatever it is, we'll invent it and we'll put people to work here in America doing it. She didn't know what it was. She just knew we needed it one day, and when we do it, it'll be done here, and it'll provide jobs for those we're putting out of business who are in the petroleum business.
Amazing.
I mean, she didn't even know what it is. She wouldn't even tell us what it is. So somebody brings up electric cars, and everybody says, well, this is it. And it may be a nice alternative, but we can't act like it doesn't have trouble, and it does. And they're becoming not as wonderful as everybody thought they would be because we're not there yet. The
technology, these problems, when you identify these problems, people will go back to work on it. They go, okay, well, we need a battery that's not as susceptible to cold weather, or we got to get a way to keep it warm, or we got to have it so it'll charge a little different. But you got to identify these problems, just be real with it.
Right.
I mean, but look, gas cars are having problems too right now.
Right.
The batteries don't start, and those. I mean, it's just part of it.
But that's the point you want to get to, though. Okay. So back to confused American. Okay, so everything that I have that has a battery in it, cold weather makes that battery not perform as well. Wait a minute! So if my whole car's run on a battery, it'll shut the whole thing down. How'd that happen? Same thing happens to battery cars. It happens to all batteries. How'd that happen? I mean, if it has a battery, then all battery things apply to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the hybrid thing is really probably a better solution in a lot of ways now, to have just backup of some other source to get to.
Well, the left will convince you that somehow these cars have a magic battery that's not like other batteries.
Yeah.
Hey, I know how
it's a magic battery.
I know how efficient you are. Could you imagine being in that line and then your car going dead and you're just sitting in that parking lot waiting, got places to be, things to do, and you're just sitting there waiting?
You're talking about a guy who canceled his rental electric car just because I couldn't find enough charging stations to satisfy me. I looked at the map and didn't like it. Backed out. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna be bothered by that, I know. No, it's like I know that the cars we have now have issues, but I know them. I know what to look out for. I know how to handle them. Right. I know how to work around them. Yeah. And it's gray bear's not crazy about learning a new vehicle. And plus, I can't. The things we say about them on saving the planet are just outrageous.
Yeah.
I mean, completely outrageous. It's not solving the problems that y'all say we have with petroleum. It just doesn't. And then we create more problems. But why can't they just be an alternative? If that's what you prefer, go get you one. Yeah. Why can't it just be that?
And we always see the Teslas being kind of singled out here.
Well, that's what I said, yeah.
But they're the only company that's making an EV, an electric vehicle, that anybody wants to buy.
Well, you're right. The other companies, their attempts at it have been really bad.
Yeah, poor at best.
And they're looking for exit strategies, I think. Phone calls are next. Any topic you want to talk about, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Corn dip's dangerous enough on its own.
Yes.
Yeah. If you have Fritos and a corn dip over there and it's been out there in 101, you might want to be real careful of that. Mm-hmm. So we're enjoying the food, and I keep watching, and I'm like, young Broderick's going to push us. Well, now, Dad, of course, being a football fan, he's like, "Hey, are we going to the game?"
Yeah, he wants that pregame.
And I said, "Well, Dad, we're not going."
I'm like your dad on that.
Yeah, and I would be too.
I like pregame.
And so young Broderick comes rolling up at a whopping 1:30 with a 2:30 kickoff. So now, but again, remember who I am. I'm not going to be the guy. Hey, I'm all in. Mm-hmm. And I said, hey, I don't care when we go in. I don't care how long we stay, because I'm not going to let this. I'm not going to become the guy that everybody doesn't like. The guy who says, hey, we're dying here. Come on, we got to move. I like to know what the plan is, and of course I was raised by a man who likes to know what the plan is. So I'm just letting him be the guy this time. Now that he's there, I'm really letting him be my spokesperson. Like because nobody's going to go against him.
Right.
So I let him say what I would be saying, but I'd get in trouble for it.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Oh, no,
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Yeah,
It's perfect. You know exactly what to get him to say.
Greg, Dad seems to be getting ready to go in.
Look, Dad's getting nervous about it.
Now, look, I don't care.
That's perfect.
I'm just telling you what's going on.
If you
with
want to
him.
keep Dad happy, we need to go.
Right.
Yeah, I do that with Todd Jones a lot.
Do you really say that?
Yeah.
So anyway, so
At the game.
Right.
Perfect. You know, I don't mind if the radio don't work in here, but Todd is upset. We need somebody down here to fix this thing.
So
That is good.
So we know when we go into it, we finally get
People scampered.
we
It's
finally
so hot in here.
we finally get all that done. And, of course, Tasmo and Big Love and Tasmo brought Camtastic. And so they all want to go with Big Love and sit in the student section with, the guys he lives with and all that.
Cowbell City.
And I'm having to break it to my wife again. Honey, you don't understand. I know you're excited to be here, and we're all excited to see our sons. But I'm telling you, they don't.
No.
They really.
You don't want to say care, but
they care. No, they love us.
They care, but
in windows.
Right.
They don't want to sit with us in the game.
No.
Okay.
No.
Would you get tickets for everybody? I said, honey, I got tickets, but I'm telling you, if Tasmo can go in the student section with his brother, that's where they're going.
And jump up and down.
Yeah, and so we're going to focus on Mom and Dad and all that. So Nana's got her cowbell.
Oh, boy.
And she says, my soon-to-be 78-year-old mom says, hey, I'm all in with my cowbell.
There she
Well,
is.
we couldn't get her to understand how to use it. So we get in, and what it is when Mississippi State makes a first down, and early on, a lot of squandered opportunities. They had a chance to be in that game.
Oh, yeah.
And so they were moving the ball. So we got a lot of first down Bulldogs. And then you're supposed to go Hail State with her cowbell. Well, they go first down. Like I said, Mom, no. No, you got to wait. And she goes, what do you mean I have to wait? And I said, Mom, no, wait a minute. That you got to, look, so all of a sudden the running back would run, and all of a sudden you see him fall across the first down line. She go, Hail State. And I said, no,
you do
wait.
it with
You're
everybody.
banging that guy right behind his head on Hail State. Wait. You wait for the announcer to say, first down Bulldogs, Hail State. And she go, and all of a sudden the running back would run, kink, kink. And I said, Mom, wait on the, I don't hear him. I said, wait on the PA announcer. Like that. And
You're not ringing responsible.
She was not ringing responsible. Well, then she got to rolling. They scored a touchdown. And she got to go, and all of a sudden I heard the cowbell not ringing anymore. Well, what we didn't realize is her whatever that thing is inside that makes it ring had shot out of
The clacker. Oh, no. She
hit someone in the eye.
It hit somebody, Rick, somewhere.
The clackers,
She's just a ring.
and I'm looking at Sherry. I said, Sherry, you got to get that cowbell away from Mom. I said,
Grab it.
I don't know how you're going to do it. Tell her you want to ring it or something, but she's dangerous with this cowbell. She's not listening. She's not following
And if you're
instructions.
not used to doing it a lot, it's probably rough on your wrist. You could probably get tennis elbows from slinging that thing.
I said, she's just ringing this thing like there's no tomorrow. And and then she and she didn't have they all put something inside it when they put it in their pocket so it doesn't clank around.
Correct.
Well, hers, I mean, it was just an out of control cowbell.
Do you know when?
Was she clanking when she was walking?
What do you call that? What do you call that piece? It's got a name.
I don't know.
I call it the little ball in there.
What
The
is
clacker?
that little clacker?
That little clacker here.
Well, see, the people that are veterans, they put a little piece of like a napkin or something there, so when they're walking around with it, it's not clanking.
Yeah, you don't sound like a cow.
God love Nana. She's clanking as we're walking. She's Hail Stating.
But do you know when she lost it?
Well, we found it. It fell down. Actually, we found it down, so it didn't. I thought it
didn't launch it.
I thought it had launched on somebody, and
that hurt too. Down through.
I apologize to the people in front of us that we were having a premature Hail State on every first down. Mom, you got to listen for it's Hail State. Hail State. And no, Mom, you do it together.
Rick and Bubba.
Still here, baby. Still here. All right, so phone calls are coming in. Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking those now. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number if you want to join us. We'll start with Jane out of Calera, Alabama. Jane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for your patience. What's on your mind? Go ahead. Hey,
So I was listening to your comments about we've got to just stop and vote for Trump whether we like him or not. I probably will have to agree with you that y'all are right in some cases, but y'all haven't taught that Trump cannot in my opinion, be reelected. The Democrats are going to find a way. Number one, he's lame duck. Number two, he's 80 years old. And I just think the media is so intimidated by him that they're convincing us that we need to reelect him. Go look at Fox News. Look at their pictures of the candidates. You got Trump. Look at his face. They even put that face up there compared to DeSantis and Nikki Haley. It's just driving me crazy that the media is making us think. Now, look at Iowa. Okay, Trump won by 51%, but 49% of the people didn't vote for him. So that's got to tell you something. And I'll just hang up and listen to y'all's opinion.
Now, let me ask you this, Jane, because I don't even disagree with some of the things you're saying about trying to get the candidate. But what we're talking about, if all this you're talking about and you think it's being done on purpose, whatever the case may be, if all of it works, and it looks like it will, and you get down to the general election and your only choices are Donald Trump and Joe Biden, I can't imagine anybody not voting or casting a vote for Biden, because a not vote is going to give Biden a more opportunity to do this again, or whoever's running the country. He certainly doesn't like he is. I'm talking about if it gets down to that. I don't think we really, as America, if we want to survive, have another choice. If it's just those two people, that's all I'm saying. That's not some big endorsement.
I think not, but I think the Democrats have up their sleeve that if it gets to that, they're going to find somebody else that can beat Trump.
But what I'm saying is, what if that's all you got is Trump versus the Democrats?
Of course I'm going to vote for Trump.
Well, that's all we were saying.
I hope everybody has a good head on their shoulders.
Yeah, that's all we were saying. So we really aren't saying more than that. I think you're reading in more than that. We're not. We're saying it looks like it is a foregone conclusion. And so if that turns out to be right, whether it's a strategy, one time I thought the same thing. I thought maybe the left wants Donald Trump. They're trying to run again because they think they can win again. Maybe. But what we're talking about is if you get down to it, you really don't have a choice for the good of America.
Exactly.
Yeah, and not about an endorsement of a human being or a person or something.
I would get on board for every one of the Haley. If Haley had won the Iowa that much, and we know what's coming, Vivek, any of those, we better unite as a party. That's where we get in trouble as Republicans. We don't know how to unite with each other.
Right.
We take our ball and go home.
Right.
I got an email a minute ago that was ridiculous.
Right.
They're allowing somebody that doesn't even know Donald Trump, who sent a mean tweet out, to prevent them from going to the polls and voting for Trump. That's weak. And you're not going to win. You can't win doing that.
To John in Nashville, Tennessee. John, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to bring it back to fun zone for a minute.
Please
That was
do.
a little intense.
Yeah.
Rick, first of all, we're really excited about you coming up the long haul, man. I'm telling everybody I can about it, and
too.
trying to promote the Rick and Bubba show.
Thanks, man.
But my son asked me a question the other night, and I gave him my answer, and he said, I wonder what Rick and Bubba would say, so I thought I'd ask y'all.
Okay, here we are. Yeah,
So
go ahead.
I know him. I said I know him. He said, what would you rather have, Dad, a WNBA team in your town that wins the championship every year, or $5? So I told him I'd rather have $5. At least I could buy like some Dogecoin or something with it,
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Dad. I don't having a WNBA team in my town that wins championships brings no value to my life whatsoever. That $5 would.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially yesterday when we were
like,
trying to use the snack machine. I wish I had it.
I'm a big advocate for sports teams. I think they do a lot for your city, and they give people something to do and get behind and cheer on. And you see how these big time teams affect a lot of cities and how the fans get behind them. And I think it's great. I think it fires people up, gives them pride in their area. If the WNBA is something that you think people would get behind, that's fine. But I just don't see widespread demand for it right now. I'll say this: if I had my druthers between that or other things, I would probably pick other things. Right? I mean,
well, there's a side to it, and I totally
I'm
understand.
not saying I'd never get behind it. I usually watch, all the basketball in the Olympics. Do we have women's basketball?
in the Olympics?
Yeah.
I don't know. But if I could draft Caitlin Clark and she could be a part of it, I think I'd go that route.
I think there's potential there, but it's still got a ways to go. I think it's kind of like the electric cars, okay?
Yeah.
We can't manufacture excitement. We're going to have to let it stand on its own.
And there's my point.
And not act like it's not as good a product from a basketball standpoint or whatever. Look, I remember I've watched college women's basketball. I'm a big fan of a lot of the teams and the coaches we've had. Some of them we've had on the show. But that was because I liked what they were doing. I wasn't guilted into it, or it wasn't manufactured, you know.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, John, I think that obviously for the good of a community or for the good of a salesperson, I could pretend to be excited about it as good as anyone. But would I actually, in my personal life, ever go and be part of it? No. And there's another part about it that makes me sad, is when you put something together that you know is not going to be successful in your town, and then they show you highlights of the game, and everybody's trying to stay excited, and the stadium's about a quarter full.
Yeah.
See, those things don't make me excited; they make me sad. And then we have to, as you said, have a manufactured passion for it. So I see no value to that in my life at all. I'd rather have the $5.
You know, the USFL. We recently had that in our town. The past 2 seasons, we've had a championship team. The stadium was not totally full. Now, they did pull some good crowds, I think, for spring football. I watched some of them on TV, and the games that I went to, I really enjoyed going to it. But, you know, it takes time. You have to build that thing. I mean, kids have to go with their parents, and then the next generation, they have to go on their own and carry their kids. And, you know, you have to build that thing up a little bit.
And you also have to build confidence. Because I mean, my younger kids got all in on the Birmingham Iron. I don't even remember what league that was, and they were having a blast with it. Well, now that was sucked out from under them, do you think they went to a Stallions game?
Well,
no, because they got burned.
Well,
they think it's not going to last.
There's a lot of burning when it comes to spring football.
Well, they think it's not going to last, so they don't want to invest in it. You know what I mean? You don't build generational fans if you can't keep the team in town more than a few years.
No, we've had several in ours.
Adler,
the United States women's basketball team in the Olympics has won 7 times in a row.
Good for
the last 7.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it comes to country. You know, I'm patriotic.
Sure.
I'll cheer for the U.S. and anything.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
I'll even watch that kettling thing if I have to.
Will you really?
Well, if I have to.
Yeah. DD, Brownstown, Illinois. DD, how you doing?
Well, staying warm.
Oh, way to go, DD.
What? Huh?
Not a way to go.
Well, yes, because it's been mighty cold here, I'll tell you, wind chill and everything. Well, when I used to work at the hospital, we had parking lot out in the open, and the best thing in the world to protect your car is Glad wraps, press and seal. You can put that over your door handles and your car locks, and they will not freeze. And when I was on the night shift at the hospital one time, I took it all the way around the doors.
Well, how about that?
And you can go, and it protects it. And then if you get in and turn your lights on for about 15 or 20 seconds, that gets the little things in the batteries going, and it'll start easier.
Yeah, I've been taught that before on vehicles that stay outside down to farm. What about how much Glad wrap do you think I'd need for a big lift, a Ram 1500?
Yeah,
that's Rick, a lot of Glad wrap.
I tell you, if you worked at the hospital, that'd be one time you'd be thankful for a parking deck because you could get in it, wouldn't have that falling on it.
Yeah.
Now, I've never heard that cutting the lights on help you to crank the vehicle. I've never heard that.
Go ahead and let it start warming up a little bit.
Well, I don't know. It seems like that would just drain electrons you'd need to turn that engine over.
Well, I know that every time that Gary gets mad, if I get into the diesel ATV down the side-by-side and I don't turn the key over and let it sit there a minute, he gets really mad.
Well, you got now diesel's different. You got a glow plug on that. And some of them are automatic.
He gets mad when I don't
use
use the glow plug. Glow, whatever you said.
Glow plug.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. There's it wrapping now. How do you get it up under the,
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know that's Speedy actually showing
it is.
that.
Yeah, I don't think
it's him or Charles Kelly. I don't know which one it is.
I think I'd almost like to just chance it. But we'll be back.
A garage is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
It is. I can't get my truck in one, but yeah.
Right, I know. Yeah. That's the problem.
See, my wife's car in there. It looks awful cozy. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so you want to start with the video that we were all sent over the weekend, the Boomer Schooner.
Yes.
At the Boomer Schooner. Now, we realized that it crashed, bringing Oklahoma onto the field, but it had also crashed back in '93.
Right.
So we're gonna look at both. We're gonna look at the current crash.
I think it may have crashed one time earlier too. Seems like I remember when I was a kid that happened.
I'm sure it did.
But there may not have been a video camera around.
Well,
We don't have a lot of
who could
stuff.
have videoed it then?
Now, Gus Johnson is the guy on the broadcast, and Skype Out has that. And
Mr.
And
Excitement.
he just
One of my favorites. by the way.
he has a jiu-jitsu comment in there.
What?
About the lady that was thrown and she rolled out. I don't think she had a choice but to roll.
Yeah,
but
right.
You'll hear that in the broadcast here.
All right, so here it comes.
Look, no idea what's going to happen.
Having the ball. Look, she's just swinging. She thinks she's got it. And now it's a touch to, and there we go. Oh my goodness. Boy, they went down hard. Wow. They went down hard.
She hits the ground. Nice roll.
Oh, wow.
That's they teach you in jiu-jitsu, Joe.
That's what you do in jiu-jitsu.
Nice roll.
So what do you
go back again?
Was anybody hurt?
What was all that stuff that fell out of there?
I guess-
I named it this because the comments.
It just had stuff inside it, I guess. It looked like maybe candy.
Too
or
sharp
something.
of a turn.
Why is it the top like strapped down? See, it comes off of the trailer.
Yeah.
It's like it's not strapped
it's a
down.
wonder somebody.
It is.
Really
Yeah,
hurt.
you're
Look,
right.
see, look.
Yeah.
And then the trailer flips back up.
Yeah.
Tearing the field
the whole
up.
thing
Look.
turned over. Never mind.
Goodness.
tearing the field up? Look.
She hits the ground. Nice roll.
Was that the PA guy
No,
giving the
that's
play-by?
Gus Johnson.
That's Gus Johnson.
Yeah, that's just
sounds
that
weird.
Greg loves so much.
Is it,
It's over the.
Is somebody just
somebody
recording off their
recorded.
TV?
That's all
Oh,
it is.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
Guys, look at her right there. She has no idea she's supposed to be thrown.
Is that guy? Did he turn it too quick, or did they just turn around and go back?
It looks like the horses just cut too tight.
Yeah.
Is the guy swinging? Who's
right there? You
All right,
have
the
to-
guy that's I call driving this.
That
thing.
is a wonder somebody didn't have a compound fracture. You
It
know?
doesn't look like he really is pulling on the reins at all.
No, it looks like the horse is just doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, it's one he didn't break his arm because you start trying to.
yeah.
And like you said,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
stuff, there's cards and stuff flying out of there.
Rick, see if you can hear Gus any better. Come to me real quick on this,
All
just
right.
real quick.
That's look at the whole thing.
So I guess they're doing a replay of it now on their broadcast.
No, this is live.
Whoa.
That was live. And then now they're going back and showing it.
Watch her ability to roll. When she hits the ground, nice roll. That's what they teach you in jiu-jitsu, Joe.
You hear how he said, nice roll. He does that on just a routine first down.
What if
Adler said, no, that's not what they teach you.
That's not what they teach you, Adler?
They do not teach any of that in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, he's a little touchy about jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Is he talking? Yeah, but what if we had this guy who overdoes everything with Beth Mowens?
Oh,
What if they
buddy.
were
Oh, Rick.
Guys, y'all leave Gus alone.
I set it down to Rocky the Big Ginger. I'm sorry, Ginger. Everybody told me about that, and I got people sending me the audio.
here's
93.
Yeah, 93 is Skype out.
93.
You know,
So this guy's standing up.
Schooner's got a tight turning radius, but not that tight.
Oh, he
Look
jumps
at that
off.
guy in the back. There was a guy in the back.
There's a guy in the back, Greg, you're right.
I love when the horses do it, their reaction. Like,
Yeah,
what's
stopped
up?
on that one.
What's up?
All right, did the guy
Well,
get
it's
hurt?
the kind of day it's been for Oklahoma. The Sooner Schooner hasn't had anything to come out and do on a score until now, and they turned that sucker over.
I guess they're just trying to turn
Look,
things
everybody
around.
people crawling out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, it used to be
The ponies
connected.
stayed upright, but the wagon took a big-time spill as they might have tried to take too tight a turn, and somebody, unfortunately, is down.
Do you think the reason
sounds
why
like Brian Regan doing that?
It does, by the way.
It really does.
Do you
Someone
think
is down.
Do you think they made it now where it's not connected because in '93 because it was connected somebody got hurt?
I tell you what, they
Then
maybe
maybe
do
they-
is fix it so it won't turn so sharp.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Look, that's like the homecoming queen too, Rick. Look.
oh no, we hurt the homecoming queen.
She's got her sash on.
Right, you're right. And this guy thinks he's got it, then he realizes, and so he leaves.
He bails, buddy.
Hey, homecoming queen goes down hard.
She's the one that's still down.
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
guy in the back, he didn't do too well
Now,
either.
this is what,
93. Yeah.
I think you might be onto something because of that injury. Maybe that they did.
Oh wow, that was.
They had
They did
Air
make it
cast
to
iron,
where if
doesn't
it flips, it does come apart. Maybe.
Do you think
I don't know.
you think it now not being attached lessens injury?
What they need is like training wheels on that thing, so it can't flip.
Let's just call it, if this is the second time it's happened,
There it is. 10 minutes to the top. KC. Keep it coming, baby. Field of Greens. I know. I continue to get the emails. Life-changing for me. Finally got Sherry on board. Now she's like, what was I waiting on? I said, well, that's what I've been asking. Got Speedy on board. Helm's on board. So trying to get Bubba on board. Fieldofgreens.com. I will tell you, you hear this all the time. Well, they suggested again that your body is craving 5 servings of the right vegetables and fruits every day. Raise your hand if you got time, first of all, to get 5 of them in and then figure out which ones you should and shouldn't. I mean, we don't have time for that, and we're not going to do that. And there's been other attempts where they just go over and they give you some kind of capsule or whatever. Look, Field of Greens is far superior to any of that. Nowhere close, and I've tried some others. This has had the biggest impact on my health of anything else that I've done, combined with obviously with the moving around and exercising on a regular basis and eating overall good, but still adding this is filling in where I just can't quite seem to pull it off. And the results to the immune system probably is where I've seen the most change. And of course, right now that more than ever it's important. Waiting for the next whatever else to come up that they're trying to say. Well, now we're all going to catch this.
Here we go.
You got to get your immune system strong more than anything. Also, you're going to notice your skin, your hair, your nails all going to look healthier too because your body's getting the fuel it wants. And it needs and it must have and for it to operate at peak efficiency. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba right now. Save 15% off. Get started on this. If you have any other questions, I can always help you. But I'm going to tell you what, this is a game changer right here. All right, so Bubba, I don't remember what year it was. You told me, and I don't remember it. You actually went to the world's largest consumer tech event, the CES.
Yeah, Consumer Electronics Show. That shows you the things that will be out in the next few years.
Right.
It's really on the developmental stage.
Right.
And Rick, it's the only time I've been to Las Vegas for a trade show.
Because normally you go to gamble.
Normally I just don't go.
No, the only time I've ever been is when we went with the XFL. XFL.
This thing is massive. Like you walk from the time it opens to the time it closes, and you walk all day. You're completely give out, and you think we were in one building. There's like 4 more. How am I going to do this?
Are you saying it's like
I can't even get to it?
It's like 4 Costco's or Sam's Club or what?
Rick,
give me some size.
Their building that thing was in would be like a Sam's Club. Maybe 3 of them put together was one building. I mean, they're massive. Just you go. I can't believe how big this thing is.
Yeah, I heard like 40 football fields of
okay, now we're getting
stuff.
Yeah, that's probably
40. That's what I heard.
We're just throwing stuff out.
Crazy.
Now.
Hey. We were there for like 3 days, and we barely saw half of it. Some of it we didn't even touch.
There you go.
You can't do it. You just
no way
can't do it. No,
how many days would it take?
Take a week, and you'd have to be hustling. I mean, you'd have to, and if you stop and look at stuff like I would want to do, you'll never get through.
Right.
Did they offer? Are they just displaying it and showing it off, or can you like buy stuff there? Can you like go? I like that. Give it. I want one.
Some of it.
You asking that's funny.
Some of it you can purchase, but most of it is more demonstration.
Right.
And they'll give you a card, and they'll say, "Hey, this will be available in April, and you can get it from these dealers or whatever." But there's some of them, the smaller stuff that they will sell to you on site, or at best I remember.
Right. Are y'all seeing this transparent TV? How cool is this?
That is cool.
It's a clear TV.
We need a few of those in here.
When you cut it off, you see right through it. But I don't even think, do you really want that? Because in our case, you'd see a bunch of wires behind it.
Right, there is that.
And then your wife be like, well, you got to cover that up somehow.
I know. Can you put something on the back of that?
I don't know.
But it is interesting to have a micro LED that is clear, transparent. You could see that being in meetings on tables and things like that.
How about right here? You could actually put one right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That'd be awesome.
Here's a foldable laptop.
Okay.
Just fold it right in half like a book.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You remember, Bubba, that year
world?
that y'all went, I couldn't go because I was actually scheduled to eat a can of nails that day.
Right.
Yeah, that's
right. And
that's one of those
there's,
things that shows up on the calendar and it can't be deleted. So every year I see that.
Oh, do you really?
Oh yeah, yeah. For the Rick and
left it
Bubba
on there.
calendar, it just for some reason it won't
The
be
problem,
deleted.
I would like to go back, but it's just right after our Christmas break, and you hate to be gone again right after that.
Right. Here's a smart toilet, $8,000 for a smart toilet. It's got
What?
a heated seat.
Was it use a bathroom for you?
Heated
It looks
seat.
awful small.
You know,
Yeah.
our only other option would be to actually go to Las Vegas and do the show that morning. Then as soon as it's over, just go right into the buildings over there.
Let's do it. Let's
or be
do
in
it.
there. But it's just massive. And I thought, I don't know. I mean, I remember going back to the room, and this was many years ago.
Yeah.
Still in shape, better, and just being totally give out.
You saying you'd struggle more now?
Yes. Yes,
Wheelchair?
much more.
We call him wheelchair?
No,
Scooter.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. If I got to do a wheelchair, I'm out.
There might be one of those there.
I'm not to that point.
There's a toothbrush that looks like a mouthpiece, and it just brushes all your teeth at once.
Oh, wow. Oh, that might be good.
Sure.
I just remembered I
I'm
didn't
sure
brush
keeping
my
that
teeth.
clean is going to be easy.
Yeah. Oh, that's neat.
That
Look
is
at
pretty
that.
cool.
It's a mouthpiece. Are you into that? You like that, Helms?
Yes, yes.
I get your attention.
Well, a little bit, but here's where, and this I'm gonna play the role of Greg right
Okay.
here.
Oh,
So we can't brush our teeth anymore.
I know. Yeah, it's-
We don't have the energy to brush our teeth anymore.
Yeah, that's one of those areas where
This
I
is
go.
why we're losing elections, by the way. We
Yeah.
can't brush our dang teeth.
I think I would say, and I have seen some people that apparently haven't figured out how to do it, but it doesn't seem that complicated, and I think we've made some advancements that are good enough.
Yeah.
I think we're okay on brushing
I do
teeth.
too. I do too.
Yeah, but-
it does interest me. It's pretty cool.
I don't know if I want to put a mouthpiece in.
Nah, I don't want to do that every morning.
Right. So, and then, like I said, keeping it clean,
Yeah.
keep the bacteria off of it.
And what's Michigan's quarterback going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, if he has this,
Yeah.
his left brain, right brain stimulation's not going to work out.
Here's the thing, though. Like, we all. I mean, I remember at one time thinking an electric toothbrush has to be the laziest thing you could get.
Yeah.
But they actually do brush your teeth better because of the speed.
Well, that's
they
what I
can
said. I think
generate.
we've got that. I think
right.
what we've done in the electric toothbrush area is about. I mean, do we need to go further?
And
than that?
you get all kind of water pick things out there now. I mean, that's come
Adler,
a
I
long
see
way.
you in these.
Yeah, for sure.
This is all you.
Some moon shoes or something they call them. They make you walk. You can walk at like a regular pace, and it makes you go really fast.
Go back to that. Can't walk.
It looks to me like you would be walking on a moving sidewalk.
The
Kinda
airport.
how that's
the airport. Those airport.
Yeah.
Wow, I can keep up with River on that.
Raise your hand if you walk on the airport moving sidewalk every time.
You gotta walk.
I
You gotta walk.
Let me tell you how long ago it was when I was there, Rick. The big battle was going on between Blu-ray and HD DVD. Who was going to be the high def
That's funny.
DVD?
That is
Really?
funny. I remember that conversation.
That is funny. DJI, who we give away one of their small drones, they unveiled their fly cart, and it can carry a payload of up to 60 pounds.
Wow.
So for delivering all kinds of things, it's crazy.
So there you go. Well, Adam, you sound kind of excited about this.
This is my world.
Hey, Rick, this is kind of cool.
Can I tell you
It's
what
cool.
I would really like right now,
advancements, I'm just
Adler?
saying.
Can I tell you? I've had the drone, and I know a lot of people have got those, but I want one with a thermal camera on it, so you can identify and find things. I've got thermal scope, but I don't have one tied to a drone.
Well, surely that's available. It's not available yet?
I'm sure it's around. But
Yeah,
I've
it
not
is,
seen
but
that.
it's not readily available. You have to special order it. And all
Is
that.
it legal to fly a drone over a grain field and see if there's anything on there before going out?
I think so.
It is.
Yeah,
It is
it's
legal to fly a drone as long as you're not disturbing or chasing wildlife.
Okay.
So you can fly it high, check all the grain fields before you go out.
Can you chase people?
Oh,
I don't
trespassers.
know about that.
No.
I don't know about that.
But if they're illegal immigrants,
But
then you have to
Speedy,
leave them alone.
I used to use one to check feeders and see if they were putting out corn.
Oh, okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the history,
Oh,
or at least
in this day and time, you can
that's
forget
pretty
it.
good safety record.
Well, you'd forget it though. Now
I've watched this video.
Oh, they'll have fall protection.
It'll cost
and
so
helmets.
much. Yeah, it'll cost so much to ride that thing now.
Yeah.
That they
I've
won't even
watched
be able
this
to do it.
video about 100 times, and I love the two that's in charge of chasing the wagon. And now it's a wagon.
Yeah,
because see, watch them go off into the end zone. Now they're chasing it. They're like, wait a minute, oh my goodness.
They're out of
talking about
control.
as it rips up the field?
Yeah, now you got horses just dragging something all across the field. Wow. And she wished she hadn't worn them shorts.
Right.
Look,
She had no idea, right?
Hey, Well, you don't know you can be thrown off.
We need to go back and look at that 93. Somebody was hurt pretty bad.
They brought the Aircast out in 93. You see that Aircast? You see him sitting that leg?
That's never good. Homecoming queen. I think you're leaving an Aircast.
Did the schooner break the homecoming queen's leg? Is that not is that not an Aircast?
Yeah, what about this? You're at a ball game and you got a delay because the schooner fell over and we've got an injury, and I got to sit there and wait till they clean that up.
Right. Looked over and they said one of the main contributing factors to the boomer schooner flipping over was the fact that the field was wet and that these horses detected some drag from the wheels, which made them cut tighter on the turn. And then the weight distribution of the people on the schooner, it just all went bad. But that's the bottom line.
Rick, and the story that I have here from OU Daily says that these drivers go through rigorous training. Tens of hours of training because it said that they use the wagon at a lot of other events too. They go to a lot of school events, parades, appearances, things around campus. So,
but what I took away with all that training, if the horses decide to do something on their own, there's nothing they can do about it.
Well, they point out in the article that this is not easy to drive. That it's it's a very primitive and there's no brake on it, by the way. They can only slow it down by pushing a piece of wood against the wheel. They can't stop it. They can only slow it down. Those handlers have to catch it.
PETA has already weighed in. They now want the horses to be removed from this job. Of course. They say it's mistreatment of animals. But look,
the horses. That was mistreatment of humans.
Right.
That had nothing to do with that.
Well, they have to
animals came out pretty good in that.
Anytime they're out, they have to have a vet on site. I mean, the horses probably get a lot better treatment than the humans.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Oh, no question. All right, so let's go back to this. The new top 10 is out. It's AP, which doesn't mean a whole lot because that's not the one that's going to decide the playoff, but it's the only one we have right now. Alabama stays at number 1, which we'll get to that story now. LSU 2, saw them play Saturday live. 3, Ohio State. 4, Clemson. 5, Oklahoma. Penn State, Florida, Notre Dame, Auburn, Georgia. Oregon just outside the top 10 there in the 11th spot. So that's
How about Utah coming in there at 12? They're easing on us.
Yeah, they are. Well, now let's talk about. But Alabama now is in a bind. But there's a couple of stories.
Wow, can you believe that?
From the game set. First of all, the 8 o'clock kickoff, in my opinion, is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Well, that light game.
People on the West Coast love it, but not here.
I like the light game, though.
No, I like a night game, but 8 o'clock's too late. Let's kick it off at 6:30 or something like that. 8 o'clock's too late to play a football game. But it was funny because we all went back after we went to the game that we attended and had been going all day long. It was so funny to watch my family, and I will give my mother, Nana, the Hard Roller Award. Everybody fell asleep on the couch except for her.
Okay.
Sherry was gone first. Pop went second. I went third. Nana was still awake and told us all we need to go to bed. So, but I did see enough of the game to.
That lemonade got her through it.
Yep. What? See, where's the thankfulness? But anyway, so Tua Tagovailoa. I never can say his name. Is that right? Tagovailoa. Is that pretty good?
Tagovailoa
Gets hurt in the game.
Can you believe that?
High ankle sprain on just a routine sack, but you can see his foot.
Gets caught underneath him.
Mm-hmm. It's a different ankle than he hurt last year, but same injury.
Same injury. So had to leave the game. Mac Jones came in, and Mac Jones looked good until he got drilled.
Mac Jones?
Yeah, Tennessee blitzed him, and he took a shot.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, he looked terrified. He did not play well. He looked like he was struggling. Now, maybe they'll get that corrected. Arkansas can correct a lot of problems because they're terrible.
Right.
But if Tua Tagovailoa doesn't get back for the LSU game, that game suddenly gets very, very interesting because you're going to have offense against LSU this year because they're going to score, and you're going to have to match them and have high-powered offense. Now, Alabama has a good defense. Don't misunderstand me, but they're going to need that offense, and that offense with Tua versus no Tua is two different offenses.
And Tua had the surgery to cause that to heal quicker, where they put the
just
pin
like
in.
Last year.
Yeah, same ankle, everything.
And this has become pretty common in athletics now to get that surgery done where they put a pin and lock your ankle down so it heals quicker.
So it heals quicker. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we'll see how that goes. But in the game,
that's severe.
Yeah, and they have
what about
bye
old
week
blow-up cast
after Arkansas, so it's like 3 weeks.
Yeah. So if he can get back for LSU, of course, limping back or my full speed back, that's two different backs.
It is.
You don't want to go play LSU with Mac Jones at quarterback, I don't think. But and we'll see if that happens. It may not. We'll see how this goes. But when we go back to this, there was a lot of murmur of where's Jalen Hurts right now, and I said, he's going to try to win the Heisman over at Oklahoma.
Yes, setting records.
But anyway, but the second story of the game becomes Coach Jeremy Pruitt for Tennessee. Now, keep in mind, Tennessee has an opportunity here. If they score here, it's a 7-point ball game. Jones is getting rattled. Tennessee's making a run. It is 6 minutes past. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back today. You can catch that on our YouTube channel, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, 2 Corinthians. We run through that. We continue that journey today. Archived to our YouTube channel and podcast channel for your own consumption on your own time, maybe an hour after, something like that. Speedy here, Helmsy, Adler, no Greg today. He's taking care of his wife who's sick. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, we also understand Greg's without power now.
Yes, where Greg lives, they think maybe the grid may be overloaded with people needing heat because of the Arctic blast, and he has a power outage for a moment. Maybe he doesn't think it. You said he sounded pretty confident.
He did. He said they'll get it back on because he's going to defend.
Well, he's
got
to stand with the Southern Company.
Yes, but currently that's the situation. So I am glad he's there.
Right.
Because could you imagine him here knowing his wife is as sick as she is, and then getting a text, "We have no power"?
No,
he would have freaked out.
How you can't even have power?
And hey, that heat gets away pretty quick right now.
And Rick, Bubba said something I can't let go.
Okay.
And he said it like, yeah, that's what I do.
Right.
Some of the staff just can't get warm in here, and I said,
my heated vest.
And I said, hey, have y'all ever just said, all right, I'm going to get a hot shower if you're ever at home or you've been outside and you're like, man, I cannot get warm, and they both said yes. And then Bubba said this, well, I don't drink hot coffee, so sometimes I'll get a mellow yellow and heat it up.
Yeah, I have.
To get warm.
I have.
What do you mean
I've done it more lately than I have ever.
And
you heat it.
Yeah, just like.
All right, so
I just make it like
first,
mellow yellow cider.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So at first, I thought, well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I've never heard that.
But then I thought, it probably is. It's like Bubba's cider.
I'll go this far, though.
Drinking something warm really helps you out.
Well, apple cinnamon cider, something like that's really good.
But we're talking about mellow yellow.
I know.
It was never intended to be heated. Could it explode?
Yeah.
That's what my concern is.
No, I don't heat it in the bottle.
He puts it in a little mug.
I know, but I mean, just the whole ingredients.
You ever thought about some warm hot tea or something?
Well, why would I want hot tea when I don't like tea?
Yeah,
I just have hot something I like.
Right.
You know?
I get this. I really do. Now, I would probably go with apple cider or something
Where are you
like
on
that,
a cider?
But
Well, I mean, I don't readily usually.
I'm just saying, would you have some if it was readily available?
When this happened before, I was at the hunting camp, and we were having some heating issues, and I was cold. So I said, look, I got to warm something up. I had the microwave working, so.
Pooh Bear a little cold?
Pooh Bear was a little cold.
What about...
He's getting a little cold today.
I'm cold, too.
Are y'all cold?
I've made it through the
15 minutes before I have to leave today, I'm going to warm up my car.
Are you really?
Yes.
Is that,
long trip to
I've noticed
Jacksonville.
when Greg's not here, we all have a lot of freedom. A lot of freedom. You wouldn't have said that in front of Greg.
Correct.
Yeah.
Also wouldn't be agreeing with Bubba on this cider thing.
And I wouldn't wear this.
I'm going to warm me up some night.
So a lot going on.
You're going to do that?
I will tell you, yesterday when we were the only ones in the building, except for a couple of guys that seemed to come into the office for something, I never saw them again.
Mm-hmm.
The freedom of access to the public restroom yesterday.
Amazing.
That was great.
It was amazing.
Like it was our private one.
And I don't want to bog down on it. See, I'm bringing it up because I can bring it up without Greg going too far with it. Because, if you open the potty humor door to Greg, get ready.
Oh, yeah.
But I still, and I know it's an ongoing mystery here, and I hate to belabor this. I really do. But I still, for the life of me, I don't understand, and it's more than just flip-flops. There are these people, and I don't know what they do in the building or where they work. I know I need to just leave it alone, and I want to. You walk into the public restroom, and they're on the throne. Okay, they were there when you got there. You can go to the throne. You'll never hear a sound from that other stall of any kind. You get up and leave, and they're still there. They were there when you arrived. They were there when you left. And you, at some point, you would almost think if you didn't see that their body had not fallen off the toilet, you'd think they were dead.
Yeah.
You would think they've died in the stall. They stay in there for tremendous amounts of time, and I don't know what they're doing. I don't know that I want to know. But what I'm saying is, are they looking at their phone? Are they hiding from work because this is the only time they get away from the grind of their work?
So you think they're just going in there sitting down?
It's almost like they're safe in there and they like being there and they're trying to extend their time there. It's not they have to extend it; they're trying to extend it.
Yeah.
Now, for me, when it comes to this particular call of nature, I like to be done with it
Ba-boom.
and move on.
Yeah, I want to get out of there.
moving quick.
It feels good and warm in there, and that makes you.
Now
want
I know there's a stereotype which is true, and I did have this when my kids were small. You know, the old stereotype that dad goes in there to kind of have some time to himself.
Right.
Now that I get.
Yeah, but I do that at home.
Yeah. Are they doing that here, though? Is their version of that? They don't want to go back to their office?
I don't have that level of comfort in there. I want to be out of there. I don't want to be in there.
The amount of time that a handful of people stay in those stalls is shocking.
It makes me think their lives aren't very good.
It's shocking. Well, I wouldn't go that far.
I feel I'm not like happy about that.
Right.
You know,
Well, either they're unhappy, they're hiding, or they have serious medical problems.
They certainly aren't. They certainly aren't looking forward to getting back to doing what they're doing.
Right. No. I think they have some issues, and I'm thinking I almost want to pitch Field of Greens to them. Like, you know, you need some probiotics, buddy, or something, because you are.
But I don't hear any noise.
I know it's like they're super uber. I mean, they're so quiet.
I don't know. Are they? Because to me, if they had an issue, there's two issues it can be. One of them would create a lot of noise. The other, I guess, would be I'm just stuck here and I can't move forward. That would be back to needing some fiber or something like that. You know, I don't.
Do you think that they have headphones on and they're watching something in there?
I don't know, but y'all talk about
how their
not
legs
hearing
don't
noise?
go to sleep. How do their legs not go to sleep?
I know. When I'm in there, I hear noises. It's like a whoopee cushion factory in there. I'm like, I got to get out of here
but not
right
these,
now.
But not these people. No, we got our noisemakers. There's no question we have our noisemakers. But those guys seem to be on a normal run. These quiet people, they get in there and they. I mean, they're there when I arrive. They stay through my experience, and then I leave, and they're still there.
And I don't appreciate them being quiet either. And you need to do a throat clear. Something. I'm in here.
Give me something. Let me hear the toilet roll getting kicked around.
Anything.
I'd like drop a courtesy flush, even if it's not needed, just so I can hear some noise.
The silence is troubling.
Yeah, because at one point I thought, are they waiting for me to move and then they attack?
Right.
I don't know but how their legs don't go to sleep. And I've actually done this before. This is mainly flip-flop, but there's another who's drafting. I've actually come back in here, did a segment on the show, piddled around, and like 2 segments later went back to the restroom, and they were still in there. So there has to be some sort of hiding going on. Do they not want to be? Are they hiding from the office? And they're just scrolling through their phone, sitting in there.
Maybe.
You know, there are other chairs they could hide in that they don't have to pull their pants down.
It's their smoke break.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Well, to me, they're either smoking, which that's not happening. They're looking at their phone. There's other places to do that.
I think might be just tired of sitting in my cubicle.
Yep.
So I just
I'm
go there.
enjoying the view.
Right. But like you say, of all places to go to hide, I think all of us wish we didn't have to go there at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I was asking Siri how long it takes the average person to use the bathroom.
Okay, and?
Hey, Siri. How long does it take to use the bathroom?
That's a good question.
Pooping shouldn't be a drawn-out process. You're better off keeping your toilet time to less than 10 to 15 minutes, says Gregory Thorkelson, MD, a psychiatrist in the Department of Gastroenterology.
Well, there's a lot
10
of
to
mental.
15 minutes.
It's mental. It is a lot of mental.
You should only make your way to the bathroom
Some of
when
them
the
are
urge
exceeding that.
hurts, it says.
Some of them are exceeding it.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
That's a long time in there, though.
Well,
My
what they're just saying.
I'm in
my
and out in
goodness.
4.
Oh, within a 60-second commercial.
Greg thinks I have a gift. I'm so quick.
I know.
Yeah.
But to y'all's point,
I think you start before you
wait
get there.
until I was like, okay.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm like a pit stop.
I'm
Now
like
I gotta go.
I'm
Thanks.
like anybody else. I'll have a false alarm every now and then.
Yeah.
But but still, when I realize it's going nowhere, I leave.
Rick, an IndyCar pit crew thinks I'm impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times I walked out there and decided I was just a bunch of racket. You know, but at least I didn't stay there and belabor the point. You know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And from what I gather, because I'm asleep at this point, is people said what happened was the quarterback for Tennessee, and this is, they have the rotation. The guy who started, now he's out because he got a concussion, I think. He got a concussion.
His own player's knee hit him in the back of the head.
Right, so now we're going with, I don't know if you call him a backup because they play both of them, but anyway.
I mean, what are they, a few inches?
This is the guy that was original starter.
So
close.
What I gather is this is not the play that the coaching staff called. The quarterback checked to this play where he's going to try to dive over the top. He not only gets denied, he fumbles, and instead of closing it to a 7-point ball game, not only does the quarterback fumble the ball into the end zone, Alabama picks it up and goes 100 yards with it, and now that's a 14-point swing. And then the game, they never get back in the game after that point. This was their chance to make it a game.
So what was the original call? What was the plan?
It looked like to me, and I don't know, just watching the game, it looked like to me there really wasn't one. He tried to hurry the offense up and tried to
jump up.
Yeah.
Well, from what I've been told, why Jeremy Pruitt was so mad is that the kid checked to a different call.
Yeah, or I just think just made the call on his own.
That's what I mean. Yeah, he did not run the play they had called. So he thought he could
even give him an opportunity to call it.
Yeah, I don't think he ever gave him an opportunity because if you watch the play prior to this, I mean, as soon as the ball got down, he hurried up. He didn't even look at the sideline. He was just hurrying everybody up. Hurry.
So Pruitt is on him, and he's wearing him out, and the kid tries to look away, and Pruitt grabs with 2 fingers the bottom of his face mask and pulls his head back around to talk to him. And people are acting like
they're upset about that.
This is what they're upset about. Oh no, I forgot who was calling this game. One of the guys got on him on the broadcast.
Levy and
then Sunday, there's been articles about how terrible Jeremy Pruitt is and how horrible this moment was.
Good gracious.
I'm going to tell you what, some coaches that we played, they sit in the 80s anymore.
Rick, they got on to Dabo
that's
Swinney.
what's wrong is we're not in the 80s.
Guys, this is not anything like I've seen coaches do things that I do think are over the line. Mm-hmm. This is not one of them.
I haven't seen it yet. I was fully expecting
Did you not hear a lot of uproar about it?
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, Dabo Swinney, they gave him bad publicity because he didn't physically, but he got on the kicker because they were up by like 35 and just wore him out for missing a chip shot. And they acted like, well, I mean, they're up that big. He shouldn't be. Well, that's why they're who they are, because the little things matter.
Guys,
I mean,
all these college football stories in. We got the Jeremy Pruitt thing and the face mask. Will Dabo Swinney be in trouble again? Because one of his players threw a punch in the game, which we have the footage of this. This is how it happened. And, this is one of those things we were always taught.
Watch bottom of the screen here.
With 10 down here?
Yeah.
Okay, we're watching the bottom of the screen. And you see him throw him down, and they're fighting over on the field, and he gets up, look, boom, and just starts throwing punches. And there's a flag, there's another flag, and watch this move right there.
Don't get that.
Now, while you're punching a guy
into a face mask
with a face mask in a game where it's perfectly legal to hit people within the rules of the game, Dabo Swinney was so upset about this. He wanted this player to have a long time to think about what he did, and so he forced this player to ride back on the team manager's bus to Clemson, not with the rest of the team. They flew home. He made him ride on the bus a 450-mile ride. He rode back on the manager's bus. That's where his punishment will start. The rest of it we'll handle in-house. So he said, this kind of behavior is unacceptable.
Yep.
We're all flying back. You're riding with the manager's back, so you can have a long time to think about it. 450 miles on the manager's bus.
He probably gave him time to get on the portal to transfer.
Yes, yeah. So there that is.
That won't be the last punishment he'll get whenever he gets back to Clemson.
Well, there'll be some people now saying, "Hey, man, he's demoralizing that kid." Well, exactly.
Absolutely.
You can't have it both ways.
You're trying to break his little spirit so it changes his behavior.
Right. Then we go.
Permanently.
Then we go to the South Carolina-Florida game.
Oh yeah.
Muschamp, and I watched almost all that game.
I didn't see it, but I have heard that the refereeing there was some really rough calls in that.
UGLY, that ref ain't got no alibi. It was ugly. Hey, it was ugly.
hey.
And sadly, what you hope officials don't do, some of the calls actually, those calls, if they make the call correctly, it changes the dynamic of the game.
And I didn't get to see any of this game. Is this the pick play, or which one was it that picked?
Now the pick he did
There
get mad
was,
about.
yeah.
The pick was
Yeah.
bad,
and that was bad.
Yeah.
That was false start.
False start was a
worse
killer.
because it was like an 80-yard touchdown.
The pick play looked like he was just blocking,
but it was a pick.
Yes, you know why? Because that's exactly what he
Yeah.
said.
The pick was terrible.
I just saw the highlights.
Because the pick's the one he got the flag on.
Okay.
Yeah. Release the Kraken. It is phone troll time. 20 minutes past first phone troll of the day. 866 We Be Big. A phone troll different than a normal phone segment. We're not near as chatty. And at 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. We move to the next caller. Boy, we got a lot of topics out there already if you've been with the show for any amount of time. So you can chime in on any of those topics, or you can bring up your own. At 866 We Be Big. On the phone troll, we do ask that there be no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. We're talking about beef only. Let's get right to the point. Things that you need to know coming up on Friday. And we just got word that Paul Alexander down there on Alex FM is going to go over and see Speedy, one of our affiliates, when he goes to the Morgan County Academy Deer Hunt in the Black Belt region of Alabama to raise money for that school. He'll also speak at the Fish Fry, and we just found out that one of our affiliates, the general manager, is coming over there.
That's right. His son, Paul Scott, goes to the school, and he's going to be part of the event. So
All
that's
right.
going to be great.
That's right. So that's coming up. If you want to join Speedy, you can. Looking ahead to next week, I'll be headed over to Long Hollow Church in Hendersonville, Tennessee, for their men's conference, joining Scott Dawson, David Pollock, and Robbie Gallaty, who will be on the show tomorrow. Talk a little more about that. And then Robbie Gallaty also coming to Birmingham for our Man Church conference coming up February 16th and 17th. Also, if you're looking at tomorrow night, the 18th, from themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo in Nashville, Georgia, not Tennessee, Nashville, Georgia, at First Baptist Church for their Man Church. They're doing our curriculum and our strategy right now as well. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to JR in Sweet Home, Alabama. JR's got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to try to punch this in real quick. Watching news last night on Fox News, have y'all heard about the bill or what they're trying to do today for little kids 12 years old and younger not being able to play football?
That was just in
Can you comment on that?
just in California.
Yeah, they was, they're
tackle
looking
football.
at that, outlawing tackle football.
Outlaw tackle football 12 and down.
Yeah, what do you? How
We talked about that. We did the story the other day. You know, this may sound odd, I can actually understand some of the logic behind that because, you know, football's a collision sport, and in the hands of wrong people, it can really, not so much am I worried about injuries because the kids are pretty small and it's hard for them to sometimes hit each other hard enough to really injure. However, but you also can just ruin kids on football where they don't want to play anymore. Right. And therefore the sport suffers because they're not going forward. But I do not like, as we all said, I don't want the government, state government, the federal government coming into my community and telling us when and we can and cannot play tackle football. That needs to be a decision among parents to put their kids into it at the age they think is appropriate. We need to cull bad coaches. Mm-hmm. You know, I hate this, like I said, this lazy leadership. Well, why don't we just not have it at all so people won't do it wrong? Why don't we just punish the ones that don't do it right?
Yeah.
And be sure it's done well.
That really should be a parental decision.
Right.
I don't see them. Again, you have to remember where this has come from. California. They're gonna take care of you from the womb to the tomb, even if you don't ask them to.
No, you're right. Wendy in Wetumpka. Wendy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I had a guess as to about somebody sitting in the bathroom. Does your building have security for people to come in, or could it be somebody like homeless or just coming in there to sit and get warm?
No, these are people that work in the building.
No, it's year round.
Yeah,
too.
this happens all the time. Yeah, this never stops. Let's go to Paul in Florida. Paul, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I'm in Florida. I live in Tennessee, so we've got really cold temperatures there, and I was hearing what you were talking about, your heating unit making awful noise recently.
Yes.
I had that same thing happen a week ago Friday. We were heading to a funeral, and it sounded like a truck was coming through the house. So I said, I can't let this happen on this particular day, and I went ahead and called, and it turned out I had a broken fan blade.
Yeah, and somebody else told me something I didn't know. They said when it comes to heat pumps, they suggest when temperatures get down like they are right now and it's abnormal to put them on the emergency heat setting and they run smoother. I'd never heard that before.
Well, that's the strip heating, and it will generate the heat, but it runs that power bill up.
Yeah. Let's go to Cody in Birmingham, ZZK. Cody, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
So I don't recall offhand what the bill number is called. Pretty tired when I looked at it. But the Democrats are trying to pass a bill to where we cannot organize into militias.
Anybody familiar with that at all?
I'm not.
I have not heard that one. No, I haven't. I'm sorry. We continue. Curtis in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Curtis, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question. It's just kind of hypothetical.
Okay.
If Donald Trump gets to be president again, can he write an executive order where he will not have to go to any more trials, and can he pardon himself from the rest of the trials that's not over with? I'll listen offline.
Bubba,
there's a lot of debate about that right now. No one is above the law, not even the president. The president is protected somewhat when they're in office from certain things so that it doesn't become political, hopefully.
Yeah.
This pardoning of yourself has been a big question out there. It's never been tried.
Yeah.
Trump alluded to it in his last presidency. That's going to be one of those things that'll probably have to go to the Supreme Court.
That and federal and state charges are different.
Yep.
He couldn't pardon himself on state charges. That would have to be a governor that would do that.
Yeah.
That power is reserved for governors.
Right. North Carolina, Scott, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I meant to do this before vacation because I went on vacation myself, but go ahead and sound the alarm. Beth Mowins has competition and may even have a successor named Courtney Lyles. Her name is Courtney Lyles. She sounds just like Beth Mowins. I was listening to a game with App State. That's the team I pull for, and she sounds just like her, and I confused her for Beth Mowins.
Yeah.
Courtney what?
Lyle. L-Y-L-L-E.
We've actually gotten contacted when she's done games before. People mad going, why didn't you tell us? And I'm like, well, that's not that wasn't Beth.
Courtney Lyle.
Well, she is a graduate from the University of Tennessee in 2012, and she currently resides in Knoxville. She is a commentator, play-by-play college sports for ESPN and SEC Network.
Courtney and Beth Mowins I got the play-by-play. Courtney's got color.
She has worked at WBIR in Knoxville and WMAZ in Macon, Georgia.
Thank you, Bubba. Well,
there you go.
You might have to get a shot in her.
Bubba,
Thank
you are intelligent.
Thank you.
Let's go to here's our old buddy Mike in Toronto, Canada. Mike, how you doing, buddy? 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, very well, gentlemen. Always nice to be on the show. It's a balmy -17 up here. And I was just going to say, I will send you guys a load of hand glove warmers and boot warmers. You send this fat kid a shirt up here, and we'll be even.
Shoot us an email. We'll do that, Mike. Good to hear from you. See, -17. You're telling us with our 11 today to cry you a river, right? Yeah.
Oh, no crying up here. You'll freeze. Rivers frozen.
That's true. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate
Don't
that.
cry, it'll freeze.
Let's go, Craig in Gardendale. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Two things. First of all, on the electric chargers earlier, I can't believe the smartest people and the greatest among us couldn't put the charging thing back on the thing where it wouldn't lay on the ground and freeze up.
Yes.
Right.
And second, not all presidents are above under the law. Remember Clinton and Biden.
Yeah, well, we do pick and choose when suddenly we want the law to hold everybody accountable, but it's a pick and choose. It's a home team thing.
Well, they held Clinton liable. I mean, they impeached him, and the Republicans had to vote to remove him, but thought it was better for the country they didn't.
Well,
we learned a great lesson there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Because he
I don't blame him.
Muschamp, look, the pick, you can't run a play. These are plays that won the game for Florida.
Right.
80-yard touchdown run where they move before the snap, false start. I won't even go to the holding call downfield because I don't think that was a call.
Really change
it didn't really change the play. But the false start changed it because it should have been blown dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never got started.
And it should have never got. That was an 80-yard touchdown. And the pick play, the guy he's in the slot. He just turns in and pushes the guy inside, and they throw a little out to a guy. Hey, touchdown. Yeah. Well, yeah, you can score on that every time.
What is the root? Because a lot of people run that pick.
You have to be acting like you're running around.
Yeah. I mean, come on, let's act like it.
Or is it if the pass is to the runner behind the line, he can block.
Yeah.
But if it's a pass play, he's got to just brush him or chip him or act. A lot of them will just get in front of him and then hold their hands
But that's the
up,
key is to act like you're running
trying to
something.
run your
You can do all that.
Right.
This guy just stalk blocked him.
Right.
That's all he did.
He just went after him.
So neither one of those were called. So Muschamp gets a penalty for complaining about the second call that he should have got. And these two calls were big in the game. And so at the press conference, he now is going to comment on the officiating. So here's the press conference with Muschamp.
Did you say anything?
Yeah.
No, prior to the flag.
Yeah.
Something that you think warranted an unsportsmanlike?
It's not my judge. Drop it on my feet next time.
So clearly you were unhappy about the totality.
I'm not going to comment about anything else. Don't go 40 yards away and drop a flag. How about that?
Just listen. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Gutless.
Gutless.
he couldn't. It just had to come out.
It had to come out.
Not stop it.
I've been there. It has to come out.
Yeah.
Which, we'd all like to see the referees not be so much. I don't want to feel like I know them personally after the game.
Right.
Because they've been on TV. So
Right. No, you're right. They get on TV a lot these days.
Oh, my gosh.
Here's that pig play you were talking
Here's
about.
the pick. Watch 10. Watch 10, Bubba. Now, if you're allergic to picks, I don't want you to watch. It's a stalk block.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Can't do that. Oh, my gosh. He's got two of them held out, doesn't he? See, the guy's downfield. That's a penalty. If he was in the backfield, it would have been fine.
Correct.
Bubba, what that is a stalk block is what we just saw.
Yeah.
Look.
Well, we're teaching stalk blocking. That's what we go to.
Matter of
right
fact,
there.
if you want to teach a wide receiver how to block, that was really great.
I'm not necessarily a Muschamp fan, but he
look how wide. Look,
bless his heart. I mean, he got two of them, buddy. I mean, dandies.
See, the guy up top's running a route, so he's not picking.
Right.
But 10's picking.
10's a grinning.
Yeah. That's
my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where he runs off.
If the referee, he ought to be lucky that's all he got.
So the referee runs away from him and then throws the flag.
Listen, how far does he go? How far does he really go? He said 40 yards, but what did he really go?
I don't know. Probably 4 feet, but still.
Gutless.
We
couldn't help it. It just had to come out.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past. That's how it's done, young Broderick. All right, as we work our way back, we got a lot to cover. I'm jealous again. Things to be aware of. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. If you want to catch that on the live shot or your own time, or you join us here in the studios. You can get here. Come on, guys. The seats will be out. But we're going to do it either way. So catch that today. Roads seem to be fine, so there shouldn't be any problems in Beham, Alabama, which is where we broadcast from. Also, don't forget, coming up this winter, we're almost there. The Man Church Conferences, about 18% of the seats still left. Now, keep in mind, if you're getting, those reserved seats that are at the Man Church Conferences, people buy all over the room, so you might be able to still find some of the primo seats still available too, kind of, spaced out. If you're not looking for a big group, if you want to sit a big group together, there's still some seats. You can do that. You can do that for Birmingham, February 16th and 17th. Robbie Gallaty, who will be on the show tomorrow, he'll be there, along with Rich Wingo and Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten does worship. We had our first ever Man Church Conference last year. We were just overwhelmed with the power of God in the room and the things we saw happen in the lives of the men as churches from all over the country doing our strategy. We all kind of came together for a big worship experience over the weekend, and we'll have that. And then Starkville, Mississippi, first time ever, we'll be there too. We'll be on the campus of Mississippi State University March 8th and 9th. We'll be there at the Bettersworth Theater. There's a few seats left for that too. Granger Smith will join us there. James Spann, Mississippi State graduate, will join us there. You'll hear his story. Also, Scott Dawson will be there. Andy Blanks and I'll be there. Chuck Hooten doing worship there as well. Tickets still available to both of those weekends, but they are getting close to sellout. So go ahead and get that done, and we'll see you either in Birmingham or Starkville, or maybe we'll see you at both. All right, so Bubba, you said that every time we start talking about frigid weather and and all that, and this is some of this unprecedented weather in a lot of places, you don't see it a whole lot. We did have an Arctic blast last December, and looks like we just had it again. Yeah, the year later. So this is 2 years in a row.
I was hoping that it wouldn't be so severe with global warming. But apparently it is.
Well, it's climate change. So the cold and the hot are all caused by man.
Yeah, right.
It's not that since the fall, which we believe the Earth has gone through incredible climate cycles, even though there seems to be quite a bit of evidence for that, and we're only been keeping weather for about 150 years.
Right.
So anyway, but we have people always asking these questions, and there's a phenomenon. Mainly, we noticed it hunting. Because usually we're indoors when the sun comes up because we're doing our show. But when we hunt, we're sitting out in the woods as the sun comes up. And we even asked James Spann about this, and other people are emailing about it now, is it seems that when it's cold and it's dark, as soon as the sun comes up, for a little period there, it's actually colder than it was when it was dark.
Okay, well, here's the reason. Okay. And James explained this one time. And I see you.
Well, I got to get ready.
Think about this. When the sun comes up, even though we see the light, it doesn't immediately get warmer. We're not getting heat from the sun till it gets up about 20 or 25 degrees. Then it starts to warm up because, we're actually getting some heating. And the higher it goes, the more direct the heat, the more the heat.
And everybody knows that.
So for those first few degrees that the sun is rising up, we're not getting any heat from it. Okay, it's light, but there's no heat to it because of the angle. So think about this. The longest period of time you're going to have at night is going to be the coldest. So the longer you go without that heating, the colder it's going to get. So just imagine you're not seeing the sunlight when it comes up, and it's only going to start heating after it's been up for a certain amount of time. That is the longest point since we had sunlight the past day.
Gotcha.
So that is actually cold. It's kind of an illusion in our mind that the sun's up, so it should be getting warmer.
Yeah.
It doesn't for a period of time.
Bubba,
that's it.
You are intelligent.
Well, you got to the part.
Something about the heated vest made you look that much smarter.
I know.
I loved it.
I know.
I've told him unless there's a size up that, he's going to have to go back the other way to keep going.
I'm going down to white.
I'm kind of starting to look at it a little bit.
Does that change the heat levels?
Yeah.
Or okay, wow.
Yeah.
Red is hottest, then white, and then blue.
Right. Can I tell you, I think if you put anything on that's that tight, I think you'd be warmer.
Well,
you're with it without the heater.
It's creeping on up towards him ears.
If I wrapped you in a blanket that tight, it'd work.
Yeah. Well, and I've got
I've got more winter clothes on now than I usually have.
Because the body
it
heat
was
you
already
got,
tight.
The body heat you got, it cannot escape. If you were in the water, I'd say, come over here and let's get him out of the life jacket. That ain't the life jacket. They ain't hold him up. Yeah. But you brought this up, and I want to land there a minute. But isn't there also a mental part of it? Because I see the sun, and I went from I should be cold to no, I want to be warm now. Why is the sun not helping me? And that makes me notice my cold more.
But yet it's getting colder because it's still been longer since you had heatable sunlight.
Right.
And I think it kind of plays with your mind a little bit.
Yeah,
too.
I do too. Because when you see it, you think this should be warming me right now. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're like, ooh, a little bit cold.
And it will eventually as it rises, but it's got to get on up 20, 25 degrees, even higher, before you really get any heat out of it.
Yeah.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, that's going to get you a Shatner right there. Now, we've got Wes down in Spanish Fort. Wes, are you just hoping for this, or you think there's something to this? You know, South Florida has a vacancy now. What'd I say? South Alabama has a vacancy now because their head coach is the defense coordinator at Alabama now. And is this something you're hoping for, Wes, or you think there's something to it?
Oh, I would love it, but I mean, I thought he was done, because of his back when he left UAB, but somebody on the South Alabama message board said he had a successful back surgery, so I didn't know if you guys knew anything about that yet, but I'd love for him to come to South.
First of all, we didn't mention who it was. I was going to let you do that, and then you never did. We're talking about Bill Clark.
Bill Clark.
Yeah, we're talking about that South Alabama has a vacancy, so you're just wishing. You're saying you heard that what took Bill Clark out of coaching, which was the back trouble, has been resolved, and you'd like for him to consider – what about South Alabama? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that somebody said Bill Clark, and I said, well, as far as I know, he was done. I put it on the message board. I said, as far as I know, he's done, but somebody said he had on that same message board, said he had a successful back surgery, and
he did.
Might possibly be back into coaching again, or interested in getting back into coaching.
Now, that part I don't know.
Don't know that, but I did hear that he was better.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not. But
I did hear that, too.
Maybe it was y'all told me.
It was a lot of discussion during the bowl weekend about him and how he was healthy again and all that. So, no, I think it'd be an excellent choice if you could convince him to come back into coaching.
Yeah, okay, so that's the missing part. This is not, I heard Bill Clark's going to take the job at South Alabama. This is, I thought he wasn't a candidate, but yet they say, no, he's actually healthy now. And now Wes wants to know, is he considering getting back into coaching? And if he is, this would be a good opportunity. So there's a lot of ifs in there. Yeah. And y'all know if and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. We would. But I thought he was as good a football. He's as good a football coach as I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
solid. But and wins everywhere he goes at every level.
Well, that's the key. That's when you take a look at somebody. If you go, all right, every situation I put them in, they win. And then they must have something to do with it.
Yeah.
And
I saw him part of the Alabama High School Athletic Association state football playoff championship weekend in Tuscaloosa. He was doing a little bit of pregame, sideline counter, kind of back and forth analysis, and it was good to see him. I do remember after that surgery, them saying that that surgery takes a few years for you to really be 100%. So it's good to see that he's on that way.
Yeah. Well, you also, I don't know this. I'm not a back doctor. I'm just playing one on the radio is normal. I've never done surgery on anyone's back. But what I do know, knowing a lot of people who have had ongoing back surgeries and ongoing trouble, it's a delicate thing. It is not like my arm was broke. Now they've set it and I've wore my cast long enough and I'm back. The back is a complicated structure.
Yeah, a lot going on back there.
And some of the success of the surgery may rest on him living his life differently.
Yeah.
It's not like a broken arm where all of a sudden you're just back.
No.
They may say, well, now if you'd like for your back to continue to feel better, don't get back into coaching.
Right.
Because of the grind that it's going to put on it. Because the back surgery people, it's almost like you never fully see them fully back.
Yeah,
they're always still tampering with it, and they just try to get the degrees of feeling better. They never quite ever get back.
And if your back hurts, you hurt everywhere.
Oh, it's terrible.
I mean, it's a bad deal.
Right? It's not good. So we'll be back.
Temporary problem.
We'll wrap up this hour. Run down anything we may have missed this hour, and continue. Don't forget also, if you're looking for all the different ways to pick up parts of the show, maybe you don't catch it live because of your schedule,
You can catch any part you missed on your own time on the Rick and Bubba Daily Podcast channel or on our YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top. All right, so, Bubba, we love an entrepreneur, don't we?
We do, Rick.
We
It's
love
the American way.
Bubba, if I were to tell you that you are 17 years old and you have come up with an idea that's earning you $410,000 a year, how would you be? Does that fire you?
Give me
up?
that number again.
$410,000 a year.
A year. That's not bad.
At 17 years old.
Hello.
The idea, she took $2,000 that she saved, and she redesigned the conventional guinea pig enclosure to involve an open floor enclosure for more visibility and mobility. After an investment of $2,000 to create the perfect guinea pig enclosure, she's now, just last year, brought in $410,000, $34,000 a month on people going to get with guinea pigs, saying this is by far the best guinea pig enclosure ever.
Look, they always say build a better mousetrap, right?
Right, Bubba. At the age of 12, she was determined to keep the pets out of the traditional cages, decided to start drawing concepts with more open enclosures. So she started working on it at 12, went through several models, invested $2,000 of her savings to launch the product named Guinea Loft. And she has sold just under 11,000 cages in 2022. And last year brought in $410,000. And to answer your question, yes, she's Asian.
All right.
Well, you knew she would be. There ain't no white kid gonna come up with this. I mean, it's just not. There's not enough discipline. Yeah. You name me some white kid at 12 years old is gonna start working on a better guinea pig cage.
Well, you know, Rick, she did something apparently that she loved, and she made it work. And now the world is beating a path to her door. If you're a guinea pig lover,
can you imagine?
I've never really been on the guinea pig wagon.
I haven't
People
either.
love them.
You know, some places eat them. You know, some countries.
Oh yeah, Peru.
Well, you go right
delicacy.
To that.
Yeah.
Good night. You go right to that all the time.
Well,
So what are they?
Be perfect for that too.
Are they kind of out of the rat family? What are they?
Hamster kind of rat.
Is that all the same thing to me? I don't know.
He's got that face. I can't get through it.
I'm like you. I can't do the guinea pig.
It looks to me more like a rabbit than it does a hamster or a rat, and that's kind of where I go.
Is that why you can eat one and be okay?
No, it actually makes it worse.
Really? You don't eat rabbit?
Well, I don't.
Claws.
I don't get in the habit of eating rabbit.
I love rabbit.
Y'all, there's New York City rats that are
that
twice
does like
that
a rat.
size.
That's a rat.
Now that
hurt.
That last picture.
That
hurt.
last picture hurt.
That was very rat.
I think I changed them in my mind.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, the New York subway said, "You ain't seen nothing."
I'm gonna tell you what. If I could have got one of my teenagers to bring in $410,000, I'd have learned to love them.
Yeah, it's been all about them.
They're considered a rodent.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
So we just got that.
Yeah,
so, they look more like a rat. What was I thinking?
Right. Do you remember yourself at 12? Did you even think remotely about anything that could have churned out a $410,000 worth of profit by the time you were 17?
Right?
No,
nothing legal.
No.
I mean, when I was younger, I tried to open a theme park in the woods behind my house, but it didn't go very well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I had a couple things I tried.
Yeah, you had the.
You were a little Walt Disney back
I was.
then.
Yeah, I couldn't get a hit.
Wow, guinea pigs live to be 7 years old,
and they sound weird too. Have you guys have y'all heard that sound before?
No. Oh, I don't like that. That sounds
like a police
zebra.
car.
Isn't that funny? It's like a zebra. You ever heard a zebra before? It sounds like a zebra.
It does sound like a siren when the cop needs to get by. He's like,
So,
what's that?
Let me ask you this, because I don't. It doesn't say where the parents got involved here. Let's say first of all, you've got a teenager that saved $2,000. I've never seen that before.
Right.
But let's just say that they did. Would you probably stand in the way of it? They said, "I want to take this money and I think I'm going to build a better guinea pig enclosure." Would you like?
Well,
maybe don't take your $2,000 and do that. I mean,
surely it kind of went in steps.
You had to.
Like they built one for themselves, and somebody else saw it and said, "Man, I wish I had one of those."
Right.
And I mean, you kind of ramp up on that, right? I mean, she wouldn't just open a factory in the backyard,
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll tell you what it is that helps them is the no tail.
Right.
Back to that. Goodness, it's that if that big old long tail was in there.
Yeah, that hurts.
Wow. I did not know this. Sorry about this. I did not know this.
Adler.
That when she went to one of these entrepreneurship programs called Biz World for 16 to 22-year-olds, they turned down her pitch, and she didn't win the prize. They didn't think she was the best idea, and it's made more money than the ones they gave the prize money to. So you never know when people tell you no, Bubba.
No, no.
Huh? I mean, you just never know.
What's that left eye doing?
Yeah.
How about? I'm on guinea pig facts now.
Are you really? Is that where we're going?
They actually make.
Are y'all
11...
more intrigued by the guinea pig than a 17-year-old that's making $410,000 a year
I got to,
with
I'm
a better
more-
enclosure?
Yeah, I'm on that.
Yeah, I got you, but I mean, why the guinea pig? And that's why I'm going through. Like, I got to know the product, Rick, that she's protecting.
You've been to Peru before. Did you eat any guinea pig?
No, I stayed away from it.
No way.
No,
you wouldn't try.
And it was offered. And
How
I
did
just
they
couldn't do
prepare it?
I don't remember.
More of a roasted, or was it a fried?
I don't remember.
Was it on a stick?
I think we had options, and I just was like, no.
As soon as they said guinea
I actually
pig-
went to a farm where they were actually mass produced for the delicacy.
He's running everywhere.
Well, it was in like a chicken house or something.
Oh, it's a Peruvian cuisine.
Yeah,
Yes, it
It's
is.
oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's amazing.
I stayed away from
You
it.
just fly around and
Oh.
you go there.
Is it
and
on the
just like
stick
reading
or
it.
what?
I don't know.
Man,
Bubba.
they're kind of like what's it called when you
Oh, it was the talk of the town.
When
Like
you-
everybody loved it.
when you cut it.
Wait a minute. In the Peruvian village, like right now, Mama says, "Guess what we're having tonight?"
And it's
Everybody
like a
goes,
big
Please
deal.
let it be guinea pig.
It'd be a huge deal.
Okay.
Yes. Like us getting
Huh?
prime
That's
rib.
not how they present it.
Yes.
The head and everything.
If the head's not on it, I would eat that.
What?
If you take the head off of it.
What's it called when you open it when you cut a
When you butterfly it?
butterfly?
Yeah.
They fry the whole thing.
Just like a
Head and all,
chicken.
huh?
Just like a chicken.
Do you know
They
they
don't
make?
fry them with the heads on.
No,
man,
I'm
they
just
even
saying
got their
the other part of
toenails
it.
on
Yeah.
there.
No, I don't want the head on it.
Oh yeah, I can see the claws. That hurts.
Oh,
that
gosh
hurts me.
almighty.
No.
Cut that off.
If those claws had been deep fried, you crunch them like a little chip.
Rick, don't say like
That's
a
a
chip.
wrap, guys. We're talking about eating rats.
Have you ever eaten a fish tail that was fried? Fantastic.
That's different for
Like
some
a
reason.
like a
I
potato
got
chip.
that swimming in water, not that running around.
You know what? You might find in a lot of places where fish come from, I bet that's cleaner. What it's been
Seen
fed.
that now? You lower your eyebrows.
Go eat catfish.
Now listen, hey,
Bottom
serious
feeder.
business. They had it dialed in to the farms where they were growing them.
Mhm.
They really did.
I bet
I
they
mean,
did.
think chicken plant, but think
right, yeah.
now,
I got you.
now we got
I got
this.
you. I got you.
Who are we to judge?
I know.
I mean,
What is it white meat or red meat?
Adler.
It's a good question.
I'd
I'd
like
like to
think
know.
it'd be dark.
Probably. It's probably
What's
like eating dark
again?
meat
I don't
chicken.
know.
Rabbit's dark, right?
No, some of it's not.
You
Do
got
they have any
rabbit.
without the head? Looks like more like
Well,
a rotisserie
chicken
chicken.
I'm
basically has
trying. Every
both,
rotisserie's
right?
got
Yeah.
faces. Everything I see has a face.
Golly.
Every animal
Why
you
the
eat once
face?
had a face.
Why the
Yeah.
face? I don't want to look
Well,
at it. Somebody
think
like
about
it's looking at me like
life. It may be a little harder in the Peruvian world too. So they're
No,
not
I'd have to put
caught
like
up
a-
on
Guys,
taking
I
the
don't-
head off,
I'm not thrilled when
cutting the
people,
toenails off.
and y'all may be like me. I'm not thrilled when somebody serves me the whole fish. I don't want to see the
Yeah,
head
I
on
don't
the
like
fish.
No, I don't
either.
like that. I don't like to say it. I put my napkin over it.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't need that.
Okay, so it's said to be rich and succulent meat. The flavor is similar to that of a rabbit or dark chicken meat.
So it is dark meat, yeah. That's what I thought.
Probably like crow.
Who said let's eat that?
Not somebody who was hungry.
Somebody that was mass producing them and
I promise you that.
and needed it.
Let me tell you, not everybody in the world's got drive-throughs. Okay, they'll eat whatever they can catch.
Yeah, I
Those that
can
can't
get
hunt
to that.
don't
I
eat.
can get to that place.
Yeah.
So you're saying they were hungry?
They were hungry.
and then somebody did a pretty good job with it, and they said, "Hey,
That ain't bad.
It just took one party for them to say that ain't bad.
Adler, that looks like a grill full of rats."
my goodness.
No,
Hey.
put it back. Let's see it.
Hey, Speedy, I'm in Peru. I can't find no chicken. I can't find no cow. And I'm hungry.
Yeah,
Okay? That's how it happened.
I'm having a guinea burger.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.